a little bit of an advantage here. He wants to make sure that they can get the vision, and the hook lands.
It does. It's going to go on the tilt. He's in a lot of trouble. Can he get out? He's going to flash. He's fine for now. We're going to see the calling come out for switching, but it's not going to matter. He dashes out. We do see that Dorjan gets hurt. Loki does see a lot of trouble. Tilted did fall at the end, but the ultimate came out, and it looks like Harry X is going to get himself a kill. No, Loki doesn't actually survive.
Fruition.
And
now he's going in.
Tilted flash. He gets the taunt down. Nurse is going to try to use any kind of barrier that she can get, but it's not going to be enough. The Just Punch does knock up Heroes, and they're looking for the fight here. Nurse trying to get out of their Stone Gates. Would use Flash from Heroes, but they're going to get one. They're going to look for the other. There's the chilling fight. Heroes going to get down. Double kill going over to Loki Dosi.
Bit of extra vision.
Ultimate. Going to use. Yeah, it's going to hit on the cape, but he's going to be fine. Use the quickness and the Grand Engine. Gets a 3-man charm so far. Mango getting super low, but it doesn't look like any more fights going to happen. Toad's going in. Drops trying to get the buff on himself, but he's going to snare up Indigo, but it does not matter. The Impale's going to be cleansed away. And now the fight's going to go in. That's going to be 1 kill going over the side of Ascentia. That's 3 kills on the side of Ascentia. No one's going to go down. They're trying to make something happen. It doesn't matter. It's going to be a clean ace for Cetra.
And Ascentia, how they're playing this.
They're going in, looking for the fight. There's the Vanguard's edge. They're trying to kill. Oh no, but they're not able to get him. The taunt comes out. Sundillian's going to flash forward. He does freeze him up. He's going to use the zone. His heroic entrance is there. You see the J pop there hard. He might be able to be taken down. Finally, he is. This might be the fight they want. Moody's in there. He uses the cloud gem. There's the stopwatch being used. Frieden's going to fall. Oh no, looks to be the next target. Meanwhile, we got Cerberus trying to push. He's doing what Tanzoni did last game. Hello everyone and welcome to the second day of week 2 of the NightFall Champions League. I am your host as always, you can just call me Gaikin. Joining me is Zonknight and I have Chad up. Hey, we all make mistakes. But joining me is Zonknight, freshly dressed up as always with the sunglasses he needs indoors because the screen is so bright from all the flashy plays, it might melt his eyeballs. How are you doing this fine evening? Or afternoon.
Afternoon. I'm doing pretty well. You know, it's been kind of building up in my stomach, ready for both of these series tonight, and I'm pretty excited for it.
Yeah, first series we do have is going to be Recon 5 taking on Impulse Goldstein. Recon 5 being one of the favorite teams coming to the championships. They have shown to have a very, very strong chance at taking down Fruition, the season champions from last league. I guess you could say this is kind of its own season 1 of the Championships League. It is a brand new addition to the NightFall esports organization. But right after that, we're going to have Ascentia Gaming taking on Lakeside Gaming, which should be a pretty exciting match within itself. Ascentia, a returning team, and Lakeside, a new team, both showing they have just as much promise of making something of themselves. Maybe not on the level of Fruition or Recon 5. I definitely think those two are on a little bit of a tier of their own right now. But, I mean, as the weeks go on, teams practice, they play against each other more. Maybe they'll find a weak point in both Recon 5 and Fruition.
Yeah, you know, there's a really high chance for these teams to be able to show themselves, especially going up against Recon 5 and Fruition, either if they already have or if they are going to later on in this season. And it's one of those things where to really prove yourself in the Champions League, you definitely have to be able to beat these teams. Recon 5, Fruition, like you said, have really shown themselves as being that really dominant team. And, you know, Fruition, they're doing very well for themselves at this very moment. Recon 5, they've had their ups and downs in some of the games, but have really shown that they are definitely a top tier team in the Champions League. And I'm excited to see more out of these other teams and hopefully be able to kind of put up a fight against those two.
Yeah, we did see yesterday's match, Cetra versus Fruition, and Schism taking on Polar Ace. Schism showing up. The first week they kind of fell flat through their top lane. We both agreed on. I'm sure most other people did too. They had a different top laner this time around, and Dax, and just utterly showing that they are contenders for the championship league. Week 1 was kind of just a rough start for them. They were able to take down Polar Ace in a pretty good fashion. And then we saw yesterday Fruition taking down Cetra, still with no bans. It's just going to get harder and harder from here on out. Now, from what I've been told, I think it's only 2 weeks that they have the lack of bans. So starting next week, they'll have their bans back up. So things are going to get more dicey. But tonight, like I said, we have Recon 5, Impulse Ghosting being the first match coming into this week, or day 2 of week 2. And I'm definitely excited. Tanzo, one of my personal favorite players. I just like how you and Dorjan kind of have a mutual friendship going on. Me and Tanzo kind of have the same thing. I've played with him a few times in other 10-mans, the little pre-made 10-man groups. And I got to say, if I'm captain and Tanzo's playing, he's my first pick. even if my best friend is playing and he's my support, I pick Tanzo because I know Tanzo has what I need.
Yeah, Tanz is one of those players, very consistent, and definitely one of the key reasons why Recon 5 is up here in the top of the Champions League. And taking a look at both sides, Impulse, I believe they lost last week, or did Impulse take the win? I cannot remember on that one. But
they lost.
Impulse.
Yeah, they lost. They got shut out 2-0, sorry.
Okay, no, you're fine. Thank you. Impulse is one of those teams to me that they need to show more. They definitely have the opportunity to be one of the top tier teams and possibly end up in the top 4. But right now, they're not really showing us their full potential, and Impulse needs to raise it up a little bit higher for us. And this is definitely the day to do it, the series to do it. Recon 5 is who they're going to be going up against. And like we've been talking about, Recon 5, top tier team. If you can beat one of those top tier teams and prove yourself here, you can make yourself kind of one of the scary teams to face off against, and also hopefully be able to take home the trophy.
Yeah. And speaking of Recon 5, they got their jungler Moody in this. And from what we saw last week, bringing out the Nidalee, bringing out the Nidalee. It's such a odd champion to see, but such a strong pick for him. I do believe he was playing. No, wait. I casted on Recon 5's very own Twitch. Their Recon 5 Violet was in the playoffs of the Upsurge League, and Moody is on that team as well. And he brought out the Nidalee, and it just yet again just was so strong. And we gotta wonder, is Impulse Ghosting going to take it away from them? Because like we noted last week, it's not necessarily a meta pick, but Moody has such a strong understanding of the champion. He plays it so well, it might as well be meta when it comes to him.
Yeah, for sure. And we had a little bit of a conversation on the podcast last night about Moody, and basically going into more of the fact that how he really doesn't play too much of these meta picks, and he really plays more for that comfort pick, which is definitely like a fine thing to do. But if you think about it, when it comes down to these meta picks, and there's a lot higher chance for Impulse to be able to counter that comfort pick and go with something that's more of a meta champion, and then also be able to put it up against that Nidalee or whatever else he feels comfortable playing in that matchup. So I feel like if Moody wants to kind of bring his game up a little bit more going into the tournament play, he may need to step up into where the meta is. He definitely has shown that he can play meta champs, but I'd be interested in seeing more of it going in further into the play.
Yeah, it's definitely become crucial, because once they figure out how to beat the Nidalee, he's going to have to transition to something not necessarily better, but more in tune with how the game is being played right now. Or maybe the rest of his team needs to, because we saw one of the things that Recon 5 was lacking is they lack true frontline. Tanzo is a carry player, Moody's a carry player, Syndilion's a carry player. And while you could take the Galio mid, still build full damage, full AP, and be somewhat tanky, without a dedicated frontline, a lot of times it becomes very, very hard for you to be able to transition to the later game. But the pro draft is up. I'm going to pull it up in just a second. There it is. And already Recon 5 on the blue side, getting rid of the Rex side. Galio going to be the next to follow, and now we see the Ezreal being taken away. And after that, guess is as good as mine.
Yeah, IG could look to ban out more of the mid laners here and maybe possibly top lane. They're going to ban out the Morgana. Uh, it does look like IG is kind of focusing down the supports. R5 is going to ban out the third support now. And these are all solo laners except for the Rek'Sai. So both teams really focusing down on those solo laners. Thresh did get banned out, but they took the Lucian on the side of R5 because they realized Braum is still up. And the Braum-Lucian combination is really does really well together, and IG is actually going to do the combo of Braum Ashe. That's hard to get away from, and with that being shown right now, I would not be surprised to see if IG decides to put their jungler on the Sejuani, or maybe even R5 tries to take it away from them for the beforehand. Ooh,
yeah, I've seen this already. This was played against me the last night. Actually, I was for those who even care, I actually got put on a team. I joined a team. I'm just a sub, obviously casting wonderful games for you takes priority. But they pulled out they pike Lucian combo, and it was pretty strong. And that's gonna be a scary thing for this Ashe, because Ashe is a very immobile champion, very immobile champion. Now you do have the slow, and now you also have the Braum who can use the Unbreakable to stop some of the damage coming out of Lucian. But even if the Braum gets pulled in, that's a dead support. And as an Ashe, you're not going anywhere near that creep wave.
Yeah, for sure. And with Victor being picked up by IG and Lysandra being picked up by R5, the Victor can be put either top or mid, so I'm interested in what they want to look for on that. Lysandra being picked for their mid laner on the side of R5. Lysandra, as we keep on saying, until she does get a nerf, she's going to be the queen of the mid lane right now. Jarvan now has been banned out by IG. Jarvan's just one of those champs that does really well with a Lysandra, so it's wise by IG to kind of target that, ban it out, and then ban out
there you go.
Tanzo's Riven there.
It was coming. I was surprised, actually. I hadn't seen it yet. No, maybe it would get through, but no Tanzo Riven today. It's odd that we see these players who have these very specific champions that are just not meta, but every team will ban them away. Tanzo Riven, I would, the Zac or Evelyn for Bashan. Like, every person has it. Not every person, but it's nice to see that these teams, they have one or two players who have these just super crucial champions, whether it's meta or not, that they're going to be gone.
Yeah, and with that being said, IG is actually not going to be allowed to have that Sejuani Braum combination. R5 is going to take that away by banning out the Sedge. They do also ban out Jace, something that can do pretty well up in the top lane. IG is going to grab the Skarner for their jungler here. And Skarner has been a pretty good pick for a lot of teams in the past couple of weeks, and also in the professional scene. We've seen Dorjan on the Skarner twice in the first week, and then he hasn't played it again in the second week, but we have seen a lot of it across more teams. Oh, and comfort pick for Moody, maybe.
Oh, yeah, we've seen it coming. There was no doubt in my mind that the Nidalee was coming back out. So what are they going to put top lane is the real question. Lysandra, yeah, can go top, but Tanzo doesn't really play Lysandra. I would see it maybe an Aatrox out of him. That's still up. Maybe the Aurelia if they feel comfortable enough on it.
Yeah, they don't really have a front line here. They could be looking for a Scion, or they could possibly look for something on the lines. Like the Aatrox, it definitely is something that could be their front line carry with extra damage.
Pantheon! Wait a minute, no way. It's Zoe. So the Pantheon's gonna be Zoe. That means Zoe will be in the mid lane, and Tanzo is on the Lysandra.
Alright.
They still don't really have a front line though. That's the problem.
Yeah, and R5 can be more comfortable with picking the Zoe because Morgana was banned out, but it's a little odd to me that they would decide to have the Lysandra go top lane, or excuse me, Lysandra mid with the Pantheon top, and not have maybe more of it. Oh, I keep saying Pantheon. It's Zoe, right?
Yeah,
Lysandra top. Lysandra top with the Zoe mid. It's kind of odd to me that you'd put Tanzo on the Lysandra and then try to have more of a poke carry in the mid lane with the Zoe, especially going up against the Victor. Victor is someone who can do really well going into Zoe in that laning phase, someone who can stay back and kind of protect himself, give himself a shield. And in the top lane, Aurelia into a Lysandra definitely is going in the favor of Aurelia.
Yeah, as long as he has some creeps around him, he'll be able to get in and out. You know that with most champions who go against Lysandra, as soon as they go in, you can just root them up instantly and they can't go anywhere. But Aurelia doesn't really care about that. Aurelia just, it's like, fine, I'll wait a couple seconds and just continue to engage on you anyway. Tanzo will have a little bit of a range advantage, able to throw the shards out there and splinter them through, his own, or enemy creeps into furry trash. But I mean, it's definitely gonna be a bloodbath up there. We'll have to see how that actually goes.
Yeah, and you're just talking about how Furry Trash is going to be on that Aurelia, and honestly, there might be a chance that we might see your nurse on the Aurelia, and they might put Victor top lane against a Lysandra, because Aurelia can do a lot if Sandillion with the Zoe misses that bubble, and having that extra lane pressure with your nurse on the Aurelia could be something that's really big for the side of IG. So there's a chance that they may swap it on us, or maybe, what would be kind of fun. Actually, you know what? Never mind. I'm gonna backtrack on that thought. Gaiken, what are your thoughts on the bot lane, the Lucian Pike versus the Braum and Ashe?
The Braum and Ashe are gonna have such a hard time. Like I said, as long as they're willing to, as long as Scrim isn't really too scared. These guys are obviously higher tier of play level than what you and me probably see. And as long as they are willing just to pull the Braum in and kill them, it should be fine for them. A lot of things you see is these players, they want to focus only on the support, or excuse me, not support, but the carry. They get in this mindset like, I have to get the carry, Well, if you kill the support, the carry is nothing. And again, it's an Ashe. Ashe will not walk up to that wave whatsoever. So it definitely should go in the favor of Recon 5, at least for the very, very early game, if they could get a summoner spell or two or even a kill. But later on, it could look very scary. Ashe is kind of not huge in burst damage, but she has a lot of sustained damage. And with the slow, that does allow the Braum to catch up, get the concussive blow started if he does miss a Winter's Bite. And things could go really bad for the side of Recon 5 if they allow this Ashe to get anywhere.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about the fact that R5 doesn't really have that kind of front line that they really need. They have Tanzo, who is going to be the closest that they can get to a front line, but it's going to be really difficult for him to even build kind of a tanky build. He will get probably the Zonias and maybe a Banshee's Veil, but other than that, you can't really do much with Lysandra being that head front line soaking up damage. And the way R5 is going to have to play this, they're going to have to try to play very aggressive early on in the game, and then hope that they can do something towards the mid game and get a couple of picks, focus on the objective control, and rather try to stray away from these team fights. Because if you look at Impulse's composition right now, they are all in on these team fights.
Yeah, it's gonna be one hell of a bloodbath if Impulse Ghosting can get in there. They don't really have, maybe if your nurse decides to, but he's gonna be running the cleanse instead of the teleport. We'll see though, the loadout's about to end, it does. So he is gonna be running that cleanse instead of the teleport in the mid lane. So we shouldn't expect your nurse to be trying to split push, and that just allows Furry Trash to be able to teleport in and just make the fights happen. And if they are able to fight as 5, I don't know how Recon 5 is really going to fare, especially as the later this game goes. Nidalee's going to fall off a little bit in her burstiness while she's still very strong. You're not going to be able to one-shot an Aurelia or a Skarner or even a Victor later on. Ashe is going to be your only choice, but Ashe shouldn't be anywhere in your sights if Karaoke is, has his placement proper. So I think it's definitely going to come for Recon 5 to get picks. They're going to need to be able to pick people off, and they have a lot of potential.
Yeah, and you talked a little bit about this. One of the problems that you can definitely see for Tanzo going up against Furry Trash is later on in the game, Aurelia is definitely one of those champions that can really sit on the side lane and push it up as hard as she can, while also being able to 1v2 her with somebody. Excuse me, not with, against somebody. And it'd be very difficult for Tanzo to try to hold a wave against this split pushing Aurelia. So then forcing one of R5's players to come with Tanzo, allowing for IG to be able to make a play on an objective, or even somebody else on the side of R5. I think if IG plays this correctly, they can have Aurelia in the side wave and be able to kind of pull one or two of R5's players to that side of the map, causing the map to be more open for them, especially when they want to look for an objective play.
Yeah. But looking at these two team comps right now, who do you think has it? Recon 5 or Impulse Ghosting?
Right now with the team compositions, I definitely see IG as being the team that would take this home, mainly because of the later game factor. Lucian Pike is definitely something that's very strong in the early mid game. Zoe can be very strong in that mid game and a little bit in the late game, but she kind of has to position herself very, very well. Nidalee is definitely one of those early mid game champions, and Lissandra being more of the mid to late game champions. So they kind of have it scattered around, which then could cause them to, or cause a kind of a hurt for them later on. And if IG can hold on through the early game, they have a lot higher chance of being able to take home this first game in that later half of the game.
Yeah, I also will give it to IG based on their comps, but the spectator delay is done. We are going to be getting in the first game of the first series tonight. Recon 5 taking on Impulse Ghosting. Someone show us that Recon 5 are able to be taken down. But here we go. We're getting ready to get into the loading screen. You see it up now. Recon 5 will be on the blue side of the map. Tanzo on that Lissandra in the top lane. Moody back on that Nidalee in the jungle. Sindillion will be on the Zoe in the mid lane. Paradox and Scrim on that Lucian Pike in the bot side of the map. But on the red side, we do have Impulse Ghosting. Furry Trash on that Aurelia in the top lane. Bluxy will be on the Skarner in the jungle. Your Nurse on that Victor in the mid lane. And Karaoke and Harrow on that Ash Braum on the bot side. And I gotta say, if Victor was my nurse, I'd be scared.
Yeah, that would definitely be something scary, and you have to really worry for this early game on the side of IG. Karaoke and Herrick could definitely get taken out very, very quickly. Paradox and Scrim could definitely look something at a level 2, gain a level 2 advantage, and also look for maybe first blood with Moody. As soon as Moody hits that level 3 and then Paradox and Scrim gets themselves to level 2, it is going to be very devastating for that bot lane if they decide that they want to try to push up the lane. And Paradox and Scrim, they can maybe push up the lane themselves, gain the level 2 first, and Karaoke and Herrick will still be level 1, look for the fight and get a first blood.
Yeah, if Paradox and Scrim don't push that level 2 as fast as possible, I'll definitely question what is going on here. I mean, I think I've yelled at my best friend who plays this with me, where we play bot together, and if he's not hitting the creeps to force that level 2, either if we're playing an early game champ or if we're playing against an early game champ like Lucian, he hears the wrath of my voice come through. Hit the damn creeps! Don't let them get level 2 first. And that's exactly what we should see from Paradox and Scrim. They want that level 2 fast.
Yeah, and IG is sitting themselves on the bottom half of the map here. It seems like both teams are going to be able to get a ward down in the river, but they possibly won't be able to for IG on the top side. Victor may try to get it just right for Tanza. Gets almost a little bit of damage, misses right there. But both teams now have vision in the river, giving themselves more of a chance to see where Bluxy or Moody could possibly go for the scuttle.
Yeah, you see both junglers. They're starting that bot side buff. Pretty typical. Nidalee, not a champion who necessarily needs her blue buff right away. Obviously, when she's in her cat form, she doesn't use any mana. Sort of like Elise. Or exactly like Elise, if you will.
Yeah, and by starting the red buff, it definitely allows for Nidalee to be able to make those early game plays with the little bit of extra damage and also the extra healing that Moody will gain from the red buff. It is something that I'm not surprised with him starting, because then with that early game aggression that R5 is looking for, they can actually play around that.
Yeah, here we go. They're going to hit level 2 very soon. Scrim's already walking forward. Same with Paradox. There's that level 2. And they're going to throw the hook. There it is! And the custom blows does happen. We see him stunned up. Karaoke's in a little bit of trouble. The Ignite is down. Can he get away? Flash and heal going to come out. But we do have Bluxy making his way down. Scrim could be in a little bit of trouble. Heroic's getting a little low. Heal's going to be used by Paradox. Flash forward. They're looking for the custom blows on him. He is stunned up. And this might be trouble. Scrim has to get out of there. First blood actually goes to Paradox. He's able to kill Hero first. But he's in a lot of trouble now. Can he get 2? Karaoke. He's going to try to secure this one. Yes! And that's going to be 2 kills going over to the side of Impulse Ghosting, but first blood goes over to Paradox.
Wow, Lucian goes in there. He realizes, you know what? I can't get out of this situation. All I can do is try to get that first blood, picks it up, and now equals out the gold for his team, even though that both of them died in the bot lane.
Yeah, Sindelian in a lot of trouble. It takes a bit of damage after being stunned up. Bluxy actually was put to sleep, so not able to do any more. If he wasn't, that would have been another kill for Impulse.
Yeah, and I got to give it to Paradox there by kind of pulling the trigger, realizing that he wasn't going to make it out alive, and gets that first blood, allowing his team to equal out the gold. Oh, Moody's putting himself in a dangerous position.
Yeah, he has red and blue buff, though, so he might be able to win the skirmish, but your Nurse is making his way up. Smite's come down. He's going to flash over the wall. Bluxy's going after him, though. He actually already used his Q. He doesn't have any more damage. Could be trouble. Tanzo's here. He's going to look for the snare. We see Victor throwing down the field. Not going to be enough. Now he's asleep. Sindelian looking for the kill. He's able to get it.
R5 giving the kill away to Sindelian, getting him ahead even more. That's pretty wise on their part, trying to get Sindelian ahead rather than giving the kill over to Tanzo. And because the fact that now it's on the mid laner can roam around the map and be a little bit more of a presence in this game. So definitely wise on the side of R5, giving that over. You know, it's kind of a little bit of a greed there from Bluxy trying to get over. I don't think he realized that if he E flashes, his E does not go with him afterwards. So his E was a little bit behind after he flashed, and that's not exactly what he was looking for. Puts himself in a dangerous position, and even though he didn't lose any CS there, Moody is definitely putting a lot of pressure on Bluxy here.
Yep, and then we can see another skirmish down there. Scrim, he does pull Harris back, but they're going forward. Unbreakable is put up. They're not going to be able to go forward. And then Karaoke throwing down some damage. But you can see that aggression coming out of Scrim and Paradox right now. They're going to try to fight it every turn. Once Scrim's Ignite is back up, though, I imagine he's going to go as hard as can be.
Yeah, R5 is definitely looking for that early game play. Infernal is going to be the first dragon up, and R5 are definitely excited for that, knowing that with that early game aggression that they will have, it will be more beneficial for them to get these objectives a little bit easier.
Yeah, it does look like Impulse Ghosting are setting up for it. Might be trying to sneak this away. What's happening right now? No, he's just waiting.
Bluxy's standing there. Oh, he might look for something.
We did see
Zoe
the bubble.
does come down.
Yeah, we saw the bubble come over from Sindelian. It looks like Bluxy was waiting, trying to get the speed boost.
Oh.
Pretty trash.
Bluxy's not able to get the ward.
Oh.
Yeah, and Sindelian making the wise play. They kind of realized that the Skarner stayed there a little bit longer than they expected. So he was coming on down to see if he was doing the Infernal Dragon, realized that he wasn't, and then moved himself away. Great shot calling by R5 to be able to move him down like that. And Bluxy there kind of waiting to see if he could make a play down in the bot side, and then realizing that there's a ward in the brush that is going to spot him out if he tries. He doesn't get it because he used his...
Oh, wait, Moody's in the bot side. Scrim actually pulls back Hero, sees a little bit of trouble. Just like I said, the Ignite is up, and he's going to go down. Now looking for Karaoke. Moody might be in a little bit of trouble. He is ignited, but no more damage is going to follow. And Scrim actually didn't even use the Ignite. Didn't need to.
Wow. A lot of damage coming out from R5. Oh, Spear lands.
Yeah, Bluxy might be in a little bit of trouble. He's trying to wait around. Sindelian's going to come over with... He throws a bubble from what I can tell, but it doesn't look like they're going to catch anyone out. Here we go, Fairy Trash on the top side, trying to get aggressive. And it looks like Tanzo's actually winning these trades.
Yeah, you know, it does seem like it is going pretty well up there for Tanzo. He's kind of just holding the Aurelia hostage, not allowing her to be able to roam around the map. Zoe's got ulted on by the Victor.
Bluxy's going in. He has the Predator up. He doesn't have Impale, though, so not going to be able to do much.
Skarner now just using that to get on the top side of the map, maybe steal up. Yeah, he's going to counter jungle a little bit from Moody, from what Moody has been doing to him. It is 42 CS for Moody, and Bluxy only has 28 CS, so Skarner definitely needs some of it to get back. Level 6 for Moody and only level 4 for Bluxy. That's a big difference right now in this early game.
Yeah, that's really, really hurtful in Bluxy's eyes, knowing that he's that far down. It definitely can't look good. But I mean, if you think about it, though, the level 6 for Moody is not quite as impactful as a level 6 for Bluxy. The Impale and the Skarner will can make and break a fight for either team. Moody just gets a little stronger.
Ash Arrow in the mid lane hits onto Zoe, but Victor doesn't have any mana to follow up there. Karaoke trying to see if he can do a little something for your nurse, but your nurse couldn't follow up. Yeah, and you know, Moody is trying to make it to where Bluxy can't hit 6 for a couple more minutes. Very wise on his part, just because of how strong his ultimate is. Pike.
He's going to pull him back. He actually dashes back. Does get the stun off. Bluxy's on his way mid, though. Going to stop any further engage there.
Yeah, and with this early game aggression, R5 is just pulling Bluxy away from his jungle more and more, even after Moody was able to steal some of it. And now Tanzo is just trying to steal away Bluxy's CS and not allowing him to get to this level 6, pushing it further and further back. This is really wise on the side of R5. Oh, really?
Going in. He doesn't get the root down, but your nurse had a little bit of trouble. He's ignited up. Sendillion gonna flash forward, but the shield does come out. Is it enough to keep him alive? Nurse is gonna flash, and he's gonna go down though. Sendillion able to get the solo kill.
Wow, your nurse there almost got the kill onto Sendillion, but Sendillion is able to pick it up, and he's already in a 10 CS lead in the mid lane, and Victor now is gonna hurt. He's gonna be in a lot of pain now from that gold loss.
Oh yeah, and you know, I thought he didn't think he was gonna flash forward like that. I guess he thought he had enough damage, and didn't respect the amount of damage that Zoe does right there. So I figured your nurse would have just accepted the fact he stayed alive. He did force out Sendillion's flash, and he could have kept his own, but got a little too greedy. But Bluxy, he's in the bot side. Is level 6. They could be looking for something. We see him backing now. They're trying to push forward. I think Paradox and Scrim know what's going to happen. He did stop his back.
Yeah, and you know, R5, they realize Moody's in the top side of the map and has not spotted Skarner in a while, so there is a very high chance that he is putting himself down there in the bot side, and Scrim and Paradox playing a little bit of safer here, as that possibility is still at hand, with the Infernal Dragon being up as well, and R5 being pushed up here, not going to hurt them too much. Wow, Bluxy is going to go all the way up.
Yeah, he's in the bush. He's waiting. He has the Predator available at the moment. His flash is up. Impale, there it is! He's gonna flash Impale! He has Paradox. They're looking to get him down and ignite, and he is gonna fall instantly, and the kill will go over to Karaoke. And that's what they were looking for.
Yeah, Impulse really needed that kill to kind of get themselves started here, and Impulse is doing pretty well to keep themselves in this game, even though that R5 has it early. Nidalee did a lot of damage there onto the Skarner, but it does seem with Lucian down, they can probably get some vision control around this dragon here. They cannot go for it after Moody did get a huge chunk off of Bluxy's health.
Yeah, Scram, he's still going forward. Moody is here. He's going to force the flash at Harrow. He does not able to land a stun. We're going to see him throw the Unbreakable. And Moody's still going in. Glacier is going to come out, knock Moody up. Karaoke has to be very careful. Winter's Bite going to slow him down a little bit. And that's going to be Dragon for Recon 5 so far.
Yeah, and Tanzo made his way down.
Oh, Scrim! He's looking for it! He doesn't get it! The death from below is not enough. He flashed for it, too. Oh, man. But that did force the heal out of Karaoke. Now it looks like Tanzo is going to go over there. He is level 8, and the bullet backs go off just in time. Oh, man.
Yeah, and now I'm Free Trash is making his way down to the bot lane here, and I'm not sure exactly what they wanted to do. It's a little late for Aurelia to make her way down here. She actually could pick up a kill onto Pike.
Yep, the Vanguard's edge. He's looking for it. He's going to jump for it, and he's going to get the stun off, and that's going to be one down. Now Paradox is the only one left. I don't know if he can fight this. The Ignite is on Free Trash to Calling. It will be enough, though. Paradox has it. Oh, my God. Mid lane, your nurse just gets taken down from half health by Sendillion. The sleeps are too strong, but now Harrow's going to go forward. He did use the stand behind me. The Unbreakable's up. The Winter's Bite does land. He's going to look for the custom blows. Paradox does flash. There's the arrow coming out. That's going to be 1, 2, 3. You're going down. Paradox will fall.
This is really good for Impulse's bot lane here, and now three kills are over to Sindelian, which is pretty big for R5. Both sides trying to use their advantages that they have and gain a lead in this early game. And I got to give it to Impulse here. They're doing pretty well holding off R5 on this early part of the game, especially with how these team comps are based.
Oh yes, it's definitely going very well. I mean, Karaoke's 3-0-1 right now. Not something I'm assuming you didn't expect either. Has not died yet into a Pike Lucian. That's pretty impressive. But here we go.
Yeah,
Bluxy's in the mid lane. He does have the impale, but he's put to sleep. Good job by Sindelian. Able to keep him at bay. Gotta be careful though. He doesn't have flash, so he's not gonna be able to jump onto him unexpectedly.
Yeah, I know. I didn't expect for the Aurelia to walk all the way down there. She does pick up a kill onto Scrim. But you saw Paradox. He landed all of his ultimate shots there onto Aurelia, just taking her down. Really well played by Paradox. Bubble does land. Skarner's trying to look for more.
Yeah, but Moody's here. Oh, my Lord. He's going to be taken down. Did not know he was in that bush. No words are there. And it looked like Furry Trash was trying to pincer him in. But beautifully done by Recon 5.
Yeah, and Hook lands onto the Ash, a little bit damage back and forth. Yeah. They're going for it.
Yeah, the fight's going to come in. Karaoke in a little bit of trouble. Glitchfish comes out, though. He's going to use the Desert Blow onto nothing. I guess he was just praying for something there.
Scrim was probably a little bit worried, or he had a little bit of a lag spike in that fight, trying to see if he could get something there. Nothing is going to come out from that fight. But
top lane, though, Tonzo in a little bit of trouble. Moody is here. He's going to use the Frozen Tomb on himself. You see the redemption from out of nowhere. No one has that item. What are you doing here? But Furry Trash trying to get out alive. Tonzo going to have the Vanguard Edge thrown at him, but he roots him down into Furry Trash. He's not able to get the kill, but Tonzo did flash. He was scared.
Wow, I'm Furry Trash. He did use that Q, and I don't think the damage went out onto Tonzo because he died right beforehand. There's a possibility that Tonzo could have been taken down there, but Sindeli and Moody making their way up, saving their top laner from any kind of danger, and now... Oh, what is this? Skarner and Braum are behind them?
Uh-oh, they might be in a little bit of trouble. They're just going to move their way up. They're going to run over 2 pink wards. But it definitely was Sindelian on that Zoe with the cheating redemption, I'll call it, because no one has that item yet. That ability needs to be changed to only stuff that people have used. Oh, wait a minute. You see Bluxy behind them. He could come in. He does have flash up in a little bit. The Predator is ready to go. And the Impale on the side.
Winner's Bite doesn't
miss. And he's going in. Scrim almost in a little bit of trouble. TP's going to come in from Tonzo, though. They can't stop it. Hero might be in some trouble. He's going to try to go forward. He doesn't have his flash. Nice Ash arrow to come out and stop Tonzo distracts. Scrim trying to make it up there. Death from below is not there.
Yeah, R5 wants to look for this bot lane turret, so they have Tonzo teleporting in. Ash Ultimate did save them for a little bit longer. Herald is going to be popped in the bot lane. There's 4 people down for R5. They're looking for this turret. Back and forth. Ooh, a little bit of damage onto the Braum. Can they do anything here?
It was a good Unbreakable, stopping Moody's spear coming through. Turret is taken. Scrim's going to go forward. He's looking for the pull. He's going to land it. Now Bluxy's in a lot of trouble. Moody's getting another kill. Meanwhile, in the jungle, it looks like your nurse is going to be taken down by Sindelian.
Wow, Sindelian's on fire right now. R5 is looking great. They're using that early game pressure from their composition here, and it just seems that R5 is unstoppable right now in the mid lane. And the jungle. Moody and Sindelian both 4-0 and, well, 1-2.
Yeah, they're just dominating this game right now. Sindelian, he's been able to kill your nurse several times by himself. 0-3-0 to the 4-0-2. It's looking rough. I mean, like we said, the early game is in favor of Recon 5. The mid game is going to be in favor of Recon 5. But the real question is going to be, can Impulse Ghosting hold off, and will Recon 5 be able to end it properly?
Yeah, R5 really needs to make sure that they get this early game aggression and success that they've already had to their advantage and kind of push on forward through these objectives before the Victor and the Ash start being able to kind of get back into this game. And, well, honestly, your nurse is the one who needs to get back in this game. Karaoke is actually doing very well for himself. Karaoke and Herrick's there in the bot lane are able to do a lot of damage for Impulse, and I think Impulse's last chance here to hold on is to have that Ashe and Braum kind of be your carry, with the Braum being the headline of protection for Karaoke against Sandillion and Moody's damage.
Luxy waiting on the side here. He's going to use a sweeper. He's going to look for the impale. Maybe. He might not even need it. He will finally pull him back, but it's already going to be stopped. Sandillion getting out there. Barely. He's super low. Flash forward from your nurse. This might have been really bad. Ash arrow goes wide. It's not going to land anyone. The fight's breaking out. Furry Trash is coming in. Heroic's on the backside. They're trying to get your nurse. He goes forward, but Moody is able to pick it up from the depth below. Glitchfish is going to come out from Heroes, and Sandillion is still alive. Furry Trash trying to go forward. He's still not able to get him. Hero has to use the stopwatch, and the Frozen Tomb used on Furry Trash, and he's going to be taken down in a second. Yes, that's a double kill coming from Moody. That's going to be shut down, though, for Karaoke. He does take Moody down. Then we're going to see Grim get another. Paradox going to get one. And Karaoke's the only one alive right now. Is still the only one going to stay alive. And that's going to be a 4-for-1.
Oh. Wow, Karaoke there dodging left and right, getting away from that pike there. Scrim very close on that hook. But both of them use of their flash. This definitely is in the favor of R5 being able to pick up 4 kills there. And now the mid lane turret. This is huge for R5. They're definitely trying to use what they have to their advantage. And, you know, at the start of that fight, it looked a little bit dangerous for R5 with that Aurelia starting to go in on their back line. And then the Karaoke from the back being able to deal so much damage, as she is really the only thing left that Impulse has for any source of damage. Biloxi now going on to Latanzo.
Yeah, he's looking for it. Does get the stun off, but Tonzo's able to follow the claw out. Furry Trash was nearby.
Biloxi tried a little bit on the onto Tonzo, but Tonzo was able to make it out safely. Maybe, you know, if you stun him a little bit later on, there's a possibility he could have stopped it right there. But looking at that last fight there was a lot of... You saw the Ashe ultimate didn't hit there. Scrim's first ultimate did hit, and then the second one was stopped by Herrick's stopwatch. And, you know, even with that stopwatch, it didn't really matter for Herrick's to be able to last a little bit longer. It did cancel out the reset for Pike's ultimate, so it was a little bit more difficult for Pike to try to get onto Karaoke and finish him off. But at the same time, with the amount of advantage that they have, I was surprised for how long Impulse was able to hold on in that fight.
Yeah, they definitely looked like it could have went either way, but once the Ashe arrow missed and we saw that Furry Trash, oh my lord, Herrick's in a lot of trouble now. The Unbreakable's there. Moody could be in trouble himself. We do see the sleepiness is going to go to Karaoke. Will he finally fall? Oh my lord, he will. And now here comes Scrim with the death from below. And that's going to be 2 quick kills going over to the Recon 5.
Pike getting over that wall, using the ultimate. And wow, that was a lot of damage from Moody and Sandillion there.
Yeah, oh man. Karaoke finally gets taken down, 4-1-1. Still very impressive. He hasn't died up until this point.
Yeah, and after Herrick's wasn't able to protect his AD carry anymore, got very low, there was no chance for Karaoke to last any longer. And R5 is actually going to use the damage that they have and the aggression from the early game and go for this Baron at 20 minutes.
Yeah, Biloxi has no flash. He can't get over the wall. He's just waiting. I don't think they have any idea. Well, they know now.
I think Paradox actually wanted to look for a little bit of something there, but did miss the dash over the wall and decided just to back off, reset, and have their team use this Baron to the best possible way they can. Now, with the side of R5, they have the Infernal and they have the Mountain Dragon. This is going to be another Mountain Dragon for them, and so if R5 can pick up this Dragon and then push out the waves, this will be huge for them when they go onto these enemy turrets, because they will be able to take it so fast with Moody, Sandillion, and Paradox.
Yeah. Definitely a good thing. Baron, double mountains. Ugh, that's going to be disgusting. They have a lot of poke. I mean, Moody is chunking people for so much, like half health at this point with the spears, and obviously Sandillion, when he gets the sleepy bubble, they're able to finish anyone off. But here we go. Even on the tank. And here comes the sleepy bubble. Sandillion's going to try to get in there. This might be really bad for him. He's going to flash away. He knew that was a mistake, but they're still going forward. Scrim's trying to get in there. He's going to look for the bone spear. He's going to make it land, but here we can see Glitchfish come out. And he's going to be able to get a death from blows on one. We see the Vanguard coming out, but Tonzo's going to fall the claw. And Astro does land, but Biloxi goes down. Frozen Tomb going to be used on Furry Trash, and he's going to fall next. Now we're going to see Karaoke be pulled back in, and that's another kill. Go over to Recon 5. That is going to be 4 for none. And they might be looking for more. I think they're going to try to follow your nurse all the way up.
Yeah, and now they were able to pick up these kills. They still have the Baron. And now
Oh,
they can
Tonzo. Flash forward. He's going to get the root off, but now your nurse is going to fall. Sindelian able to take that, and that's going to be a clean ace.
Wow, and in that fight, you realize that from this fight and the past fight with Scrim being on that pike, giving away gold to himself and to his ally who was able to pick up the kill, that is huge for them, being able to keep up this gold lead. And it... What is it at now? What's the gold lead? 12,000?
Almost 13,000.
Almost 13,000 gold lead now. This is insane. R5 is definitely being able to coordinate this team comp and is way different than I expected on how this was gonna go out.
Oh yeah, I mean we're still not into that late game yet, but they pressured so hard in the early game. They were able to get so many kills and so much gold on their side that the late game for Impulse Ghosting is going to be at the 60-minute mark the way this is going.
Yeah, and Impulse, they've got to try something here very, very soon. The Baron, I believe, is going out for... I believe it's going out in about 30 seconds
Oh, wait a minute. They're looking for Paradox. He is able to see the Ash Arrow, but Bluxy's still on his way. Sindelian making his way up. He's going to try to get out of there in time. He has the Baron buff back. Isn't enough flash forward from Bluxy? Not quick enough, though. He even used the Righteous Glory and Predator to try to get there in time.
Wow. Bluxy using the flash trying to get in there. I can't believe... I honestly, I can't believe that he flashed there. I don't think he realized how fast the Baron buff actually gives you... Oh.
Oh, man. They almost found themselves.
That was a close one there. And, you know... With the fact that they picked up Pike here for R5, I think it's a huge benefit for them with that ultimate giving double gold and just giving them even more of a lead in this early game. Pike lands a spear under Bluxy. Bluxy uses the plant to get away. Moody's trying to get a little bit more damage onto the Braum, or honestly anyone he can right now. Oh, Pike's going in.
On the backside, he's looking for the hook. He's going to miss. The Predator is out by Bluxy. Furry trash on the backside on Moody. I don't know if Moody can survive this one. Bluxy's here. They're going to use the Impale, but he already gets away with the QSS. And he's still going for it, and Furry trash is able to get one. But now he's pulled back in. He's going to flash out. Gets a nice stun on the Paradox, but it's not going to be enough. Death from below. 4-man Glacier Fisher Herald trying to get out there. He's going to flash to the Unbreakable. 2 men, 3 men are dead already. And that's 2 left for the side of Impulse Ghosting. Looked like a weird flash coming out. Sindelian's going to flash forward, though. With a stolen flash, I should say. He's going to throw the bubble out. Not going to land. And Recon 5 get a 3 for 1.
R5 looking so good right now, trying to finish out this game with the amount of...
Oh, there they go! They're still looking for it. Paradox is in there. Your nurse is a little bit trouble, but now Karaoke is going to be pulled back in, and Sindelian's able to pick that one up. Flash forward from Scrim, looking for the death from below, and they're still after your nurse. He's going to try pulling back. He's going to miss. The Ignite goes down. There's the heal out. He's knocked. Oh, he does land a stun, actually. Barely nicked him. And Recon 5 able to take game 1 in what looked to be a very easy fashion.
Yeah, I did not expect R5 to be able to take home that game that quickly and that well, to be honest. You know, with the way the pick band looked for Impulse, it looked really good for them. But Impulse was not able to really show that team comp that they have and kind of pull it together. And then also I got to give it to R5 Moody there. He made Bluxy get behind so far that it took about 10 minutes for Bluxy to be able to get his ultimate, and that is definitely something that is key here for Impulse or anyone who decides to grab the Skarner in the jungle. And so Moody on his comfortable pick with that Nidalee, and then you have the rest of the team on all of these champions that are so aggressive early on and do very well in the mid game, which that is basically what we just saw right there, that mid game damage from all of them. And then Tonzo kind of just being that top laner who was able to hold down I'm Furry Trash and not let him be able to do much. And in the end, R5 take home the game 1.
Yeah, definitely played the way they were supposed to. They put their team strengths to use going early into the mid game. But that is it for game 1, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go to a quick intermission, and we'll be back with game 2, Recon 5 versus Impulse Ghosting. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready to get into Game 2. Recon 5 versus Impulse Ghosting. Game 1, though. What an exciting one. Moody back on the Nidalee yet again. Still not being banned away from him. Maybe teams are going to learn from here on out that you can't leave that champion up. Sedillion on the Zoe, one of his patented champions as well. Can't leave the champion up. I mean, what does Impulse Ghosting have to do in the second game in order to come back?
You know, Impulse Ghosting here really needs to, with these team comps that they are drafting, they look very good on paper. But then when they get into the game, that's where Impulse is having a problem. Impulse really needs to kind of pull it together so that they can have it to where in the game, with these team comps that they are putting together, they're able to make it to where they can at least hold on through that early game. And, you know, that kind of comes down to the coordination, a little bit of the micro play for these players in that early part of the game. And it can be difficult, but at the same time, in this kind of league, they need to really show us, especially against R5, that they know how to coordinate together and they know what they're doing.
Yeah, like you said, on paper, their picks and bans, it looks solid. It looks like they have a great team comp set up, and they're good for victory. But when they get in the game, it kind of seems to fall apart for them. And that could be because it could either be it could be a couple things. Maybe they're not on the same key as one another. Maybe there's a couple of communication errors, or they're just getting outplayed and they're having a hard time recovering. A lot of teams, and no matter what elo you're at, whether you're an all bronze team or an all challenger team, sometimes it gets hard for teams to know how to play from behind. If they play from ahead, they're always good to go. But when they get behind, it's really hard for them to adjust and make the changes they need in the game to be able to turn around and bring the win.
Yeah, for sure. And kind of with that being said, Impulse and Recon 5 have kind of had a little bit of a battle back and forth. But it really does show in this game how strong R5 is, especially even with the kind of composition they went last game. It is definitely a composition that you wouldn't usually try to go and look for in these tournament games. But because R5 was able to prove to people that however the team comp they choose, they're able to pull off the victory and do it with a very good fashion. Because let's be honest here, in that last game, I believe it was 26 kills to 7. That's a pretty big deal. And the amount of turrets versus, I believe it was like 10 turrets versus like 3. And it was just a massive gold lead that R5 was able to pull off. And so that is definitely something that any team who has to face R5 in the upcoming tournament needs to be aware about and a little scared for.
Recon 5 showing they play better with the early game. Obviously, the Nidalee pickup, the Zoe pickup, and you saw the bot lane. And they don't always play that, but the Nidalee is definitely something that we should see more of from Moody if it's left untouched. And that just shows that Recon 5 are going for that early to mid, really aggressive game. Try to get a 4,000 or 5,000 gold lead up by 15 minutes and run over anyone they come in contact with.
Yeah, and with how Nidalee or how Sedillion and Moody played on that Nidalee and then the Zoe, it's something that Impulse might want to take a look into banning or possibly R5 Scrim, because I got to give it to him. He did very, very well on that pike down in the bot lane. And even though there was a couple misplays there when Skarner was able to kind of come down and help with the 3v2 situation that Impulse was having, with that, Scrim played it pretty well, and then throughout the rest of the game was able to give his team the gold advantage because of Pyke's ultimate. And I think that is something that Impulse will have to take a look at.
Yeah, we are going to see a sub, actually. It looks like Unfurry Trash is going to be replaced by Rexilus. That what Impulse Ghosting need to make something happen. We saw it work out for Schism, right? They brought in Dax into the top lane, and they were able to win. But it looks like we are going to be getting into the draft right this second. As you see on your screen right now is the picks and bans from the last game. Note the Pantheon is Zoe. See if they have any more hiccups as that any more hiccups this time around. But here we go into the second draft. We see the Zoe is gone. Lissandra's going to be taken away by Impulse Ghosting. Rek'Sai is going to be the first one from Recon 5. We'll see what they follow up with. Going to be that Thresh yet again. Nidalee is going to be gone, taken away from Moody. It's looking like they don't want any threats they had last game. But now, what is Moody going to play? Because we saw the Graves last time for Moody, and it did not work out too well.
Yeah, they definitely could possibly look for maybe the Sejuani, maybe something more of a tank on Moody, but at the same time, we've seen him do really well on these aggressive junglers. I would not be surprised to see Moody grab the Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix is something that was shown by Dorjan that does really well. And so if Moody can pull off these aggressive early game junglers, I think Kha'Zix might be his best bet.
Yeah, Kha'Zix would be a pretty good pickup for him. Kind of the same, I would say somewhat the similar playstyles in Italy. You just go in, get all your damage off, and get the hell out. But we're going to see the Braum picked up for Impulse Ghosting again. I think the Braum did very well last game. Lucian obviously picked up by Recon 5, either denying the Braum Lucian combo, or they just want Paradox on it yet again.
Yeah, and I think this is in this game series, this is the second time that Recon 5 has banned out the Thresh and then grabbed Lucian for themselves. Excuse me, no, it was they grabbed the Lucian in the first game and banned out the Thresh. Some kind of combination that usually does very well together. And now Recon 5 is going to pick up the Galio. Silas is going to be hovered right now. Braum and Silas. I haven't seen that kind of team comp in a while, but Braum and Silas has been picked up by Impulse.
Yeah, Silas, again, we've seen Silas plenty of times in the Championship League, and he hasn't really... He's like and I've noted this. He's strong in his own manner, but he doesn't seem to be super impactful for either team who plays him. It seems like he does okay, but he hasn't been something to really win a team a game, nor has he been something that loses a team a game.
Yeah, for sure. And with the amount of times that we've seen Silas, like you said, it just doesn't seem like it goes very well for them. And, Impulse Ghosting decided to pick up the Ezreal as their AD carry spot. Ezreal is one of those champs that does do well against Lucian. He did get a little bit of a nerf to him, which makes him brought down a little bit more. I'm surprised that they decided to go with the Ezreal instead of something like a Kalista. Kalista does really well against the Lucian and can keep up with him, his kiting. So I would possibly want to see that instead of the Ezreal for Impulse. But if Karaoke is more comfortable on that Ezreal pick, then for sure definitely something. Riven is going to be banned out. Kindred is something that has been spotted more in the professional play and this tournament play. Very good in the jungle, especially going up against these melee champions. Silas and Braum picked up by Impulse, Galio and Jarvan picked up on the side of Recon 5, so they want to make sure that they don't have to go against that Kindred if Jarvan is going to be their jungler this game. Last two bans for either side. Skarner is going to be the first one out, and we'll see what Impulse is looking for.
Yeah. Excuse me, yeah. So, yeah, the Kindred definitely would be really strong against the Jarvan Galio combo. Obviously, with the Cataclysm Heroic's entrance, you just throw down the Lambs or Spite, and it pretty much negates anything not anything, but it negates a lot of the effect of that super strong combo. And as you said, it's been seen a lot in the pro scene. It does very, very well against these melee champions, Galio and Jarvan, and somewhat Jace being kind of the same thing. I don't know if I like this Jace pick coming out of Recon 5, but it is there. But as you did note, the Ezreal does play fairly well into Lucian. I think a Draven would have been pretty well into this Lucian as well. He's very strong at being able to trade, especially when Lucian wants to get a...
Yeah, for sure. And Xin Zhao would be something good here for Impulse. They could lock it in.
They do. They got kind of a theme going on here. They got like this white bluish looking champions on their side, and Ari just hop it off. There we go.
Wow, Ari's going to be that final pick for them. It does look like it's going to be a Silas top lane, and Silas is actually going to possibly go up against the Jace, or they may look to choose something else for Recon 5. But Xin Zhao definitely a really good pick for Impulse going up against the Jace and the Lucian Galio and Jace. Something that can be able to take up a lot of damage and without even taking any damage from the Lucian and Jace.
Yeah, the Xin Zhao we saw quite prominent in the last season, Season 8 of League of Legends, more or less. He was very strong. He was very good skirmisher, very strong at counter ganking, not necessarily someone who's very good at just initiating a gank, but very good at picking up what is left over. But it's surprised to see him brought back now. I'm actually pretty excited about this. But Kassadin's going to be locked in for Recon 5.
Yeah, and the only time we've seen Kassadin picked up in the Champions League, I forget who exactly played him. It did not go very well for him when he was going up against, I believe it was a Zoe. Not the greatest Kassadin we've seen in a while, but I'm hoping Syndillion, and we all know Syndillion is very good at his mechanics, and Kassadin is one of those champs that I think Syndillion can thrive on in this game. And looking at the compositions between Impulse and Recon 5, you definitely can see that Recon 5 is kind of looking for the team fight plus split push pressure, and the Impulse is kind of looking for that team fight oriented, or even kind of look for the pick composition with the Sylas, the Xin Zhao, Ahri, and Ezreal, and then the Braum to kind of be that frontline tank who can also start a fight for his team.
Oh yeah. Looking at this, I think the Braum and the Xin Zhao are going to be extremely crucial for Impulse Ghosting winning this. They're definitely going to need some really good Glacial Fissures, and if they get a good Winner's Bite, they have a lot of CC on their side. They have the Charm, they have the Concussive Blows, the Glacial Fissure, the Winner's Bite will slow. You know, the Ezreal is going to be building Frozen Gauntlet, Frozen Gauntlet. I don't know why that just sounded weird to me, but Frozen Gauntlet, you know, he's gonna be building that's gonna slow. Sylas has his stun, so they got a lot of CC on their side and a lot of very good pick potential, catch potential. But running into Recon 5 like that can be really hard. You have the taunt, the Flag and Drag knockup, you have the Cataclysm. You know, it's gonna be a very scary thing. I think Impulse Ghosting is going to try to have to win this early, because if they allow that Kassadin to hit level 16 when he has his big power spike due to his level 3 Rift Walk, I think it's going to be over for Impulse.
Yeah, and Impulse definitely has the team comp that does a lot of poke damage, and it's something that we can see. There's a lot of dashes and a lot of getaways for Impulse, so there's a chance that Recon 5 with this hard engage from the Jarvan and the Jarvan, Galio, Kassadin, all of those champs who can really start and fight and engage for them. Impulse has a good disengage. They can kite away and use the Ezreal slow, which I believe he's going to go for with the Iceborne Gauntlet. Ahri can charm away. Ahri, because of the amount of damage that Impulse has, she could look for the possibility of a more support build in going for the... I always forget this rune. It's the rune that gives an extra slow based on your items.
Glacial Augment?
Glacial Augment, yes. I believe there's a high chance that Ahri's going to go Glacial Augment here, especially up against a Kassadin, rather focusing on that than something like a burst kind of style of a champion, giving their team a little bit of extra ability to kite around and play around these picks early on in the game. And you know, with the way Recon 5's team comp looks, it is looking real good for Sylas up in the top lane. Because I gotta tell you right now, a Jarvan ult, a Galio ult, and I'd say a Lucian ult are really good for him. And Sylas being able to steal that Galio ult means that Sylas, for about 45 seconds to a minute, can split push on the side lanes, clear up the wave, move to his team, and then they can look for an engage with Xin Zhao, following up with Sylas with that heroic entrance that he stole from Galio.
Yeah, you know what? Speaking of that, what if he takes the level 3 Rift Walk? I think that could be really dangerous as well for the side of Recon 5. Because then he could really be in your face and get a lot of his damage down super fast, and then get right back out as well. So, I mean, Recon 5 had to be careful, but again, as we've seen before, The last time we saw Silas, we're like, hey, he has a bunch of great ults to steal from the enemy team, and didn't really work out.
Yeah, and I do believe that Silas can only use Kassadin's Rift Walk once after he steals it. So if he goes in with the Rift Walk, there's no getting out for him unless he uses his E. Something else that I do want to note is that Impulse's top laner, Rexalis? How do you say that guy? Come on. Help me out. Rexalis? All right. Rexalis is, I believe, the main top laner for Impulse. He just has not been able to play up until this point. So there is a possibility that with this new player coming up into the top lane for Impulse, that they can bring home the second game and try to make this go on to a game 3. But at the same time, with the way R5 has been playing and now with their team composition that they have, R5 is looking very strong either way.
Yeah, and I mean, like we said, with Schism, once they brought in Dax, it was like a whole new team. So now that Impulse Ghosting has their main top laner in Rexalis back in the game, maybe this could be the lineup they're looking for. They could bring down Recon 5. Their team comp, surely, both teams have a severely different comp. So we should expect a severely different game. That doesn't always happen.
Yeah, and with that Silas in the top lane rather than the mid lane, it is definitely going to be something that you kind of want to watch up there versus Tanzo versus Rexalis, because two early game to mid game champions like that going at each other in the top lane, just one-on-one, is something that is very entertaining. And we already know that Tanzo himself is really good at these early game aggressive champions and honestly just does well overall in the game as that top laner that R5 needs. So I'm excited for that matchup between those two. And then also in the bot lane, something else that I notice is like Lucian does have a little bit of trouble going up against Ezreal as soon as Ezreal gets the Iceborne Gauntlet. But because of Braum being that extra protection for the Ezreal, it'll be a little bit more difficult. But it's kind of like, it kind of bounces back and forth. You have the Ezreal who can do very well against this Lucian, but then the Galio who does well against the Braum, kind of containing the CC or the engage onto this Lucian. And something I'm excited to see overall. Something else that I do notice is that Braum and Ezreal are probably going to look for the unsealed spellbook and have Ezreal take teleport. I'm surprised that Braum took Ignite. I would think that they want to have Braum take heal and then change to Ignite later on, or if then in the middle of the laning phase they decide that they want to change it up a little bit. But still, Karaoke Herrick's deciding that they want to have teleport on the Ezreal to make sure that he can get his Tear of the Goddess as fast as possible, and they are definitely looking for that early game pressure from Impulse.
Yeah. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The countdown is done. We are going to be getting into the loading screen in a moment. The second game of the first series tonight, Recon 5 and Impulse Ghosting. Impulse Ghosting will be on the blue side this time. Rexalis on that Silas on the top side. Bluxy will be on the Xin Zhao in the jungle. We're going to have your Nurse on that Ari in the mid lane. Karaoke and Harrow on the Ezreal Braum in the bot side. But on the right side of the map is going to be Recon 5 with Tanzo on that Jason the top side. Moody on that Jarvan in the jungle. Sindillion on that Kassadin in the mid lane. And Paradox and Scrim, Lucian Galio in the bot side. And I will say that if Ari was my Nurse, I wouldn't be too upset this time around.
Oh, man.
Hey, I mean, I've been to doctors plenty of times. So I've had some interesting nurses and doctors and all kinds of stuff.
It definitely would not be bad, but it'd be something interesting if she walked in the room and she's your nurse.
I mean,
it's not like last game. We do not definitely want the Victor as our nurse. That was a little bit awkward that last game, but Zoe took care of it for us, and now both sides are going to set up in a 5-point positioning right here, and it's just going to kind of be wait. We're going to kind of just wait and see what they want to do. They definitely, both sides want to get that vision control in the in the river to make sure that their junglers can look at the scuttle crab that they want to go for and then make their decision.
What do we expect to see? Do we expect to see some early game? I mean, I expect to see a lot of early game out of Moody being on this J4. Luxy again, not much of a initiating of a ganker and the Xin Zhao, more of that counter gank type specialized character. But
Yeah.
pretty fun.
Ooh, that was close.
Oh, they almost were able to get it.
Yeah, and to answer your question, I think it's definitely going to be more of the early game oriented play here in this match. And something else that you kind of were touching on was that Bluxy will have more of an advantage when he counter ganks. And I agree to that as well. And I will also add on that Bluxy, because he took Hail of Blades, it does allow for bot lane doing a little bit of a skirmish, doing some damage back and forth, not too much, it's level 1. But Bluxy, with that Hail of Blades, is able to set up ganks for his team pretty well, just because he's able to get to that knockup a lot faster than he would if he took any other kind of rune there.
Yeah, I mean, what's the difference between Hail of Blades and Lethal Tempo?
Well, with Lethal Tempo, you have to wait a little bit longer before you get that auto attack speed. Hail of Blades, it automatically goes right away. And Xin Zhao doesn't really need that attack speed the entire time. He just needs the 3 autos, and Hail of Blades gives that to him, which he might actually show off right here on Tanzo.
That Tanzo in a little bit of trouble. Bluxy up here. He does dodge one stun, going to flash away instantly. He jumps back in. Oh, Tanzo, he's not letting Bluxy get out with a full health bar.
Yeah, now Tanzo getting a little bit of damage on Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao's going to try to maybe gank again or just steal some CS from the Jarvan. Jarvan's doing the exact same thing. He is spotted on the bot side, so Bluxy doesn't have to worry about Moody Moody in the jungle there. And, Moody could have actually made his way towards the red buff and try to steal it for himself, but he's going to take the safer route, go back to his blue buff, kind of reset and see what he's going to decide on next. Vision control is in favor. Galio's going to look for something onto the Braum. Braum going to be able to block most of the damage here.
That's a little unexpected. I didn't really think too much was going to happen. Paradox did follow up with a dash, but Harrow's throwing that Unbreakable up right away. As soon as the Justice Punch wound up, he threw the Unbreakable. Very smart play.
Now a little bit of fight. Wow.
Yeah, Rexless and Tanzo going at each other. Tanzo smacks him away, but Rexless going back in. He's still looking for more damage. He might be in a little bit of trouble. He could be going after him. Doesn't have his flash, though. Tanzo is not going to be able to chase him down anymore. He is low on mana as well.
Yeah, Tanzo realized that Rexless just used all of his abilities. He is on cooldown for most of it, so he took a little bit of a skirmish there, getting some damage back. But at the same time, because both sides have corrupting potions, they're just going to heal up in this lane. And a lot more mana to the side of Rexless. Jarvan going to look for something here in the mid lane. Moody is ready to go.
Yep, he's going to force the flash out of your nurse. Nice play.
Wow. Your nurse ready to go. He had the flash prepared. I'm surprised that Moody decided not to go for that flash combo onto your nurse. Oh, Moody wants more.
He does, but in the top lane, we got a little bit of fight. Nice charm get him out from your nurse. He's actually under tower. He has to be careful. He's ignited up. That's going to be first blood going over to your nurse. Meanwhile, on the bottom, we have a fight. Hero's in a lot of trouble. He's ignited up. Can Paradox get the damage down? No, he's looking for more. Meanwhile, we see Bluxy in the mid lane. Cendillion can be in a lot of trouble right now. He's trying to go forward. He doesn't have ignite. He's going to be taken out. It's going to be 2 kills going over to your nurse.
That is really good for Impulse here. Moody kind of getting himself too far forward, gets himself stuck under the turret, then Charm pulls him even closer into it. Bluxy being able to move back to the mid lane, picking up a kill on Cendillion, and Impulse is just making the wise decisions here, playing this out perfectly.
Yeah, definitely good play. And again, like I said, Bluxy on the Xin Zhao, not much of a gank initiating champion. He comes in afterwards, and he did the same thing there once. Although Moody was already dead, but he came in right after the fight happened. Cendillion wasn't backing away. There's no ignite on Cendillion, so he felt safe, though. He was taken down.
Yeah, and Cendillion, because he just already had his teleport before that fight, he's a little bit more comfortable with the fact that even though he died, he still can get back to lane. A little bit of a skirmish now on the top side. Tanzo takes a little bit of damage.
Yeah, Rexless trying to get forward. Tanzo might be in a little bit of trouble. He's going to knock him back, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Rexless still has his flash if it's going to be needed, but he might not even have to use it. He dashed forward, and that's going to be a solo kill in the top lane.
Wow, Impulse looking good right now. Tanzo does get taken down in this early part of the game, and if Silas can get ahead here onto the Jace, it's going to be very difficult for Jace to come back into this game. Tanzo does start with the Executioner's Calling to try to reduce the amount of healing from the Silas, but with the nerf from Silas, I don't think there's any point in trying to get that Executioner's off, because he is going to start maxing his Q rather than max that W up in the top side, or even decide to max his E for a little bit bigger of a shield. Moody now making his way up to clear out this wave so that Rexless can't try to get any more plates. Rexless is going to steal the Jarvan ultimate, and now Rexless can make a play down towards the bottom half of the map pretty soon, or even decide to make another play onto Tanzo.
Yep, he does have the Cataclysm. He's looking for the stun, almost lands. Moody is nearby though, so he still has to be kind of careful if he tries to go all in like that, especially with no mana. Yeah, but as you said, the Executioner's Calling kind of irrelevant now with the, not necessarily changes, but the kind of a nerf or the change to the build path that most Silas players make. But Tanzo, he's getting aggressive, and now Rexless looking for more. He misses the stun. Tanzo knocks him back. Does he have it? The Cataclysm is going to come out, and Rexless is actually going to win this one, or will he? He's going to get it. It's going to be 1-for-1 in the top lane, and if Tanzo would have landed that blast, he would have took him out.
Wow, really good dodge there from Rexless, being able to get away from that. Tanzo almost picks up the kill without dying himself, but it is going to be a 1-for-1, and Sinza making a wise decision here, pushing up the wave for his team so that Tanzo loses a little bit of CS here. They know the Jarvan is on the bottom half of the map right now, so Bluxy can just push out that wave, make his way over to the mid lane, and possibly pick up his blue buff while clearing out some vision.
Both Moody and Bluxy are kind of hovering that mid lane. It looks like Moody might be going towards the bot side, actually. Sindillion is in a little bit trouble. Flash, or excuse me, Spirit Rush forward. Ignite goes down, and Sindillion dies yet again.
Your nurse now picked up 3 kills.
The flash forced out of Scrim. He was taking tower shots and concussive blows there. It looks like Moody was going to try to go in from behind, but here comes Bluxy into the backside. They have eyes on to Moody, and they're going to go in. He's going to knock him out. Scrim and not able to get a taunt. He gets a 2-man taunt, but it's not going to be enough. That's going to be 1 down. Harrow's going to be the next to 4. Willie, he does flash out. That's going to be a double kill going over to Bluxy. He's trying to kill Paradox, and Paradox sees something. He will. He gets a nice shutdown. Now Paradox trying to get out of there. Can he fight this? He has the red buff and some creeps, but it's not going to be S's Flux Mix. It looks like Paradox almost able to solo karaoke. And that's going to be a 3-for-1, excuse me, in that bot lane fight.
Wow, Impulse playing this early game really, really well against R5. R5 looking like they don't know what to do in this early half of the game. And, you know, the 1v1 early on between Tanzo and Rexless are actually both times first going in the favor of Rexless in that first fight, and then the second one, both of them dying there, is definitely going to be a lot bigger for the Silas going into the game. And Jace now needs to try to get some CS and just hold on to whatever he can, and not give up any kind of lead, even though it does seem like it's very scary for them. Moody going to try to go on to Bluxy.
Yeah, he's looking for the heroic entrances here. He does not use the Cataclysm, surprisingly. We do see Sindillion making his way down. He does jump forward. Bluxy might actually just die here. Just look like he's going to need help from your nurse. Tries to throw the charm out. It's going to land. And it looks like Moody's in a little bit of trouble. Going to flash away, but they get the easy kill, I should say, onto Bluxy. And that looks like they're going to be able to get out just fine.
Yeah, Moody, they're almost taken down from the Ahri, and now they're going to be able to set up for this dragon here, as Bluxy was the one to be taken down. Bluxy's going to have to move back to the bottom side of the map, and a little bit of fight back on the top side.
Rexless finds Tanzo. He's going to go in, caught him outside the bush. She actually, whoa there. That was interesting. I've never seen that before, but Hero's in the bottom lane. Going to use Ghost Fisher. They're going forward. He might fall. The Ignite's on him, and Paradox not able to get the damage, and we're going to see Karaoke get a kill. And that's another time that Paradox goes down. Scrib trying to fight this. He can fight in the tower. He's going to just push forward. He's looking for Herox. He gets 1. He could look for Karaoke. He gets the time. Moody's here with the Cataclysm. And that's going to be 2 kills going over to Recon 5.
Oh, top side.
Yeah, but now we see Sindillion up here. Rexless does not have the ultimate anymore. He riff walk forward. He silences him. Gets a slowdown. Tanzo does throw him forward. Rexless goes back in. This might be really bad. He's going to flash away. Sindillion under tower. Able to get out. And that surprise. I was so confused for a second when I saw the Rexless on the Silas turn into Jace. I was like, what the heck just happened here? But I think my brain registered what actually happened. He stole his ultimate. Since he switches from melee to range, he just turns into Jace that's ranged. There we go.
Yeah, he's able to steal his abilities like if he did with Nidalee and Elise. And Now because Sandillion decided to make his way to the top side and try to look for something on Rexilus and didn't even get anything there. They were your nurse was able to get some in the mid lane. Oh, by the dragon though.
They found Bluxy. They're going to go and Moody might be able to get the kill. Bluxy's super low. He gets taken out. True shot barrage comes. That's going to be one. And that's going to go over to your nurse. He throws out the charm. It's not going to land on anyone. They're just looking for the dragon now inside Recon 5. They're able to get it. And Paradox gets taken down yet again. And they're still looking to fight as much as possible. Flag drag over. Karaoke's a little bit trouble. He flashes, gets the concussive blows, take it down. And Ignite was there, but that's going to be 1-for-1 again. Now all that Moody has to do is try to get away. He's stunned up. He's charmed up. Can he get out of this? He doesn't. It looks like your nurse did flash to ensure that the spirit ball would hit him on the return.
Wow, Impulse right now looking fantastic from the last game. Last game, they really didn't seem like they had much to their name. And then this game, they are showing up against R5 right now, pushing out the mid lane. Your nurse with 6 kills at 11 minutes. This is huge.
Yeah, they're doing so much better than they did last game. Again, Rexless on the top side, beating out Tanzoni multiple times. It's like a breath of fresh air for these guys. Your nurse actually has the advantage in the mid lane instead of getting beat down by Sandillion in the last one. But he is on a more early game centric, I don't want to say early game centric champion, but his early game is much stronger on the Ahri than it is on the Kassadin.
Yeah, and Kassadin does get a little bit of a power spike back into the game when he hits level 6. He does get a huge power spike when he hits level 16, like you said. But right now, Impulse is playing this very, very well. Karaoke and Herix are just dominating this bot lane. It doesn't seem like it based on the KDA and the CS here, but if you take a look at the past couple of fights and how they've been playing it, together they've been playing these fights very, very well, which means, to me, kind of shows that they know what they're doing and they're coordinating a lot better than they did last game.
Oh, yeah. They're doing so well, even in last game, but wait a minute, Bluxy's in the top lane. He's going to use a challenge. Smite going to force the Rift Walk away, but he goes under tower. Sandillion trying to get out of here. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Moody is caught out, and now Rexless might be in a lot of trouble. Tanzoni did TP behind them, and your nurse is in there. Bluxy goes forward. The charm is going to land, and Tanzoni's going to be taking out. Double kill going over to your nurse. They could look for more. Scrim's going to go forward, looking for the taunt onto nobody. He does get one. Herald's going to be the target. He does not have anything. He's going to throw out the Glacier Fisher, though. The Unbreakable is put up. Not going to get any more damage down. The Winter's Bite did land, and you can see the calling come out. Paradox, he's looking for more. He did use the Blade of the Recon. He needs 2 more autos. He's not going to be able to get it. And Impulse Ghosting just taking away this game. You have to be careful. They're under that tower. They're trying to get aggressive.
Yeah, and right now they're just getting the plates as much as they can. Oh, Ezreal gets the Iceborne Gauntlet down onto Paradox. Paradox was able to get away. R5 right now just trying to push out the bot lane because they know that your nurse is up on the top
Sandillion! He gets hit by the charm, takes almost all his health. He has to be careful. Moody is on his way up, though. They can't fight now. The charm lands again! Moody's in a big bit of trouble. We're going to see the Rift Walk forward. He tries to get the flag drag, but does not get the knockup. You see the electrocute did come down, but your nurse just throwing up damage. Charm lands on a creep. And that's going to be a 2 disengages already.
Yeah, and that's really big for Impulse here, keeping up your nurse with that 8-0-1 lead at 14 minutes. That is just huge for Impulse right now. Nobody is going to be able to take on this Ahri one-on-one or even maybe one-on-two. She is just so strong right now.
Oh,
and Galio's going in.
Yep, Scrim, he has Hero. He did ignite, but we're going to see the stopwatch use. We have a TP coming in from Dylan. He's going to flash away Heroic Entrance. We do have some trouble. Rexless is here. Heal's going to be used by Paradox. Can they stop it? Justice Punch knocks him up. Are they able to get away? No. That's going to be one taken down. Rexless is going to go back in. Flash away from Scrim, though. And Karaoke goes forward with the Arcade Shift. Able to hit a Mystic Shot. And that's going to be 2 for 0 in the bot lane.
Yeah, and now Moody is trying to hold some.
Hanzo, he's going there. Harris going to walk in. He gets a nice, easy kill. And now Rexless is going to dash away. So it's a 2 for 1. But we're going to see that Rift Herald pop in the middle. Moody's on to Bluxy, used to that chilling smite though, but it doesn't look like he's gonna win it. Bluxy solos him.
So much damage there from Bluxy, and now he has the Herald in the mid lane pushing it out. And your nurse is so strong, nobody can contest him right now, and he's just sitting in the top side, being able to push it up, getting 2 turrets for the side of Impulse, and now they're looking for a 3rd one in the bot lane with Ezreal and Silas trying to push out Sandillion. Sandillion trying to clear the wave as much as he can, but not much he can do at this very moment. And Impulse now are going to look to play around the bottom half of the map as the last turret for the first.
Oh, your nurse has found Paradox. And he's instantly melted. He was waiting patiently in that bush for somebody.
Wow, Paradox getting taken down so fast, and Impulse right now are going to look for that Infernal Dragon pretty soon. Bluxy clearing off the top side of his map and now going to make his way down. They are pinging for control over this dragon. They're trying to get some vision down, and R5, Gaikin, what do they got to do to get back in this game?
Oh, they need to let Sindelian hit level 16. They need to stop getting picked off by this Ahri here. Your nurse is doing so well. And I think they just need to sit there and farm. If they can hold themselves off, get some very strong defensive vision, because your nurse looks like he's just going to try to sit there and pick anyone off. But meanwhile, we see Karaoke did TP into the bot side jungle. They're going to look to fight over this Infernal Dragon. I don't think Recon 5 can do anything about it.
Yeah, and Impulse right now are going to be able to take away this dragon. Moody is definitely going to not going to be able to go in on this and try to get it. R5, all they can do is try to push out the mid lane here, but Impulse could look for a fight pretty soon. Ezreal does use a little bit of extra damage onto this minion wave to try to hold them off. R5 is just running for their lives.
Oh, Rexless, he did use the Burrow, but Bluxy's still walking forward. I think Paradox is trying to bait him. Doesn't look like it's going to work, though.
Yeah, and wait, man, Impulse might be running right into them.
Oh, they know they're there. Bluxy is here. He's going to be taunted up, or will he? Knocks everyone away, but they're going to go in. We see the Glitch Fisher come out. Paradox trying to get away. Cataclysm on them, all of them. That might have killed Recon 5 more than helped him. Tonzo has to get out. Screamer has to get away, but he's going to die. Excuse me. And that's going to be 4 for nothing. That Cataclysm was the death of Recon 5 there.
Wow, and Bluxy using that ultimate right away to make sure that he can reduce as much damage to himself as possible, but very well played by Impulse there. And then also very wise decision for them to have your nurse sitting in the side lane, because they know for a fact that there is no one on the side of R5 that can go up against him alone. So by putting him on the side lane, they can pressure a lane, forcing R5 to put themselves on that side. But even then, a 4v5 situation, I believe it was there, just Impulse just taking them down so fast with the amount of damage that they have on Karaoke and the amount of damage that they have from Rexilus and Bluxy.
Yeah, and that was so good. You saw the scrim charging up the taunt. Bluxy used the ult, knocked everybody away, not allowing the taunt to go off at all. And then when the fight actually happened and everyone was clumped up, Moody threw down the Cataclysm and kept everyone inside. Paradox was being chased down by Rexless above the red buff, but everyone else was there, and they were able to just destroy them without anything happening. I think that Cataclysm is really what killed Recon 5 in that fight.
Yeah, and kind of getting in that enclosed space there with the Braum and with that Silas, it's very, very dangerous for them, as they have that AoE CC and also AoE damage from Silas. It's just not looking great for R5 in that fight and in this game.
Yeah, Recon 5 are definitely struggling. They're getting what they did last game. That's what I want to say.
Yeah, basically as flop now. It does seem like the red side is the advantage for both teams here.
Blue.
And excuse me, blue. I
blue
was
side.
looking at the.
I thought you were gonna say something else. I think you were gonna say red side's a curse, but then
I was looking straight. I was looking straight at the red team, and I was like, you know what? That's the team that's doing well. And I was like, oh, wait a minute. That's the blue side. So blue side does seem very beneficial for them. Bluxy trying to look for an engage, but they're going to back off here. Baron is up in 30 seconds. This could be pretty big for Impulse. They could either bait the fight and try to wait for something then, or they could possibly look to just grab the Baron themselves with the amount of damage that they have on the Ezreal and the Ahri, who could just burst it down. Ahri's going to sit on the other side of the wall. If Lucian steps on forward, this could be bad.
Yep. The Spear Rush is available, and your nurse has more than enough damage to take down anybody on the side of Recon 5. Again, they kind of lack that front line we always talk about. You see that Moody, he did go Warrior. He has the Spectre's Cowl, but he's so far behind. But there we go. Your nurse misses the charm, and everyone goes in on him. But they all missed to no avail. Your nurse able to use that second Spirit Rush to get out. But they have no front line. But I want to note, and I thought about this, is anytime we see Jace, it never works out. Jace just does not work out for any of the teams in the Champions League.
Yeah, Tonzo is one of those top laners who definitely think could pull that off, and right now he's just not doing it.
Sindelian walks forward. He's going to have to cause the blows, take him down. It's going to be forced flash. Glacier Fisher actually just going to be thrown out there. Booty's making his way in, though. They could be looking for the Baron steal. Sindelian, he doesn't have what it takes. Oh, my lord. He's going to be careful with Karaoke. We see Paradox actually use the heal. The charm is going to miss. They're still trying to take Baron. There's calling him to use, but Rexless, he's in the backside. He's looking to hold them all off. The taunt's going down. They're going to be able to kill him. Hopefully, Moody tries to get it, flashes over, but he's not able to get the Baron. We actually see it taken up by your nurse, and Moody's going to go down. Meanwhile, Rexless still looking for the fight. He's able to get Scrim, but he does fall to Tanzo. And now they just have to disengage. Your nurse still going forward, has the Spirit Rush available. He's actually in the bush. He's going to kill your nurse, or will he? Your nurse has the charm down. He's going to be taken out super low. And Tanzo almost able to secure the big shutdown there.
Wow,
I'm
surprised.
Two-shot barrage coming out. Is it going to hit? No, it does not. You can see on the mini-map, Tanzo actually moved.
Wow, and you know, right there, I thought your nurse was going to try to ignite Tanzo to pick up the kill there, and doesn't, just decides to try to ult away. And now this Infernal Dragon, second Infernal Dragon, is going to go back over to Impulse here. It's completely free. There's nothing they can do, and Moody is so far behind. He's 1-7, and he's down about 26 CS right now. It is just devastating for R5.
Yeah, it's looking more and more painful for them. Double Infernos going to the side of Impulse ghosting. I mean, with them as strong as they already are, this is just not looking good. They got Baron buff. Now I don't think there's anything Recon 5 can do to stop them. Look at that Moody taking a fifth of his health in one missed shot. He's actually half health already.
Oh,
Scrim super low. Actually, you see the calling is stolen by Rexless.
yeah, Rex was stealing that ultimate, and I think he really wants to focus on trying to pressure the wave. So with this ultimate, he can kind of be the extra poke that his team is looking for with that ultimate, and then follow up with the hard engage. Sin Zhao uses his ultimate. They might look for a fight right after they get this inhibitor, or just trying to push him away as much as they can. Baron is still up for them. They might want to rotate. Yes, they will. They're going to rotate up to the top side and look for that top lane turret. Inhibitor is down for R5 in the mid. Oh, Charmed Land!
Yeah, he's going to be able to kill Paradox instantly there. Can they get him? No, he's able to Spirit Rush up. But the Flying Dragon's there. He's still alive! Nice Glacial Fissure to stop Moody from progressing through the wall. And that's going to allow your nurse to get out with his life. But here we go. Bux is going to go in. He's looking for Moody. Gets knocked up. Here comes the heroic entrance. Moody just gets the hell out. He's going to use the stopwatch, but he should be dying soon. He flashes, trying to get away, but it's not going to be enough. And they're still pressing forward. Scrim's going to go down. And now Sindillion is the next target. They're looking forward. He sees, gets caught out by Rexless, and now Moody's back here. Cataclysm is going to be used. Rexless actually going to use the Sonius for himself. Tanzo's still very healthy. He can look to fight this, and we do see him get taken down. Now they're pressing forward. He's going to go and uses the hammer form jumps. Now we see there's a true shot barrage from Karaoke, and they're still trying to press forward. Moody's going to go in. He does knock up one, but he's not going to get the other. Flash forward for Paradox. He has the call. He's going to try to get Karaoke down. He will. We do see that Moody did fall, though, and Harris is going to fall right next. And that's going to be the inhib saved.
Yeah,
oh, wait a minute. We got your nurse making his way up. He's going to Spirit Rush over. Oh, it's not up just yet. Waiting for it. He's going to wait in the bush. I think he's just going to charge on in if he sees him. Oh, Paradox is in a lot of trouble. He's going to walk forward. There it is, and he's taken down. They should have known. They should have known it was going to happen, but it didn't.
There's nothing that Paradox could have done there, having the control ward for the side of Impulse on that bush with your nurse. And your nurse does so much damage. He's 12-0-1. He is equal in CS with his Kassadin, but with 12 kills on your hand and also 2 Infernal Dragons, it is going to be so hard to take you down.
Yeah, he's sitting at 5,000 gold ahead of Sindillion at the moment. Things are looking rough. Recon 5, they just have to hold off. I mean, as unlikely as that sounds, they need to hold off. They need Sindillion to hit his huge power spike.
Yeah, and he's only got 2 more levels until he gets to that point. And right now, R5 is just, doesn't seem like they can do much in these fights. There's so much damage on the side of Impulse that whenever they take these fights, not much they can do. Blux is going to try to get a little bit onto Sindillion, forcing the Rift Walk away. But because they forced that Rift Walk away, it is now allowing for Impulse to kind of make their way up to the top lane and try to go for that inhibitor once again. We're going to see another fight very, very soon.
Yeah, it's definitely going to happen. Recon 5 have to try to do something, it would seem like, but the inhib's so low that they're not going to be able to do much. They're going to have to fight around a big objective and try to get a big catch. Your nurse would be the big catch. Oh. Look at this, your nurse going to go in. He lands on a Tanzo and he's just going to get out with his life. And Paradox tried to use the heal to stay alive, but here go Rexless. He has the Cataclysm. He can trap everyone in there if he wants to. They're going to press forward. They're looking to end.
Yeah, Impulse looking to end here. They did get a kill on Natan, so Sinzao uses his ultimate to try to deal a little bit more. Oh, Galio's in!
Yeah, he does. He gets charged up instantly. Scrim. He's trying to get a taunt down. He does. Moody's on the backside. He does land a Cataclysm on the Bluxy, but he instantly gets taken down. Meanwhile, the other Cataclysm is going to be used by Rexless, and he's going to be able to kill Paradox in the backside. True Shot Barrage is going to come in. Not going to kill Sindelian, but this is going to be tower taken. That's going to be Nexus taken. It's going to be game 2 going over to Impulse ghosting.
Wow, Impulse ghosting there, showing us their true potential right there. They showed us that they are a team to be feared, and that is exactly what we were talking about before this match, that if they wanted to kind of be that team that would get up in the rankings more and more in the Champions League, they really need to prove themselves. They'd make the swap with the top laners, and Rexilus does a great job of holding off Tanzo for most of the game, even pulling off a nice 1v1 early on. And then your Nurse, 14-0-2 on that Ahri, does so much damage. Not much they can do there. Sindelian, even though he didn't do bad at all, really, and kind of just was not able to do much because the rest of his team was just falling apart. R5 there didn't seem like they knew what to do towards the later end of that game, and very, very well played by Impulse.
Yeah, maybe switch up the build a little bit for Paradox on the solution. Yeah, I know the Black Cleaver is something we see in a lot, especially when you're going into some heavy tanks. But since the Infinity Edge has been brought back to, again, it's somewhat former glory, maybe we should have seen him go more of a crit build, be able to try to destroy somebody a little bit faster. They have no real armor on their side, so that Black Cleaver is kind of useless in a way if you're looking at taking away the percentage of armor. Gives you health, it gives you damage, but I think the old crit Lucian should be coming back in this kind of a situation. But none of that matters. Game 2 did go over to Impulse ghosting. Very well played by them, able to show Recon 5 that they're not down and out for the count. But we're going to go to a quick intermission.
Gaiken, I was just told and informed that we are going to try to get into Game 3 as fast as possible, so you and I are going to keep talking about this a little bit more right now, and we are actually not going to go into an intermission up until Game 3, and we'll hopefully get this started very, very soon.
Well, there we go. No intermission whatsoever, so let me start moving some stuff around. I had my screens all set up to throw up the intermission and music and stuff, but no, we're going right to our pretty faces or ugly faces, however you want to look at it. We're going to talk more about this Game 2, possibly Game 3. Because in Game 2, they took away the Zoe, they took away the Nidalee, but Tanzo went on the Jace. And as we've seen many, many times in the NightFall Champions League, Jace has done virtually nothing. Again, Silas, I don't think he was a champion this game that won them the game. You know, he did very well. But your Nurse on the Ahri just obliterated everybody. I do believe he was the reason they, for the most part, won this game. Everyone else did very, very well. But, I mean, 14-0-2, catching people out with such beautiful charms, getting in and out with slivers of health, barely staying alive. It was so beautifully done. So, what do they got to do? I mean, if they can't get the Nidalee, because it looks like Impulse Ghosting have found Recon 5's Kryptonite, which is remove Nidalee.
Yeah, you know, Moody there didn't seem to do very well on that Jarvan pick, and with the ban from Impulse onto the Nidalee, I wouldn't be surprised to see if they try to go for something again, maybe the Jarvan, if the Moody feels a little more comfortable doing that once again. He did have a little bit of trouble going in onto your Nurse, who was able to pick up many kills from him. I believe he ended the game 1-9. So, like I said last game, I would not be surprised at all to see a Kha'Zix picks. That is something that I'm expecting Moody to grab, because it's one of those champions that does really well in the early game. It's something that can be pulled off by Moody being one of those players who's really good early on. And also another champion that you could possibly see. It's not an early game champion, but at least something that can bring some honestly, that greater mid game for R5 in this next matchup. And I think with the way the drafts have been going for R5, they definitely need to stick with what they're comfortable with rather than the meta. It does seem like a lot of times that with the meta picks, it does hurt R5 in that way. And we saw last game, talking more towards the Jace. Jace is one of those champs that is really, really difficult to play. And it seemed like Tonzo didn't have a hard time playing it, but in that matchup, it definitely was something to think about.
Yeah, again, yeah, the Jace. I mean, every time the Jace has not worked out, I see why teams want to pick it. You know, he on paper seems very, very strong, very, very good, but you know, in the game in practice, it has not worked. It has not worked for any team that's played him thus far in the Champions League. So even if Tanzo wants to play it, maybe they go for something a little different. You know, the Aurelia was left up, the Akali is usually left up, or even the Aatrox was left up. You know, they go for something that he would probably have a much better game on. It does look like Recon 5 are going to go red side this time, so they're going to go back on the red side. You know, and if anything shows us, or if anything has shown us from this series so far, red side loses. And loses hard, not just.
Yeah, for sure. And with this final game of the series between R5 and Impulse, something that I really would like to see out of either team is a little bit more of like playing back from that early game, because as we've seen from game one and from game two, both teams are really good at that aggressive style of play. But it does seem at some point, one of the teams does find themselves in a bad position early on, because both of them are playing so aggressive that as soon as one team gets that aggressive over the other, it doesn't seem like the other team is willing to kind of step off, realize what position they're in, and actually take control of rather the mid game instead. But that's exactly what I would want to see more of, is that kind of play style where they pull back away from that early game aggression if they are starting to fall behind.
Yeah, and I mean it's hard, right? When you're an aggressive player, it's hard to just not do that. It seems like that could be the only way to win, and you know I have that problem as a player because I play really aggressive, and if I'm losing, well, I still want to play really aggressive because I feel like I can still win, and it doesn't. It can work out, right? It can work out, but Recon 5 in that last game, their team comp was not set up for that. You know, with the Kassadin. The Kassadin is a late game champion, definitely a late game champion. You know, he's like Kale. He waits for that level 16 power spike, and that's when he really comes online and becomes a nuisance. You know, yeah, you did have the Lucian and the Galio early on in the bot lane. They're more early mid game champions, as well as the Jarvan. The Jarvan's pretty strong, but when you're losing that hard already to a team who has just as strong of an early game as you do, you can't continue to play that way expecting to win, at least not without getting picks. Like they look like they're just trying to fight.
Yeah, for sure. And now we are getting into the pick and ban phase for game 3 of Impulse versus Recon 5. Impulse is going to be on the blue side. Recon 5 is going to be on the red side in just a moment as we get this set up for you all. You'll be able to see now you can. We have the Zoe, Lissandra, Nidalee banned out by Impulse, and Recon 5 have Rek'Sai, Thresh, and now they're deciding on their last ban here. I'm not surprised that they decided to go for the Nidalee ban once again. It does seem like Moody is struggling without that pick. Lissandra, something else that is scary on Tonzo or Sindillion being able to be flexed for R5, so banned out there. Zoe, definitely something else that is kind of a nuisance for them. And Hecarim is going to be the final one, as Hecarim has been a very dominant top laner with that Conquer and extra Rampage from his Q. Gaikin, what are your thoughts on these bans, and then now looking at these picks for either side?
Are we just copying game 2? Because that looks like what's happening right now. It's the exact same picks and ban. Okay, here we go. Caitlyn going to be picked up for Recon 5, and now the Morgana. Why is Ahri left open? Why would you leave Ahri open? I mean, your nurse utterly decimated your team, unless they're going to pick someone who has just enough early game to match if they do pick the Ahri again. But no, they're going for the same stuff. Impulse ghosting, you know, if it ain't broke, don't change it type of thing.
Yeah, for sure. Putting that Silas back in the top lane, Braum and Ezreal once again. But something else that we are seeing of a change from Recon 5 is the Caitlyn Morgana in the bottom half of the map. Morgana does do well against a Braum and also a Silas. So I'm excited to see that. And then that Caitlyn Morgana bind plus trap combination is something very scary.
There we go.
It is. There it is. Recon 5 picking up Kha'Zix from Moody. Definitely something that I wanted to see and I'm excited to see in this game 3.
Yep. Kind of like I've said, it fits the play style that Nidalee kind of brings. You go in, get a lot of bursty damage, and you just get out. Especially when he evolves his wings. Usually, well, actually, I don't know anymore. I can't say usually. For me, usually I would do it at level 11, but I don't play jungle enough to really keep up with what the current way of doing it is. But Kha'Zix's very, very strong. He is going to be able to get in there and get a lot of damage down. And if he gets ahead, just like we've seen with Moody on the Nidalee, he's going to be impossible to contain. But the Urgot get taken away. Jarvan's actually be taken away by Recon 5. I really don't know what to expect. I mean, I almost expect just to see another Zinzao and Ahri picked up to follow up with what Impulse Ghosting have already been doing.
And the Skarner is going to be the last ban for Recon 5. They definitely don't want Impulse to have that Skarner. And it seemed like last game with Recon 5 picking up the Jarvan, it was because they wanted to focus on something else for a specific ban. But now they're going to ban it out this time because they picked up the Kha'Zix. Urgot Riven banned out for the side of Impulse. And we all know that's because Urgot is very, very strong right now. And wow. So Sandillion is going to be the one now taking on the Ahri pick. And we all know that Tanzo is that kind of player to be that a very aggressive top laner. So I would not be surprised here to possibly see the Aatrox or even the Aurelia, because they're very good, hard engage for them. And oh man, we're getting game 2 for Impulse here. They're definitely looking at possibly the Ezreal and then they can't do the Ahri here, but they could possibly look for maybe the Orianna if they wanted to keep up the colors, but also keep up a good, consistent team composition. Lissandra was banned out, sadly, so they can't grab that. They may grab the Victor. We saw the Victor in the first game, and it did pretty well, but it's had a little bit of trouble going up against the Zoe, but still, maybe a comfort pick.
Ooh.
Oh, we forgot about the LeBlanc. I forgot that LeBlanc is definitely something to be kind of scared about. LeBlanc is going to be grabbed by Impulse for your nurse. And LeBlanc Ahri is kind of a fun matchup. It's a matchup that definitely goes in the favor of whoever is the better player, and also how the jungle matchup is going to play out, the Sinzao versus the Kha'Zix. And we'll see now the final pick is going to be for Tanzo up in that top lane. I'm not surprised if it's going to be an Aatrox, but you have to still be scared on the fact that Silas is going to be the one to go against Sion. I'm surprised by this. You don't see Tanzo very often on these tanks. He's usually on the carry pick, but they do need that frontline tank, so I'm not surprised that they picked up that for that specific reason. And if they did pick up Aatrox, it'd be something that'd be a little scary to go up against for Silas, because Silas would be able to use that World Ender to his advantage, but now also he has the Sion ultimate. Silas has a couple of ultimates that are pretty good for him to pick up in this game.
Now, if he picks up the World Ender, does he turn into Aatrox, or does he just grow wings? Or maybe he just floats there, like he's ascended?
So what happens there in that animation, Silas just, at first it shows the Aatrox popping up, but then Silas becomes normal again, and all it does is make it to where if Silas dies, and it shows a red bar under his health bar. If Silas dies, he does go into that revive state that Aatrox does, and he heals as well. But it does not show or give abilities that Aatrox has himself.
Well, I know it doesn't. I knew it wouldn't give his abilities, but I just wonder if he would like have the wings, or if he would look like him. Maybe. I mean, even though Silas has been out quite a while, I still don't see a whole lot of him. At all. Either usually he's banned out, or no one picks him. And there's still a lot of like the Jace last game. I never when I saw the ultimate, when I saw Rexless use the ultimate, it completely threw me off guard of what was going on. I had no clue for a second, and it took me a little bit to register, oh, he used his ultimate, and that's because he changes into the other form, and he gets the, okay. But it was just so weird to see. Like, and if you never see that, then obviously it's not going to be something that you can instantly realize what's going on.
Yeah, and with that Silas, it's just something that is definitely played by players who are more comfortable on it, and Rexilus does seem like he is very comfortable on that Silas pick. From last game, he did very well.
Tanzo feeling it. Tanzo's feeling it. No one can see it on the channel, but Tanzo flashing the ribbon in the pick phase, looking like he really wants to play it. Obviously picks the sign like he's supposed to. But he's feeling it. No one's letting poor Tanzo play Riven. They let Bashan play Zac. They let Sindillion play Zoe. But they won't let... They let Moody play Nidalee, but they won't let Tanzo play the Riven.
Yeah, and looking at the jungle matchups, Kazakh here, something that was picked up on Monday from Dorjin. Dorjin did really well in the Kazakhs, like almost Ari level status from last game on your nurse, that kind of 12-0 and whatever, and just really showed the true power of Kazakhs in that early to mid game. So I'm hoping Moody, with how he plays and how R5 plays out these games, that he is able to pull off the Kazakhs early game. But at the same time, Bluxy has done very well on the Sinzao and has proven that even throughout a couple of deaths from him, or even get cutting out and mispositioning, he still can pull off the Sinzao very well.
Yeah. Very, 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 very strong showing by Bluxy last game. Again, he utilized him to like the best of his ability, the best of that you almost can. The ultimates he used, especially in that top jungle, the red side top jungle fight, where he knocked Scrim away to not allow his taunt to go off on anybody. Which I think that was so well done. Most people wouldn't be able to see that, kind of foresee that way of doing it. It definitely takes a lot of patience not to click somebody or attack somebody. And then, yeah, it takes a lot of patience not to start attacking or engaging on somebody. To remember that your ult does a very specific thing. So very well done by Bluxy. He used his ult to zone more than anything, I think, in that last game, which was a very interesting way of seeing the ultimate be used by him. So let's see if he does it this game as well. They don't really have as much. They have a lot more pick and ranged fight this time. Caitlyn, Ari, Morgana, all they're gonna be pretty far away, which also helps Bluxy too, because when he ults, he obviously can't be hit by people outside of that little ring. We'll have to see. We are in that spectator delay. We got 2 minutes 45 seconds to go, and we'll be getting to this game. It looks like tonight is going to be quite a long night. Right after this, I doubt we're going to be going to another intermission again, because we're going to try to get into the next series that is going to be happening. We are running, I guess you could say, a little bit behind schedule.
Yeah, and we're trying to get into the next series after this matchup, which is going to be Ascentia Gaming versus Lakeside Gaming. That is going to be a really good matchup. This, honestly, if you watch the Champions League at all, or all of the matches, let's be honest, all these series are really good. Every single team here has really given us the kind of how do I say it? Great gameplay that we've wanted to see in the Champions League. So I am very excited for this next matchup between Ascentia and Lakeside. But now we are getting one step closer to Game 3 of R5 versus Impulse. And with the way Impulse played in Game 2 and how R5 played in Game 1, I'm hoping both times in this game they show their true potential, and this is going to be a great third game.
Yeah, Game 3 should definitely be exciting. Impulse ghosting, pretty much going with the same team comp they had last time, switching out the Ari for LeBlanc because it was stolen away. But Recon 5, they're switching it up. Tanzo's on a dedicated tank. Moody's going to be on the Kazakhs. The bot lane stepping away from that really close range, heavy engage to, more or less, I'm just going to poke you, hit you with some spells, and see if we can catch you out just to get a chunk of damage. We'll have to see how this one goes. Both teams, if they get the early game, they're going to win. And Recon 5, I think they recognize that, and they're going to try to, even though if they don't want to lose the early game, they're not looking to just try to dominate the early game. They're just going to try to hold off and outscale the side of Impulse Ghosting.
Yeah, and with that, I really am excited to see this third game, and mainly looking at this bot lane here, the Ezreal Braum we saw last game did very well for Karaoke and Herix, and now with Paradox and Scrim on the Morgana Caitlyn combination, this can be a very scary thing for Impulse with that bind and trap combination. But at the same time, with how Impulse played last game, they really can show to everybody that their bot lane is definitely something you have to fear.
Yeah, the bot lane did super well over on Impulse Ghosting, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen, getting to game 3 of the first series of tonight, I should say. Impulse Ghosting will be back on the blue side. Reckless is going to be on that Silas once again. Bluxy on that Zen Zhao. We're going to see Uranus on the LeBlanc, and Karaoke and Herix on that Ezreal Braum in the bot lane. But we're going to have on the red side of the map Recon 5, Tanzo on the Scion in the top lane. Moody is going to be on that Kha'Zix in the jungle. Sindillion will be on the RE mid, and Paradox and Scrim on that Caitlyn Morgana in the bot side. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going into the match right now.
As we make our way into this game, we're taking a look at the runes here. We do have Grasp of the Undying on Tanzo. He is going to look for that extra early game damage, and we all know that Scion is one of those champions who does a lot of damage as a tank early on and even in the mid game. So not anything too odd here for the rune pages, but at the same time, R5 is going to take a look at possibly making their way down to the Tri-Brush and picking off Karaoke or Herix here as they set up in the 5-point.
Oh, will they be able to get there though? No, I gotta say the new Morgana model, the way she runs is pretty comical. Dark Binding's gonna go out. It does land though! Can they catch up? They're looking to get the damage down. They're gonna force a flash. They don't even make them flash. First blood going over to Scrim. Beautiful binding.
And there's not much Karaoke could do there. He could use his flash to get away. He doesn't have heal to try to get away and use that instead. So this is going to be a first blood picked up for Scrim. But that is 3 assists across R5 on Kha'Zix, Ahri, and Caitlyn, the 3 main sources of damage in this game.
And obviously the real MVP of the showing, Scrim getting the kill. Well deserved. There's a beautiful Dark Binding, the very edge of the hitbox. That's gotta be frustrating.
Yeah, now Scion trying to get his way up, or excuse me, way down to the river to make sure that they can get vision. It has been pinged by Impulse that they have vision there, and it doesn't seem like there's too much vision on the bottom half of the map, but it... Oh wow, R5 did actually get a deeper ward there in the jungle so that they can see, but by putting it there, it is a lot more difficult to see if Bluxy's going to go down to the Krugs, but he's actually going to go straight up and possibly look for a mid lane gank after he gets the Scuttle Crab. Oh, wow, Bluxy's kind of making a weird jungle path here. Maybe looking for a bot lane gank onto the Morgan Caitlyn. Has the red buff and extra damage. Is not going to do that. Going to move back up to his Scuttle, but that was a little odd from Bluxy there. I'm not sure what he's exactly what he's looking for, but at the same time, really well done by Sindillion and R5 being able to put that ward in the perfect position to know where Sun Zhao is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, that's unexpected, but here we go. He's going to be in the mid lane. We see the chain is down, forcing the flash on Sindillion, but he's not going to engage any further.
Ooh, Sun Zhao and Kha'Zix could run it up into each other here. Kha'Zix did not get this Scuttle Crab, and this is going to be very good for Bluxy here, as both Scuttle Crabs for your jungler right away is definitely something that is going to be a lot greater in your, or a lot bigger of an advantage for your team, and something else that is going to possibly put Moody behind. And Moody, as we talked about, is one of those early game champions and players, and so it's just going to be very difficult for him to look for anything in the early game. Sin's out now on the top side.
He's looking for Tanzo. Tanzo gets knocked up yet again. Flashes away. Are they going to go forward? Bluxy does, but he barely gets it, actually. It didn't look like he was going to get it, but he is able to kill Tanzo on the top side. Good gank, but we do see Moody making his way up. He could look for him. He has red buff. Flashes forward. He's going to look for him. He does get the electrocute down. That's going to be a return kill going over to the side of Recon 5.
Wow, for a second there, Moody does miss the W, but...
Oh, never mind. I was to say, it looks like Moody was going to go forward, but Tanzo TP'd in. But Moody, he's going to get himself a nice free blue buff.
Yeah, and you know, Sinzao didn't decided not to go for that vertical jungling, instead go for that second Scuttle Crab. Kha'Zix is able to steal this away and then move back to his bottom side of the map. It kind of will even out the amount of gold and experience that Bluxy was given from both of those Scuttle Crabs, but actually Moody's going to make his way back up to the top lane, and he could look for a gank on Rexless, but there is nothing for Moody here on this top side, so there's no point. Bot side of R5 is going to get a deep ward into the river to make sure that they are completely clear of this Sinzao. They do not want to get ganked from that. They do have Morgana to get away with the Black Shield, but still something very dangerous. And the first dragon is actually going to be Wind. And Wind is definitely something that could be a benefit for either side. And I think Impulse here is going to be the team that wants to look for that Windrake a little bit more.
Yeah, it definitely helps them, especially with Bluxy running people down. He doesn't. Yeah, I guess he does have a bit of a jump, but it'll be easier for him to start these fights. But your Nurse, he's gonna be charmed up. Sindelian is actually ignited. I don't know if he thought he was gonna get more damage out or not, but we're gonna see Rexless. He's actually going in on Tanzo now. Got a little bit of skirmishes in all the lanes for the most part.
Yeah, and now they're kind of fighting for that blue buff. Bluxy really wants to make sure he could get that, but he has to back off as they don't have priority for Impulse there in the bottom half of the map, and R5 was able to make their way up to that jungle. But looking at the top side, Rexless pushes the wave so that he can just walk back and have teleport advantage. If he decided... wait, never mind. You know what? All right.
Nope, he teleported. As soon as he said that, he started teleporting.
Come on, Rexless. I was going to give you the benefit there. It was definitely going to be something good for you. Come on now. All right, okay, let's change it up into how I was saying it. Now because he teleported, he is able to either hold the wave for himself or pressure it, benefiting himself. And Tanzo doesn't have his teleport right now, so Tanzo has to make his way all the way back up to top and then lose an entire minion wave, and he's going to lose a cannon wave, which is pretty big for any person in a lane.
Yeah, Tanzo. The good thing is Tanzo will have his TP up before Rexless does, so if he does decide to make a TP play on the lanes, that will benefit him. And Siren is one of those champions too that he doesn't really... You're not expected to win lane. You know, if you miss a few CS, it doesn't really kill you in the long run, since you do have scaling. But it looks like Bluxy might be caught out. They're going to catch him. The charm does land. Moody is here. Electrocute's going down, and that's going to be another kill going over to Moody.
Wow, he was spotted. Sindelian decided, you know what? We might need to move up here and make sure we can get Bluxy. They pick up a kill for Moody. Now he's 2-0. Morgana's making her way up to LeBlanc. LeBlanc jumps on in, gets the charm landed.
The distortion is going to be used. She's going to go back. She has the second distortion if needed, but the dark binding misses. The black shield not even utilized here.
Yeah, and Bluxy getting a little bit greedy there, trying to get as much as he can. Does get spotted out. But the distortion almost gets your Nurse killed there because he goes on forward but doesn't realize that Scrim is on the other side. Scrim is sadly misses that bind onto your Nurse, and a little bit of fight back and forth between Reckless and Tanzo. But as Tanzo has so much health, and then Reckless can heal it back with his W and also have that extra shield from the damage on Tanzo. There's a little bit of skirmishes back and forth. Oh my, wait, actually, Tanzo's...
He needs to be careful, and they're going to chase each other down. Your Nurse with a distortion over the wall. Sindelian looked like he's going to be a little trouble, but...
that's definitely one of the more entertaining things we've seen in the Champions League.
And he looks just like Sion when he does it, too. Dark Binding's going to land, though. They're going to throw traps down her, so it's going to be fine. Even Tanzo types in the chat, I hope we both laughed there. He knows that was a good one.
Yeah, you know, both of them right after each other. Just That was pretty good. Oh, Rexo is actually putting himself a little bit forward in this brush. Tanzo, if he walks on forward, they could look for a little bit of a engage. Tanzo is getting his flashback right now, though.
Yeah, but if you saw mid lane, your nurse gets super low. The clone was popped. But Bluxy making his way top. Tanzo's gonna be a little trouble. He is gonna flash, but he gets caught up by the chain anyway. He's gonna be stunned up and gonna be knocked up, and that's gonna be another kill. Going over to the top side.
Wow,
He's chasing him down. Nope, not anymore.
Impulse getting their main top laner back into this game. Same thing that happened to Schism. They didn't have their main top laner. They had their sub in for them in these couple of games, and now that they have their top laner back in action.
Oh, your nurse might be some trouble. He's going to be ignited up, and you see the chain come down, but Bluxy's here. Your nurse will fall, though. Spirit Rush is available, and he has just enough mana. We're going to see True Shot Barrage come out in the bottom just to push the wave, but Sindelian able to get the kill and get away. Your nurse thought Bluxy was enough.
Yeah, now Kha'Zix's Moody placing himself on the other side. He does not know that Bluxy knows he's on the other side, so Moody could just sit in the butt. Since I was just going to recall here, and Moody's just going to have to walk away, and I don't think there's too much that can happen in that point. And, oh, okay, so now Moody can take these Krugs away and then possibly look to help out bot lane. He is being spotted on a ward, so they're trying to ping over and have Bluxy move his way, or make his way down. Bind does miss. That can really hurt them if they want to try to look for something here. Damage blocked by the Braum, and now they're going to go on in.
Yeah, Karaoke, he gets taken down instantly. Moody's able to get it, but they're under a tower. Scrim taking too many tower shots. He's going to flash away, so will Moody. But there you see Bluxy picks up one return kill. It's going to be a 1-for-1. My directed camera wants to sit in the top lane, but mid lane so far, Sindelian, your nurse fighting it out. Now Tanzo and Rexless fighting it. Everyone's fighting it out everywhere. It's skirmishes all over the map. Oh, Herrick goes forward. We're going to see Bluxy making his way in. The ace in the hole was used by Paradox. He's trying to get out. There's a custom blows to be used. He heals and flashes towards Moody, and they're going to fight him down. But here we go. Bluxy throws him away. The red buff not taking him down enough. And now Bluxy might be in a little bit of trouble. He's going to try to go in, but the custom blows are there. He does beat up with the electrocute proc. Now Herrick's trying to run away. Moody's able to get back off, and that's going to be a nice kill going to the side of Recon 5.
Yeah, that red smite almost taking down Paradox, was not able to. Heal Flash is down from her. Flash is also from Morgana and Moody after the Sins Out engaged onto them. Back down towards where the turret was after they picked up the kill onto Karaoke. But a lot of things happened in the past like 2 minutes there when it first started off with that dive onto Karaoke where Moody was able to pick up the kill. Then Scrim tried to follow up with his ultimate to try to defend them, flashing away with Moody. Then gets taken down himself. Moody then tries to back off a little bit, and Herrick and Bluxy decide that they want to go for a kill onto Paradox. Don't get that kill. Bluxy loses his life to Moody, and now Moody on that aggressive champion once again is 4-0-1. And we can see definitely now that Moody needs to be on these early game champions.
Oh yeah, these. Well, I mean, Jarvan's early game. I think he's better with these champions who can burst a lot of damage at all times. Because you can see it from the Kha'Zix now, but they might be looking for Moody. They're Nurse and Bluxy sitting in this bush. They don't have vision over in the Krug's pit. But Rexless is going to go in. He might be in a little bit of trouble. Tanzo and Moody are both there. They got company coming back. He's going to flash the wall. And he's going to go in. We see TB coming in, though. From the bot side, that's going to be Karaoke. They are able to get the shutdown on Moody, and that might be the end of that fight. I don't know if that TP was necessary. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Sindelian and Tanzo are sitting here. He's going to Spirit Rush forward. He's going to get the charm down. He's going to be knocked up. Spirit Ball is going to come back and get the kill. And they're still looking to take down this Rift Herald, but meanwhile, the bot side is getting pushed in. And the fight's going to continue. Bluxy might be in a little bit of trouble. He gets knocked up, but no damage is dealt to him. You see the little red smite being taken down on the Tanzo. We got Rexless making his way in. Your nurse distorts forward. He's charmed up. This could be really bad for him. He's actually going to be trying to get away. Bluxy's able to get the kill on Tanzo. Now Sindelian has to try to get out there. No flash, but he will fall. Looks like Tanzo's undead body's coming for him. Rexless is going to fall. Double kill. And now the nurse comes in. He's able to pick up the kill on Sindelian in the mid lane. But what a great play from Recon 5 overall. And now they're able to get this bot tower. Glacial Fissure is going to be used. There's a True Shot Barrage. Are they able to get this tower? No, they're not. But Moody, he's coming in. He's looking for your nurse. He does use the Chillin' Smite. He's able to pick up the assassination there. Recon 5 with the aggression. And they're going to be able to get this tower now. They're pushing hard.
one kill after the other, just back and forth between these teams. Impulse, Recon, and now
Ooh,
something
Dark
more in the bot lane.
Yeah, Dark Binding lands. Karaoke might be in a little trouble. Scrim is ignited up. Custom blows are there. We see TP coming in from Tazo. Scrim, can he get out alive? Harris going to use his own stopwatch, though, and he will be taken down. Yes, Moody is also making his way down. And they're looking for the tower, and Tazo's still walking forward. He doesn't have the charge up, but they don't need it. They do get first tower. Man.
Rexless stealing the Caitlyn ultimate. Not too much that he really can do there, but just these fights back and forth, just really going in the favor of R5, playing this super well. And you have to take a look at this bot lane here. It is 0-3 right now for Karaoke, and it is 1-0 for Paradox, but at the same time, because his team was able to pick up more kills onto Karaoke, they're able to push up that bot lane, allow for his AD carry to get more CS, and now Ari trying to get away from the Sins. Oh my goodness!
Oh, you gotta love it when it's on the very tip and it hits him twice anyway. But Nurse is gonna go in on Syndilia, and Scrim is here, gonna throw a Dark Binding out. It's gonna be a little short. They got themselves the Infernal Drake. Moody's gonna go in. He might be caught out a little bit. He's gonna jump away. Harris gonna look to put custom blows on him, but I don't think they're gonna get any more. He has 2 stacks there. It's gonna be the Dark Binding's gonna land. Heroic's in a lot of trouble. He's gonna use stand behind me to try to get away, and they're still running forward. We're gonna see Syndilia Spirit Rushes. He gets the charm down. That's gonna be 1. They're looking for Bluxy's gonna flash over the wall. Tanzo's gonna miss any sort of attack, but Moody's gonna go in. He's gonna look for the damage, but he almost gets taken down himself. Heal's gonna be used by Paradox, and they get a 2 for 0 right now. It looks like your Nurse is on the backside. He could be a little trouble. Tanzo looking for the charge, not gonna land. And that's going to be 2 kills for none right now in favor. But your Nurse, he goes in. That could have been really bad. Dark Binding does hit a minion. Now Rexless is going in. He actually has the Morgana ultimate. He doesn't get onto anyone. Now your Nurse is going to find Syndilian on the backside. He does flash with the distortion. And that's going to be a return kill at least for 1. Now Moody, he might be looking for your Nurse. Your Nurse is still pretty healthy. Rexless, he's going to go in. He does get the chains. He's going to land. Scrim's going to be forced flashed out. He does get the kill, though. And now it looks like your Nurse is going to be the last one fight. Moody goes forward. He's able to pick it up. And that's going to be Paradox getting the kill on Rexless as well. That's going to be 3 kills going over the side. Or 2 kills going to the side, excuse me, of Recon 5. It's a 2 for 2. Oh, man. What is going on here?
And, you know, I don't know, really, Recon 5 being able to pull up a couple of kills there. They did have Scrim being taken down, but it has seemed like Impulse is getting a little bit of greedy here and a little bit over their heads. They're trying to make these aggressive plays, and they just don't have the damage that they did from the last game. They have the same team comp, except for the fact that your Nurse is on the LeBlanc instead. And so I think right now, these teams are not making that mental change in their head that they don't have the same kind of damage that they had last game. And this could look really bad for Impulse right now. R5 going in.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to stop the Rift Herald being taken. Bluxy, he did ultimate up, but Scrim's going to use its own ultimate. Here comes Moody, though. But Scrim gets taken down before anything happens. The Ghost Fisher was used, but here comes the charge from Syndilian. That's going to be 2 kills going to Recon 5, and they're going to finish this off. Or will they? Almost stolen away from Rexless. And Recon 5 definitely fighting this out, but it looks like the fight isn't done. Rexless steals the Scion ultimate. He's going to be charging in. It looks like Moody's going to be taken down. And your Nurse is going to fall. Paradox able to get the right one. And Rexless is being chased down. Karaoke is here. Throws out the Essence Flux. Misses the Mystic shot, though. And they're going to be looking to drop this Rift in the mid lane, it seems.
Yeah, R5 looking more like themselves in this game from... And last game, R5 didn't really show off what they can do. And this game is definitely both teams showing off their potential here. And I think Karaoke and Herix are struggling a little bit against that Morgana and Caitlyn combination. And so they're really getting themselves behind. Moody getting himself very far ahead. And it seems right now that Impulse's last hope is your Nurse and Rexless. Wow, that bind lands. Lots of damage blocked from the shield onto Herix. So... that is exactly what he needs to do and why they picked out that Braum going up against this Morgana. And, you know, right now, Impulse, all they have left is your Nurse on the LeBlanc and Rexless on that Silas. Bluxy can help out as much as he can, but he's more of that kind of squishy front line. And the reason for that is whenever he has his ultimate up, he can be that front line, use his ultimate, and block away the damage from Ahri and also from Caitlyn.
Yeah, I mean, wait a minute here. Paradox might be a little bit trouble. He does get the 90 caliber net, but your Nurse looking to take it. And the Ignite comes down. He is... he's not okay. Your Nurse gets solo kill after the ace in the hole, but he could be a little bit trouble. Tanzo and Scrim right here. They're looking for the return kill. He's going to have to chain down, and Tanzo is able to take this up. He's on a rampage, but Moody's found Herox in the jungle. He's able to get a kill. Can he get out of here? Bluxy did use the blast gun to chase him down, or what he thought he was going to chase him down. Moody looking for more, but he realizes he has company. That Rift Herald is dropped in the mid lane. And I believe Tanzo's on a rampage now.
This Silas is getting very aggressive. He wants to look for these fights. He knows how strong he is. And now he might look for something. He did steal Syndilion's ultimate. Dashes away from the bomb. But, it's going to get...
Yeah, he's in trouble. He get hit by the Dark Bind. He's going to use the Zonias, or the stopwatch, excuse me. But Moody's, he's trying to go in. He's not able to catch him out. And he's able to get out just fine. He uses that Spirit Rush, or Stolen Spirit Rush. Does he get 3 charges as well?
Yeah, so because that it's like a normal ultimate for Ahri is the 3 charges he's allowed to, but because the Rift Walk is every single time, they have to reset. Can't reset it. But wow, a lot of damage.
Caught out. He gets hit by the Dark Binding. Moody might just die for it though. They're gonna go for the Glitch Fish Scoop to use, but that's a double kill. He actually killed your nurse before he goes down, and that's gonna be a 2 for 1 in this jungle fight. And we're gonna see Paradox able to get himself the red buff, and now they're gonna get themselves Dragon. Recon 5. Doing what they need to do in game 3.
Yeah, so much damage there from Moody. He's so far ahead with that extra damage from the lethality and also Dustblade of Drakthar, which, yeah, it is lethality, but I mean more of the passive of Dustblade. And it's just something that does really well on Moody and also the Kha'Zix pick specifically. And I also have to give it to R5 right now. They are coordinating very well together, and this is really how R5 is able to pick up these wins in the Champions League, is through their communication of vision control, through the objective control. They have the 3 dragons, they have 3 turrets over Impulse right now, and it is just so big for them. And having that jungler who is so strong and far ahead, it is very difficult for them to look at anything except for that LeBlanc. It's, oh my goodness.
Your nurse catches out Paradox. Beautifully done. Sees him on the ward. But now it looks like Moody's found Bluxy. Bluxy's in a lot of trouble. He has to flash, but Moody's going to flash right behind him, and he's going to be able to get himself a return kill here.
Yeah, and Bluxy being taken down. That means that R5 could be looking for the Baron. Yeah, they could be. Oh my, wait a minute.
Your nurse looking for Scrim. He's able to get him rooted down, but the Zonias is going to be popped. He doesn't have the amount to fill. He flashes forward, gets the second distortion off, and he's able to get the kill on the Scrim. I don't know if that was 100% worth, though. Maybe. He used his flash.
Yeah, and I was just about to say there that R5 could look for that Baron, but because of your nurse and the Ezreal, but the poke damage and also being able to burst them down, it'd be a lot harder for them to do so. And right there, your nurse proved me right on that. Thank you, your nurse. It means a lot to me, man, because, you know, sometimes it hurts.
Wait a minute, Syndilion's not Bluxy, and Bluxy's going to be taken out instantly. He has the Ignite on him, and he's going to go away, but your nurse, he's chasing him down. Spirit Rush does follow. The chain is there, but he does force Syndilion to flash away. And Syndilion showing that he can do exactly what your nurse does, but on a much more tanky target.
Yeah, you know, and now that Bluxy is still dead after that, it just seems over and over, there's a 45-second death timer. And now R5 is going to be taking a look at this Baron. Nothing that Impulse can do, to be honest. They have the Mountain Dragon, they have the Infernal Dragon, and they'll be able to pick up this Baron for free. Now they can set the 80 carry and support in the top side of the map, have Tanzo make his way down to the bot lane, push up the mid lane wave first, and then make his way down. He has teleport, so he can split push like that in case his team wants to look for a team fight very soon. But at the same time, they could look to push up these waves, recall, reset, and then look for something else. Your nurse does get a chain off onto the Scion, but Scion is too tanky. Now they're going for an engage.
Paradox, he gets got on by Bluxy, but Bluxy's in a lot of trouble. Moody gets in the backside. He's there. He has a kill to blows on him. Can he get out? No, that's going to be Rexless picking up a kill, but he uses the zones. But we see Herrick's in a lot of trouble. There's going to be a kill for Paradox. He's looking to kill Herrick's, but he has the ultimate from Moody, but it doesn't matter. Ace in the hole is actually going to be blocked off. Beautifully done by your nurse. But this is a fight that Recon 5 won, and they're going to be able to push through this tower.
Yeah, R5 right now looking super strong here. And, you know, I keep saying it, and I will always keep saying it, especially when the fact that they're showing it. Oh, wait, the chain lands.
Oh, nice charm, and he's going to be rooted down. That's going to be a kill over to your nurse. Syndillion able to pick that one up. Beautifully done. Help with Scrim as well.
And there's there almost... You know, what I'm noticing right now is that R5, they are ahead, and they're playing this very well. But I also have to say Impulse is getting very, very over their heads and kind of going for a little bit of greedy kills. Your Nurse is realizing how strong he is right now. So he's trying to make these plays onto Sandillion, onto Moody, onto Scrim. But you have to realize that with how far ahead R5 is right now, you have to be very careful on how you play this, because like you just saw, one charm, one bind can be the death of you in this match. And so your Nurse, Rexilus, Bluxy all need to kind of just play back and wait for when they can go for something here. Moody taking a little bit of damage. No, you're good. Moody taking a little bit of damage from Karaoke. And it does seem like both teams want this dragon up next. R5's making their way over, taking control of the vision in the bottom half of the jungle. But not much they can do there for the side of Impulse. Impulse just trying to clear out what they can, or what they have left at least. And R5 just pushing on forward. They know how strong they are, and with this Scion as their front line and the extra damage in the back, Moody could possibly look for something here for a triple bounce maybe with the evolve. Bind does land. They might look for something, backs off a little bit.
Yeah, and he's coming in from the bot side, but Bluxy goes in, and it's going to be the fight. They're already going to see the Glacier Fish come out. Two shot rush misses everybody. We see them break away. Tonzo charged in, gets a 3-man knockup. Your Nurse trying to get out of there. He's on the backside of the Crux, but Paradox on another kill. He's going to get himself a double kill now. Moody's still alive. Ace in the hole is going to come out. It's not going to kill anybody, but it's going to push him away. But Bluxy and Your Nurse are on this backside. They're going to run into them in the pit, and they might be in a lot of trouble. They're actually just going to look to push this tower for Recon 5. Moody's going in. Moody's going to get caught out. He's taken down. Nice Dark Bind does come out, but it's going to miss. Your Nurse barely staying alive right now. Paradox chasing up. Flashes for this. And he's looking for more, but Tonzo is going to go to mid lane and push this tower. Very good job by Recon 5. They're looking for 2 towers. They're going to get mid and bot. Still have the Baron buff on them. Shouldn't be for much longer.
Yeah, and really wise call there from Tonzo. He's like, I want to go in. I got this. So uses the ultimate, gets a 3-man knockup, and then starts up the fight for R5. Now they take down 2 of the turrets. Next dragon is Mountain. Oh, the charm does land.
Yeah,
Bluxy getting
luckily, he
very
has that
low.
Sterix gauge.
Oh, wow. Yeah, the Sterix gauge giving a little bit more shield to last longer in this match. Second Infernal.
Is it? I thought it was a Mountain. Is it Mountain?
Second Mountain Drake for R5 is going to be definitely a huge advantage when
Bluxy flashes in for the steal. True Shot Barrage does come out, almost kills Scrim, but Bluxy will take his life for that one. But he gets the steal. Your Nurse actually going to chase down Sandillion. He decides to use a distortion to go back. Sandillion is there. Oh, throws a charm out there, and he's still going to go back in. Nice use, Spirit Rush. He's going to be okay, but there comes the Ignite, and Sandillion will fall. Can he? Looking for the heal from the Spirit Ball, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 in that manner.
Your Nurse right now is he's not thinking straight. You know, your Nurse is just trying to get these kills and focus on Sandillion. He does get the kill, but because Bluxy and your Nurse is down, R5 realize it, and they're going to try to push on in the mid lane and see what else they can grab for themselves. It is a 4v3 situation. Bluxy just spawned up. Now it is a 4v4. A lot of damage onto Moody.
Yeah, Rexless, he's going over there. He's chasing him down. Tonzo going to be able to get out just fine, and Recon 5 going to reset themselves and probably look for this top lane.
Yeah, they can decide to have Tonzo in the bottom half of the map. He doesn't have teleport anymore, but by having Tonzo pressure up, and they're pretty close to each other, the more that they push out these waves and get closer to the enemy base. Braum did look for something onto the... Oh, he flashes forward.
Oh my gosh, he used the Glacier Fisher there. He does have backup from Bluxy and Rexless, but I don't know if they can get there in time. No, they're not able to. Rexless still holding on to that big Scion ult.
Yeah, and you know, with the Tonzo in the bot side without teleport, I'm kind of surprised that they're gonna want to try to look for having Tonzo sit down there for or hopefully not have him sit down there for much longer, because Baron is up in 30 seconds. They do have Rexilus in the mid lane pushing it out. They may want to move your Nurse to the mid and have Rexilus go to the bot side of the map with that teleport. But it could be very close. Tonzo is actually going to recall here afterwards. Kha'Zix maybe look for something onto the Ezreal, but he's got to be very careful.
He goes in. We're going to see Sandillion pick that up. He gets a double kill with Heroes.
Never mind. Moody doesn't have to be careful on that one. I was going to say that you might want to worry about the fact that he is their jungler for R5 and want to take this Baron, but that is 2 easy kills for them. Karaoke and Herrick's being taken down, and now that is going to be the second Baron of the game going over to R5 once again.
Yeah, Recon 5 playing it so well. They got a 14,000 gold lead. They get the second Baron for themselves. Now they're at a 16,000 gold lead. I have no idea what impulse ghosting can do. Your nurse, he's trying everything he can to pick people off. And I mean, he's doing a fairly good job at it, but he's dying just as much as he's killing. And right now he's going to find Moody. He does throw the chain out. Moody was actually looking to try to snipe someone out. Going back down. He's going to be on a pink. Waiting.
Yeah, now Moody making his way up to the top side, putting himself in a different brush.
Yeah.
And now they know they're. Oh, they know that. Oh, Tonzo.
Tonzo on the
Nice.
backside. Gets the knock-up. Charm's going to go out. Almost lands on a Bluxy. Here comes Scrim. He does throw the Dark Bind. He's going to land. Moody goes in. And now the fight's continuing. And we can see the kill going over to Scrim right now. But Moody has to flash away. The Glitch Fish is going to be used. Rex goes forward. Two-shot barrage is there. Another Dark Binding lands onto Rexless. Moody, or not Moody, excuse me. Tonzo is going to be stunned up from the concussive blows. Dark Binding almost lands Rexless. But here we go. Your nurse trying to get in, get some damage down. Scrim kind of low right now, only at half health, but they're going to take that tier 3 in the top side. They're still going to press forward, though. You're going to see the ultimate come from Rexless. He tries to get in there. Harris goes, you stand behind me, tries to go in, and it doesn't matter, though. Looks like Tonzo going to counter that one. Rexless going to use his own zone as he does get away from the Dark Binding, but doesn't matter. Paradox able to hit him with the crit, gets another kill. That's a double kill over for him. They're going to take this inhib in the top lane. And now they're looking to end. They got the Baron buff. They're missing 3 members on the side of Impulse Ghosting. Bluxy forward. Flash forward from Scrim. He's going to force the Dark Binding and out onto Karaoke. He falls anyway. Your nurse actually has to flash away into the cloud. Bluxy super low. Stadilli goes forward. He's able to get the kill. And it's going to be game 3 going to Recon 5. Taking the series 2-1.
Wow, you know, this series is not what we expected. We definitely expected Recon 5 to be that team that would just be able to dominate this game, and Impulse really showed us wrong. In the first game, it definitely looked like that. Recon 5 got a huge lead. They dominated the game. Impulse then came back in Game 2, was able to pull it off for themselves, and Game 3 almost was able to, but then kind of in that middle game, really where R5 was able to take control. They had Moody back onto the Kha'Zix, back onto something more comfortable for himself, and also Sandillion picking up 11 kills for himself. That is just huge between the two of them. Paradox picking up 9 kills. All 3 carries for the side of R5 had so much damage. And inside of Impulse, Karaoke, your nurse, Bluxy, Rexilus, none of them really could get very far ahead. I'd say your nurse is the closest that you could get to someone who could possibly fight Sandillion or fight Moody. But with that one person against 3, it's very difficult.
Yeah, it definitely was very hard for your nurse to do anything in that game. Like I said, he was doing very, very well picking people off, but he would usually pay his life for it, or he would not get anybody because 1 or 2 other members would show up saving either Stillion or Paradox. But what you should be getting into the next series, again, congratulations to Recon 5. They take the series 2-1 over Impulse Ghosting. Next up, though, we do have Ascentia Gaming taking on Lakeside Gaming. A little bit behind schedule. We are going to be reaching about that 30-minute marks past where they're supposed to start. I don't know if we're getting an intermission right now. I haven't had word that we are, but I haven't had word that we aren't since we're already, like, again, running behind schedule. I imagine we're not. We want to try to get into this as soon as possible. Maybe after the second game, or the first game, I should say, we'll have that intermission. Kind of let us relax our throats and get a glass of water and use the restroom as needed. You know how intermissions go. But so far, it looks like from what I can see, the team are trying to get the lobby set up. Now this is what we'll do. I will put it over to an intermission real quick. I will have it set for 5 minutes. If I do get invites to the game, we will come back. This will give me and Zonite a chance to kind of reset ourselves to get back into things to come. So sit tight. Don't go anywhere. We're going to get into the last series tonight. I just got an invite. Never mind. As I say all of that, the invites do start coming in. Sad day for me. Oh.
I saw somebody in the chat earlier on, and he wanted to see a little bit of a dab out of me. So
he wanted you to dab.
I gave him it.
You know, I was streaming one day, and I was playing League of Legends, and I guess another streamer, her name was like Nikki Taylor or something like that. I don't know. And she posted her Twitch after the game, and you know, I never like do that just to do it because I think it's body kind of. But like I was like I did it more of a joking manner. I was like, oh, we're allowed to do that, and so I posted mine too, and like all of a sudden like 40 some people came over and they're like, oh, they send love from Nikki. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Hey, what's up? Whatever. And then someone's like, oh, they're like, hey, you should dab, and I had no idea what that was. I was like, what is that? So I looked it up real quick, and I was like, why would I do that? Like, what is the point of that? And they're just like, oh, you're not a memer, and they all left. I was like, well, but because I didn't do it, I didn't know what it was, and I was like, that's like, what is the point of that? It serves me no purpose. I'm a practical person, right? Like, if it serves me purpose, then I will do something. But if it's something just absurd like that, and I'm just like, what? I just see no reason to it. That's fine, you know, whatever. But, but that's like my oldest daughter. She likes to do the Fortnite dances.
Oh,
all she does is the Fortnite dances. What are you doing? Like, why are you doing these? Any song comes on, doesn't matter what it is. She's doing a Fortnite dance. It's usually, what is it called? The floss, or whatever, you know.
Whatever.
Kids these days, I guess, right? I mean, I guess I'm old school. I mean, I am a lot older than most gamers tend to be with those kind of things, right? Like dabbing and the Fortnite stuff. Like, I'm a lot older, and I don't.
Come on, man. Just do it a little.
I don't adjust like that. No,
just do it.
I'm not doing that.
Just do it. Just do it.
No.
Come on now. Hit it a little bit. Just a little bit. Just hit it. Just hit it. Come on now. You know the chat wants to see it.
You know. I saw something or I read something one time, and it made a lot of sense to me, and it makes a lot of sense. And it said, you know, let the young kids have what they have, because you see a lot of like 25-year-olds and up. They kind of try to adjust to where the younger kids are now, like the mid-teens and late teens. They try to act like they do, adjust, you know, get accustomed to their music, their dress, their style, and instead of just staying to what they have been known to do for their most of their time, they're doing what the younger kids do, I should say. And I saw it and it said, you know, let the younger kids do what they want to do, or have their own style and their own way of doing things, because you had yours at one point. I was like, that makes a lot of sense, you know. But for me, it's easier because, again, I don't bandwagon onto what other people are doing. And again, you know, I could have been my you know, ticket to fame for streaming. I could be getting 40 people watch me play League or something, but whatever. I mean, I'm not hurt by it. It's just funny.
Right.
It's just funny that you doing that just kind of reminded me of that time. My thing is not. Come on, Pro Draft.
Right.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I was trying to. I was seeing people in chat.
I saw it. I saw it
in the game. They're like, "Oh man, Nate, can you dab?
You're a sheep. You're a sheep. You're a sheep. Following what people tell you to do. You gotta lead the way. We are the lead casters of the NightFall League, the NightFall Champions League. We lead the way.
Well, okay. All right, fine.
No.
All right. Well, it doesn't look like either side is ready yet. But let's talk a little bit about this matchup: Ascentia versus Lakeside. Both teams, I don't believe, won their games in week one, I believe Ascentia won, right? Or am I?
No, both Lakeside and Ascentia had lost their first week series, but Ascentia did take one game over Recon 5.
Okay.
So kind of the same scenario now. They took game 2 over Recon 5 because, again, Moody was not on the Nidalee or Kazakhs, I guess.
Yeah, that is true. And, you know, as we get into this pro draft right now, something that Ascentia has over LSG is just they kind of have the coordination together. And Ascentia showed that in that game against R5, and also just a second ago you saw Impulse in game 2 really show that off, that they do have the coordination, but it's just at some point their mental can kind of lose hope, or they even just kind of fall behind. So That being said, I think Ascentia can be in favor here, but either way, Lakeside has also proven to be a team that can go up against Ascentia. So I'm excited to see this matchup and this series. Now, looking at the bans coming up very soon, I believe you'll be able to see them in 1 second. We're having a little bit of trouble trying to load into the pro draft because it is not the greatest thing in the world, but it is something that we have to try using anyways. But before I tell you what has been banned and what has been picked, while we still
what is going on here? Hang on.
Yeah, before I try to tell you what is going to be picked and what is going to be banned right now,
oh, man.
Something that I probably want to look for from Ascentia and Haru being that jungler who can kind of play a lot. He has a lot of meta potential and also can play these different kind of champions. Rat Freezeman also showed us last week that they are very strong on that aggressive play style. So I would not be surprised to see a Kalista and a Thresh being picked out for the bot lane. But you never know. You may see something like the Caitlyn Morgana again, or you may see something else. And now, looking at the draft already, Urgot is going to be grabbed by LSG. That is going to be let through. Urgot is one of those champs right now that is doing very well for himself. And Lucian going to be grabbed as well. Kalista going to be banned by LSG. Ascentia did play it last week and do very well with it. Rat is very good on that Kalista, so they're going to make sure that they ban that out. Silas Galio Jarvan has been picked up by Ascentia. And, banning out the Kalista, that really shows Ascentia that they might want to look for the Lucian pick. So if Ascentia has anything that they want to go against this Lucian right now, it definitely is going to probably be that Ezreal pick. And with the Lucian Morgana, Ezreal is definitely looking higher and higher on the list. There is still possibility for a Tristana or a Jinx, but at the same time, Jinx does not do very well into a Lucian Morgana. And Gaiken, what do you think these bans are going to be, the last 4 bans?
Kaisa is one. I honestly have no idea. Ascension and Lakeside, from what I've seen, they don't really have anyone who's, they don't have like a Tanzo Riven or something like that. So I think a lot of meta stuff is going to be banned out, or if they've been watching, if they've been doing the research, maybe looking up some op.ggs, seeing what the players have been playing the past week. That's probably what they're going to ban out. So, honestly, it could be anything. And the Jinx is going to be taken away by Lakeside Gaming, although you did note that Jinx is not very good into the Lucian Morgana. I definitely think Jinx is very strong. They have a really good team for it with the Jarvan, Galio, and Silas. They have a lot of peel and a lot of good frontline to not really allow the Urgot or Lucian to get onto this Jinx. And if Jinx can scale up properly, get the Infinity Edge going into the Runaan's Hurricane and probably one other crit attack speed item, I think the Jinx would become a big problem for the side of Lakeside Gaming. But they're going to take it away. And then we see the Lysandra is the final ban from Ascentia. But it looks like Lakeside, we're hovering that Kassadin. Going to be going for that Corki, though. And they are going to lock it in.
Yeah, and with that Kassadin pick being shown, I kind of realized that Kassadin's not doing very hot in the Champions League. Something else we've noticed is that Silas has only had 1 win, I believe, in the Champions League. And so Essentially grabbing him for them, but there's a chance that they could put the Silas mid and having something else in the top lane. Sivir now is going to be shown. Sivir going to be grabbed for the bot lane. Galio Sivir against this Lucian Morgana. But there is a chance that Ascentia is possibly looking to have the Morgana go mid. So they did ban out that Braum, making sure that they can't have the Braum-Lucian combination. But now because they know that Corki has been picked up, Morgana is going to be in that bot lane, and Vladimir is going to be either a top or mid. Silas and Vladimir can definitely be switched around based on who they have to go against left. LSG has 20 seconds left.
Yeah, the Vladimir and Silas, nice flex pick. They do have, they know what they're going against. They know it's going to be a Corki and a... Wait a minute. Okay, I was going to say, Urgot Jungle? I've heard of it. I've seen it. But it's going to be the Gragas Jungle. Still not a champion we see a whole lot of either.
Yeah, Gragas is one of those champions right now that he's not doing that great. He can't really build tank right now, and the only thing he can mainly do is build that kind of hyper not hyper, excuse me, the kind of an AP tank build, something you don't see very often, but it just right now Gragas does not seem like one of those champs you want to grab, especially because he can't get a lot tankier. If they do decide to make him more of an AP champion in the jungle for them, it honestly could be beneficial when they go into the early skirmishes, but later in this game would definitely hurt them. So I'm interested in seeing how LSG is going to build this Gragas.
Yeah, I imagine he would try to go full damage, try to burst some of these members down from Ascentia. It would be kind of hard if they do, or if he does. I mean, Ascentia, they have so much safety net on their side. Vladimir with the pool, Jarvan has the flag and drag, although Jarvan is also fairly tanky himself. Then you have Galio, who's tanky. Silas, somewhat, I guess Silas and Sivir would be the only two targets for him.
I see you lack judgment.
I don't know. I mean, and like you said, tank Gragas just isn't really a thing anymore. So I'm very curious as to why they picked him when they had quite a bit of other options. They could have went with something. Maybe they could have went with something like an Elise.
I won't be denied.
If they're looking for that AP heavy jungler, Elise is available. Still a very strong champion. She has good burst. She has the cocoon, so she has pretty decent CC. I don't know. Maybe they're looking for the Gragas to set up some really good plays. Because if you look at it, Lakeside doesn't have a whole lot of CC on their side. They got the Morgana Dark Binding. That's pretty much it outside of the Gragas Barrel and Stun.
Yeah, and based on the bans, it really does seem like these teams are banning out the solo laners. Not too many junglers banned out and focused here. You have the Kale, Sejuani, Nico, Braum, Lissandra on the side of Ascentia banned out. And then LSG banned out Jace, Rek'Sai, Kalista, Kai'Sa, Jinx. And you can kind of see LSG was really trying to focus down on Rat there, making sure that Rat doesn't have many options. And even though they did take away the Kalista, the Kai'Sa, and the Jinx, I still think that Sivir pick is going to be very helpful for Ascentia going in later to the game, especially against that Urgot, the Morgana, and the Gragas.
Yeah. I'm definitely excited to see this mid lane matchup. It looks like it is going to be oh no on the Sylas this time. So Sylas will be going to mid lane, and we're going to have Cerberus on that Vladimir in the top lane. So this mid matchup should be quite interesting. We've seen more of that Sylas top in the Champions League, if anything. But going into Corki has been showing great excellence here in the Champions League. Very, very strong. Does a lot of damage. We've seen him. I think, who was it? Was it? Maybe it was Moody. Was it Moody? On the Graves? Yeah, I believe it was Moody on the Graves. Last week he tried to 1v1 the Corki in the mid lane, even under tower, and got destroyed before he was able to do anything. But Corki's had such a good time, so Patty's Wagon should do fairly well into the Sylas pick. But having this Gragas, I mean, you have a lot of gank potential coming out of him. He does have the flash body slam, he has a slow from the barrels, and when he hits level 6, he has the casket that, can throw everyone anywhere.
Yeah, something that could definitely disrupt a fight or even an engage. Gragas can definitely help out his team try to disengage, but he has to play that very carefully with that ultimate and the casket. Or is that? Yeah, casket? Whatever. All right. The Gragas ultimate, because if he places it in the wrong position, forcing the enemy team to be even pushed even further into his team, that could wreak havoc on LSG. But at the same time, this is the Champions League. These are players who know what they're doing, so I don't think there's going to be too many mistakes there in that situation. But we have seen over the course of these games where people do fall behind in that early game. And we talked about this on the podcast. Something that really is being noticed and shown by these teams is that because of how the meta is with this early game, it really goes in the favor. So it goes in one and two ways. If a team gets ahead, they either dominate the game, or the team gets ahead and then they fall behind and lose. And that's the two ways that the games have been playing out right now. There has not really been a kind of a stalemate game that goes on for long and then suddenly somebody takes over, or say the losing team is losing like most of the game and suddenly they win one fight and win the game. Any situation like that, it's been more focused on that early game. So either team is going to have to really focus on that early game and hopefully gain the lead they can and see what they can do from there. And Gaiken, I got to ask, what are your thoughts on the Sylas being able to steal the Urgot, the Gragas, and the Morgana ultimate?
I think the Urgot ultimate is going to be huge for Ono if he's able to steal it. Because, I mean, that can turn the fight completely on its head right there. If he's able to get a pick, right, eat him alive, do the 9,999 max damage. For some reason, no champ. I wonder if he get a champion above that, but it doesn't matter. He does that damage. If he's able to dash into the middle of the enemy team, he can get the fear off, and that can really hurt the side of LSG. Sylas, I think, and we've seen in most of these games, he steals these ultimates that can either win or even lose the fights. If he steals the Gragas ultimate, I think it could definitely help his team out a lot too. But I think that the Urgot ultimate is the strongest one that he could get. I would think.
Okay, but how about this? So because you just said and talked about the fact that on the Sylas would have a stronger chance of like stealing Ratload's ultimate, my question is, because Sylas is now in the mid lane rather than the top lane, do you think there's less of a chance for kill participation for the Sylas in the mid lane because he doesn't have the ability to steal that kind of ultimate from Urgot? Or do you think it's just better in general for Ono to be able to take that Sylas because of how the matchup stands for him going up against that Urgot with Conquer?
I think it's better for him because of the matchup. He may not be able to steal it right now, but come later in the game, he'll be able to get the Urgot ultimate no problem, I believe. Because if they can force LSG to group up, he doesn't really have to be that close to take the ultimate away. The range is actually really far. And even before that comes, if Darkcat goes to the mid lane, he could just steal Darkcat's ultimate, and that could be a huge disengage when Darkcat decides to gank him on the Gragas.
Yeah, it's something to definitely be scared about. We got about 30 seconds until we get into this game one of this series between Ascentia and Lakeside Gaming. Both teams here super excited and ready to play. We always do this. Gaiken and I like to do this. We like to go back and forth on this. But right before this game, Gaiken, who do you think is going to win based off of these team comps?
Ratload. LSG.
What?
I said Ratload, but LSG.
Wait a minute.
Ratload's his own team. That's how strong he's going to be this game.
Okay. So because Ratload is on this Urgot, and then they also have the Gragas, the Lucian, and the Corki, some extra damage for themselves, you think that LSU is going to be able to take this first game?
Yes, I definitely think they're going to take this first game. But we are loading into it as we speak. Ascentia will be on the blue side with Cerberus on that Vladimir in the top lane. Haru is going to be on that Jarvan in the jungle. Oh no! Will be on that Sylas in the mid lane. Rat and Freezeman on the Sivir Galio on the bot side. And on the red side of the map is going to be a Lakeside Gaming with Ratload on that Urgot in the top side. Darkcat on the Gragas in the jungle. We're going to see Patty's Wagon on that Corki in the mid lane. And Yuki Bunny and Boom Hunter on that Lucian Morgana in the bot side. And I gotta say, I do not like this cats versus dog thing, but better all, Corki is wearing boxers. He's wearing dog bone boxers. How great is that?
Hey, okay, that's pretty good, but you gotta think, riding a corgi.
Oh my god,
that's pretty good.
I don't understand. I don't know what's good with this. You know what we should see? We should host an event with NightFall where you have the cats versus the dogs team. Like one team, blue team is cats and red team is dogs, and everyone has to wear the respective skins.
Okay.
I think if we could find a way to fund that, that would be amazing.
We could do skins versus skins, or maybe even what is it? Lore versus lore. Maybe some places like Zon versus is it not Piltover. It's I don't know why it's coming to me. My name is based after Zon. I can't even think about this. To like do Demacia versus Noxus. That'd be kind of cool. And I do really like your idea of the based off of skins. That is something else that we could do. That would be kind of fun. And hey, you know, maybe later in the season we could possibly do something maybe that's more based around the admin, casters, and some of the players. We could do maybe coaches versus admin and casters.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I mean,
Putting
that would be
ourselves
fun.
up against these master player coaches, challenger player coaches.
I
And
mean,
then
it would be fun.
Yeah.
I'd be you and me be forced to cast as we play.
Yeah, as we going on. All right, guys, you can see the point of view of Zonite right now, and then we're gonna show over here is Gaiken. Both of us are gonna be in the bot. No, okay. Well, let's focus. All right, let's get my attention out of here. Your attention is fine. Let's focus on this game right here. We've got Ascentia and Lakeside game.
Sorry.
Oh
my god. What is that dance? That is ridiculous.
Is the Corky?
The Corky, he's shaking his booty. That was great. That was good. Yeah, that'd be fun. NightFall admin versus like coaches or something like that. That would be pretty cool. But then who would cast it? We could have the premier casters cast it then, or do you have we could just like select two random players who want to do it. Look at that. Even Patty's Wagon Corky shoots out stars for the Gatling gun. That's amazing. It's like a Gatling rainbow.
All right, I am back. And now both sides are going to get some vision across to the river. They know where the Jarvan is. Haru's spotted out. Darkout can now kind of play around that and use that to his advantage. Knows where the Jarvan is. And Urgot could possibly... Urgot could use that to his advantage. Jarvan is making his way up. But, actually, you know what?
He's
He
going
isn't spotted yet.
Haru wants this. He's going to go in with the flag and drag very soon. Actually forces it out. He doesn't land the knockup, though. He gets the electrocute down. Ratload is super low. That was interesting.
Not much he could do there.
Oh, no, going in. He does not. No one has Ignite in this mid lane. Getting hit by the Gatling Rainbow.
Yeah, Patty's wagging on that Corky, trying to do some damage.
No,
Lucian's going
Rat.
in.
He's in a little bit of trouble. Going to force the flash out. Friesman, no. He's actually able to get away. But there's a Dark Binding going to land. Friesman is in a little bit of trouble. He's going to be taking some damage. Yuki able to just shoot him at free will. That was kind of an interesting decision by Ascentia there.
Yeah, it seems like in the chat we're getting some good reactions to the casters versus coaches. All right, I keep getting distracted. I'm looking at the chat and having too much fun. All right, back into this game. Both sides right now with the Gragas and the Jarvan, they're both playing where they kind of clear out the one side of the jungle and then make their way to the other side. We saw Haru try to get a gank on the Ratload. Ratload was able to get away very safely, but at the same time, we also see that Haru is able to pick up both Scuttle Crabs on the entire map, so the bot and the top Scuttle. So Dark Cat is going to be a little bit behind here going into this game. He will be spotted out as well, so now it gives more vision control for Ascentia on this bottom half of the map. And right now, it just seems it's going to be kind of a farming state right now for both teams. Not too many objectives up that they can look for, and the closest one that they have will be that dragon. It is going to be the mountain.
Rat, you're in a lot of trouble. He's going to heal up. We're going to see Friesman use the taunt. Rat walking up for some CS there. Haru is nearby. He might actually try to go in for the flag drag. I don't know what Rat was thinking, but here we go on the top side. Cerberus is getting thrown back by Ratload. He's actually going to use a Sanguine Pool just to get away. What were you doing, Rat?
Yeah, Rat there getting himself almost caught. He uses the heals. He still has his flash, but he doesn't have the heal anymore. Lucian's going to have to back off here. He doesn't have the mana to sustain in the lane. Morgana's going to stay because the Galio is going to stay in the lane as well. And lands on the Galio.
That was good. It looked like he went right by the creep.
Squeaky Toy does land onto the Silas, and now a little bit of a skirmish up in the top lane, and Vlad is getting pretty low. Not much mana on Ratload. He can't really do much there. Mountain Dragon is up very, very soon. Silas now going to look for a little bit of skirmish onto the Cork. He misses the chain and now follows up a little bit more damage.
Oh,
Gragas is going
the
in.
Predator. He's going in. He's looking for the body slam. He's going to be patient. He does land it, and then he does flash out. Oh, no, he gets flashed after by Patty's Wagon. First Blood's going to go over to Patty's Wagon on Lakeside Gaming.
Nice Lakeside Gaming making the play there that they needed. Corky kind of baiting it out, using the Predator. Dark Cat just gained from the back after the first clear, and this is going to be huge for them. Dark Cat being able to assist his mid laner. And you know, Corky is one of those champions who's definitely kind of that mid lane, has that mid lane advantage, and then towards the late game can scale even more. So having the Corky get more damage early on, making it to where it's more difficult for Ono to be able to do much at all. Even now, he has no summoner spells at all. It is going to be very difficult for Ascentia to try to go up against Dark Cat and Patty's Wagon later on.
Yeah, Patty's Wagon, this is not someone you want to have farm going on to. You see he builds that Hex Drinker first item, not even worried about the Sheen or Phage that you're used to seeing from most Corky players. But Dark Cat comes in. Did he steal it? Yeah, he's able to steal the Scuttle Crab from Haru.
Yeah, I don't think Haru expected that one. He does set a control ward down, but Gragas is making his way back. Gragas actually walks by the brush. He doesn't actually go in it.
Okay.
And Dark Cat might be looking for a mid lane play or something else. Corky's going to get a little bit of Gatling gun damage onto Ono. Gragas now going to try to steal away the Raptors, but Ono is going to make his way over. He steals the ultimate from Gragas.
There's the barrel coming out. Dark Cat in a lot of trouble. He does flash away. Is enough though. Freeze here. 2-man taunt. He's going to Justice Punch onto Patty's Wagon. Patty's Wagon might be in a lot of trouble. Can he get out? He's trying to do damage. It's going to be enough. The Hex Trigger almost keeping him alive just long enough. But that's a double kill going back over to Ono.
Yeah, Ono now. I was just talking about how Patty's Wagon is gaining that lead that he needs to go against Ono, and Ono was able to pick up 2 kills. Now he's worth 150 gold on his head. Lucian is going into the turret.
He's forcing the flash. Almost gets killed. Yuki's gonna. Oh, he looked like he was gonna die. The potion there, able to keep him up as well as that Vampiric Scepter, barely keeping him alive. Rat, I'm surprised he survived that.
I'm surprised either one of those ADCs lived. And you know what? Yuki Bunny, you know he was holding his finger over that heal. He's like, oh, I want to use it so bad. Oh, another engage from Freezeman.
Yeah, but in top lane, Dark
look
Cat.
at top lane.
Cerberus is in a little bit of trouble. He does throw it on the ultimate, but he gets eaten alive. Rat load, making the damage happen. But Boom Hunter taking the tower shot.
Oh, Jarvan's in.
Or Haru's coming in. Flash out from Yuki. Beautiful dark binding from Boom Hunter.
All right, never mind. Haru's not in. I was kidding. But looking at that fight between the ADCs, Rat got very low, and then Yuki Bunny, he's got his finger over that heal, and he just wants to use it, but he holds it back and is able to still live through it. Now, Lucian is one step closer to that Bork, which is going to give him the lead in this lane, and potentially, hopefully, for the side of Lakeside Gaming, that early pressure that they need. And, you know, with Freezeman and how he's been playing, he moved up to the mid lane and was able to help out with that double kill for Ono. It's just really, really good for them. And now because of the way the wave has worked for Ascentia, they're able to pressure it on the bottom half and be able to take this Mountain Dragon for themselves. This is a pretty good dragon for the side of Ascentia. Mountain Dragon is always something that you really need. And you know what I definitely need to stop doing is that squeaky noise. So let's work on that.
What? The squeaky noise? Dark Cat.
Unless you didn't hear it.
Cerberus. I don't know if he can kill him. Cerberus is going to try to fight it out as much as possible. He does see Patty Wagon making his way top. He gets thrown back by the cast, but didn't really go that far. He's still look at how much damage he's doing onto him. And he's able to
kind of just. It was like one of the tank battles. You just have 2 tanks beating each other, and there's nothing happening. And you know, maybe I didn't realize it, but maybe I didn't have anything noticed. And now Galio's in.
Yeah, Freezeman looking for the taunt. We see the on the hunt being used by Rat. It's kind of weird. Moody, or not, I keep wanting to say Moody, but Haru on the Jarvan. We saw Moody last series on the Jarvan.
Haru just hanging out in the tri-bush. He is going back right here. He does spot where Morgana and Lucian are, but they don't want to try to look for anything too aggressive. They don't know where Dark Cat is at this very moment.
What's this squeaky noise you're talking? That type of thing.
Yeah, that kind of thing. That kind of noise.
I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, like I was saying something. I was like, yeah, you know this Lucian. I was like, okay, let's stop that right now. But all right.
The squeaky noise. The squeaky noise.
The squeaky noise. Please don't make that a meme. Don't clip that chat. That is something that doesn't need to get out there.
It's the new thing. It's the squeaky noise. The Zaw Night squeaky noise. I'm gonna make it my ringtone.
Oh man. Ooh.
I'm gonna get a text message.
I don't know if you want that if you walk into a store. All right, we're getting too off track. All right, we're getting too off track.
It doesn't matter. Ooh, that came out damage. Yuki's gonna go in. He uses the bilge water. Taunt does come out, and there's gonna be the calling. He actually is. I think he stopped on his own. Boom Hunter actually used the ultimate.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Lakeside's bot lane right now. The Lucian Morgana pressuring the wave really hard. Haru's making his way down though.
Good look for it. He does have the Cataclysm. Yuki is pretty low on mana. Is there, and he's going to go over there. Gets a nice knockup on him, and there's the just coming in. Nice Cataclysm against the two-man knockup. They're under the tower, though. He's doing a little bit of damage. Just Punch does knock him up, and now Boom Hunter's going to be taken down, and that's going to be a kill going to the Rat. And that's a 2-for-0 in the bot lane. Beautiful rotation coming out of Haru.
Yeah, Yuki Bunny using his heal there. Boom Hunter, I believe, using his flash there to try to get away. Not much he can do. The Patty's Wagon's going to pick up the blue buff so he can try to sustain a little bit longer in this lane against Ono. But in that last fight, it was just really well played by Haru and Ascentia, putting himself down in the bot lane, knowing that Yuki and Boom Hunter were going to play a little bit more aggressive there. And, you know, I think Yuki and Boom Hunter thought they could play a little bit more aggressive, thinking that Haru was on the top side or that Dark Cat was nearby. I'm not sure specifically why they wanted to go that far forward. Maybe it was because Rat and Friesman are a little bit lower than the, a little bit lower than they thought. But there's a squeaky noise. Why?
I wasn't going to say anything. I was just going to let it go.
No, I know you're going to let it go. But now, for me, it's like, okay, Lucian is now going to look for something on to the server. Not too much damage, but, Dark Cat. Gragas' ultimate was stolen by, Gragas is in. He's
going in, flash body slam comes out. He does dash forward to get out of there. He's going to flash away himself. Oh, no, he's going to be fine. He throws a cask out. Dark Cat's going to be a little bit trouble. Stopwatch is going to be used. All he has to do is stun him up, and he's going to go in. We see the ultimate come out from Ratload. He did miss, and it looks like Oh No is going to be in a little bit of trouble himself. He did get a nice kill, but that's going to be a big shutdown going over to Ratload.
Yeah, Ratload being able to pick up that shutdown gold is really going to help him go into this lane against the Vladimir. He picked up the Executioner's Calling to go against that healing. Very good rotation from him. He pushed up the wave. Bind does land onto Friesman. Friesman uses the W to get a little bit of damage reduction. And now Lucian tried to get a little bit more damage on the Sivir. Rat being able to...
They tried to get the fake off, but it did not work. The wall blocked the Justice Punch. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. Dark Binding almost lands.
Haru in the mid lane. Oh, I thought Haru was going to look for something there. Just decided that he wanted to clear out the wave. And, you know, I think we talked about this before, how Justice Punch should go through a wall. Do you think you said that earlier in the week, or last week, that you wanted that to go through a little bit of skirmish now in the top side?
Yeah, Ratlo's chasing down Cerberus. He did use the Sanguine Pool already. He's trying to run out. Does not have the ultimate for Ratlow. We're going to see a Dark Bind land on the bot side. Boom Hunter and Friesman just trading blows back and forth. But Cerberus is losing this top lane. That Executioner's Calling is really making it hard for him to try to sustain his life.
Yeah, and the next dragon coming up is the Infernal Dragon, and is definitely looking in the favor of Ascentia because of that bot lane being able to pressure and push up, with the Rat being able to clear the waves so fast, and then also Dark Cat being spotted on the top side of the map, trying to pressure away Cerberus and Ono. And now Ascentia just get to go for a free Infernal here.
Yeah, they're doing very well at keeping these objectives under control. Every time it's up, for the most part, you do see that Haru's making his way in there pretty much unseen by the enemy team, and they're able to take it. But topside, looks like Rat took a couple tower shots. Has to be careful. Dark Cat actually taking the rebuttal and going to get the Rift Herald for his team if Cerberus doesn't catch him out.
Yeah, lots of vision control for the side of Lakeside, but there's not much they can do here. And Essentia's making a play.
There's the cast going to come out. Dark Cat going to get the stun off. Where's the ultimate being flashed away by Cerberus? Now you got Oh No making his way up, as well as Patty's Wagon. They're going to try to take this for himself. If it doesn't reset itself, Oh No, it's just going in the middle of this. He has the Urgot ultimate, just like we said he would have eventually. They're able to secure the Rift Tower for themselves. Looks like Lakeside Gaming. They still have the Gold League, surprisingly, even though they're down a couple kills.
Yeah, and Lakeside is able to hold up a little bit better than I expected, especially like you said early on. Lucian is going to look for something. Galio does miss the taunt. Beautiful dash away.
Chasing him down. He's got the calling out. Gonna be enough. Justice punches away. Ooh, Friesman. Close.
Yuki Bunny almost being able to pick up a kill on a 1v1 against Friesman there. Ultimate getting him very, very low. And you're now being able to push down the spot lane, looking for a little bit more damage onto Rat.
Yeah, Yuki just going for it. Every chance to get forces to heal out of Rat already. I mean, that Blade of the Rune King does so much work.
Yeah, now Jarvan making his way back to the bot side. It does seem like Ascentia is really prioritizing this bot lane. They want to make sure that Ono, Rat are definitely the carriers of this game. They can allow Cerberus to be able to hold the wave and also be just kind of the top laner who holds Urgot in the top side of the map and then make plays on the other half of the map. And it's playing very well for them. And Ascentia is now looking for a possible second Infernal Dragon and also to hopefully push it up. But Urgot is going to be able to pick up the first turret in this game.
Yeah, he has complete control over this top lane. Cerberus can't do anything against him, being forced to sit super far back. He's a level behind of Ratload at the moment, 2-0-0 to the 1-0-1. And again, this execution is calling probably one of the best items you could build against the Vladimir, and you don't see enough of it. But Dark Cat, he's making his way down. They did drop the Rift out here. They're looking to take two towers back to back, just about.
Yeah, and Lucian is trying to get a little bit forward, but Haru is coming in.
TP in the river, though. Looks like, oh no, he's going to be a little bit of trouble. Ratlow does come in. He gets slowed down. But he flashes over. He's looking for the throwback. It's not going to happen. Good use of the chains by Oh no to get to the creep, but he is slowed down by Ratlow. He's chasing him down. There's the ultimate going to be used. We got Patty's going to make his way up. Is it going to be enough damage in time? It is, actually. I almost said it wasn't. And they're able to get a nice kill in the mid lane onto Oh no. They're going to push this other tower. That's going to be 3 tier 1s taken away within a couple minutes.
Yeah, and 3 kills over to Ratload, and you know, with the damage reduction taken away off of Urgot's W, it makes Urgot so strong when taking these turrets.
Haru! He gets hit by that Dark Binding. He's going to use that stopwatch to keep himself alive for a moment. Nice use of the cast by Dark Cat, but there's too many members from Ascentia there to really follow up. Oh my god, I can't get enough of this the Corgi skin. He's farting stars as he flies.
See, okay, you're enjoying it. You're enjoying the Corgi skin. All right? I told you, it's something good. Come on now.
I don't know what I am. I'm just. It's so interesting. I mean,
you're enjoying it a little bit.
I can't buy skins anymore. I just can't justify myself to do it. But like, some of the skins they come out with is just mind-boggling as to why. Like the chicken Galio and the pizza delivery Sivir is just oof. Some weird stuff. Here we go. Yuki's going in on Rat. Calling's out. He's gonna be forced to flash Dark Binding. Boom Hunter actually flashed trying to help out. And Rat is still there looking to try to clear as many minions as possible. There's another tower gone. 3 towers to 0 in favor of Lakeside Gaming. They got a 3,500 gold lead at the moment.
Yeah, and Lakeside was really playing this bottom side with Haru and be able to pick up the 2 dragons. Next dragon is Infernal. It's coming up very soon, so both teams are trying to play to that side. But it's really in the favor of a Lakeside, and now Silas is going to try to go in onto Patty's wagon, dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah, Oh no is in a little bit, or not a little bit of trouble. He's after Patty's wagon. He gets more than one rocket.
Yeah, so with Corki,
there's so many different things. Come on now. I mean, the rocket is the ultimate. It's like the Rift Walk. It is the ultimate. How come he gets more rockets than he gets Rift Walks? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't know on that one.
Just like you can't Justice Punch through a wall, but you can Vibe Punch through a wall, or Lucian Dash. Well, I guess the dash is different, but hey, Riot in your logic doesn't make sense.
All right, well, now both sides are trying to gain control of this Infernal Dragon. They want to look for it, but at the same time, they want to make sure that they watch out for the enemy team looking for a possible engage. Corky making sure he has his dog bones ready to go, or his dog treats ready to go. And now Lakeside is actually going to make their way to mid lane, push it out, and just try to push out the waves before they get the Infernal. Vine does land onto the Sivir.
And they're going in. Looks like Darkhat flash forward for the bicep. 3-man cast! And the Cataclysm's not going to be enough, but Darkhat getting super low. He is healed up, though, and he will fall. But here comes the Heroic Entrance onto Rat, trying to get out of there. Cerberus in so much trouble. He gets taken out, and they're still going forward. Rat Load's looking for more. Oh no, is in a bit of trouble. He dashes over the wall to get away, but this might be Dragon going over to Lakeside Gaming.
Yeah, and Lakeside Gaming is playing this really well right now, especially with Ratload in the top lane on that Urgot, just getting so many turrets, getting so much damage off in that fight. And now at this point in the game, Urgot definitely has a 0-second cooldown on his W if he maxed it. And I'm guessing that he maxed it because that is the key right now for this champion, to be able to push out the lanes and also throughout an entire fight have consistent damage. You get your Conqueror procced in about 1.5 seconds, 1.7 seconds. I tested it myself, and it is something that is really, really strong for them. And also looking across the map, you have to also say that Paddy's Wagon is doing very well for himself. He's 2-1-3. He's getting himself a little bit of a lead more and more across the game, snowballing. And Corky is one of those champions that we talked about earlier that just really can snowball the game for his team. And then having Ratload as that kind of frontline tank can be just so helpful for Lakeside.
Yeah, the more this Corky gets fed, the better it's going to be for him. Like you said, he is getting a little bit of lead. He's actually sitting at about a 500 gold lead above Oh No, so not too much so there. But if the fights keep going the way they are, especially with Ratload being 4-0-1 at the moment, this could be starting to get really devastating for the side of Ascentia.
Yeah,
because like we saw before, we've seen Corky pretty much 1v1, 1v2 anybody when he's two items in.
Yeah, and Corky is just Corky is just the strong champion. It's getting in my head.
Oh, his name's Corky now. Oh, what's funny too is when the Silas steals the Corky ult, it shoots the Corky rocket still. It doesn't shoot the base rocket.
Yeah, look at that.
I saw that. When they're in the river. That was funny.
That's an interesting interaction. I didn't actually know that, and based off of the skin. That's kind of cool. Morgana lands a bind onto Haru, not much that she can follow up with, and their team is not around. Having the Urgot split in the bot lane, he does have the teleport very soon. That is going to be very good for them, but the problem for Ascentia is that they need to have two people down there, which is exactly what they're going to try for.
Yeah, they're going to look for it. Oh no, does have Ratload's ultimate. If they have the damage, he's actually going to throw it out now, but look at Cerberus. He's getting super low. Can he take him down? He's going to throw his own ultimate out in a second. He actually is going to use the Zonias, or the stopwatch is going to be enough, but it looks like Cerberus is going to be taken down. Yes, he will. It's a 1v2 for Ratload. He's trying to get Oh No taken away. Oh No does heal up a little bit. Doesn't have the damage coming out, but meanwhile, the rest of Lakeside Gaming fighting in the topside river, or looking to fight in the topside river.
Yeah, and we were just talking about the fact that Ratload, you have to have two people of Ascentia go up against him, and then the rest of Lakeside can be able to take control of the rest of the map in a 3v4 situation. And right there just showed how strong Ratload is, especially after he got that Death's Dance, being able to kite around that fight, use his Purge the entire time, and healing himself for so much throughout the entire fight. He sadly was unable to pick up the kill earlier on Disturbius with his ultimate, but then picked him up later after the Zonias, after the pool, after all this and that, keeping him alive for so long. But it still does not matter because of how far ahead this Urgot is.
Yeah, I imagine they're going to nerf the cooldown of that Purge at some point. There's no way that Riot is going to leave it as it is in the future, at least in like the next month or two.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting concept, though.
Yeah, I mean it's a good thing, but like with Conqueror and stuff like Death's Dance, I think it's just way too much damage and it's way too easy to heal up because of the way that item and that keystone work.
Yeah, and if Riot wants to try to do something a little bit different and maybe make it to where they still can keep that W on a full 0-second cooldown and about 15 minutes in the game, maybe they do something to where like they did to Yorick on how if his ultimate is up where the ghouls are able to deal damage to the enemy over the course of like a couple seconds. He's able to build up Conquer. Maybe they do that with Ratlo, or not Ratlo, with Urgot, and maybe make it to where Conquer you kind of have to build up over time in a fight rather than on how many autos you do, because that just seems to me, for at least with the autos, you get three technical autos per second with Purge. So maybe if they make that change with Conqueror instead of Purge, it will still make Urgot that viable champion that we all want to see. But fair.
I mean, they could take away to where Purge is not considered an auto attack.
Yeah, but at that point, don't you think it would take away from a lot of these bruisers and also 80 carries?
No, I mean, if just Purge, right? If Purge wasn't considered an auto attack, they wouldn't proc Conqueror so fast. So he would either have to auto it to get the Conqueror up, or not run, Conqueror at all. Like,
Yeah,
imagine.
for sure.
So if Purge wasn't considered an auto, because then that means the Conqueror wouldn't be proc so fast and be so overpowering.
Yeah, and now that is going to be the second Infernal over to the side of Lakeside Gaming.
I mean, they got the third one of the game, I guess. They got the second one of themselves.
Yeah, second one from themselves, third Infernal of the game. This is huge for Lakeside Gaming now because nobody can go up against this Urgot right now. With two Infernals being able to already 2v1 earlier on with only one, now it is going to probably be a 4v3 situation, or even just they're going to have to give up the Baron if Ratlo keeps on pushing. He does that in the queue. He's trying to go in onto Serbius. Serbius is able to get away. I'm a little surprised that Lakeside is trying not to look for a possible top lane push, or even look to try to gain more control around this Baron. And, it's just something I'm surprised about on their communication here.
I think they are. I mean, we just saw package he went back. He does have the package now, so that would be good zoning potential. And I think it's very good if Ratload stays in the bot lane. Even if he doesn't TP in to help, I mean, with the way he's able to push these towers and how strong he is, if Cerberus does TP top, they're not really going to do much, but they might have found, oh no, the Dark Binding is going to go a little short. But anyway, like I was saying, he could just continue to push, and no one can stop him.
Yeah, now it does look like LSG is going to go for this Baron here. And now that he is going for the Baron, Ratload is trying to put as much pressure as he can onto the Vladimir on the bot side of the map. Corki trying to pressure away the rest of Ascentia here as they do go for it. But it does look like they're going to try to back off here instead, because Ascentia decided to push out the mid lane, and looks like LSG wants to try to defend that as much as possible. Package is still up. Corki's going to use it and go on over.
Yeah, the Predator is also popped by Darkcat. He's trying to fight as much as possible. He has a lot of damage going on. Hero Gentry is going to be used by Freezeman, but it's not going to be enough. Cataclysm in there. Darkcat's in a little bit of trouble. The heal is used by Yuki Bunny. He did have two members trapped, and that's going to be Yuki down. And now Darkcat's going to go in. He gets a lot of damage, and we're going to see Rat fall. Their TPs did come in from both Ratload and Cerberus, and they're trying to make the fight happen. Ratload doing so much damage here, and only Cerberus is alive for the side of Ascentia, and he's going to fall. That's going to be an ace. Going over to Lakeside Gaming. 5 for 2.
Lakeside Gaming doing so
wait a
much
minute.
damage. And Freezeman disconnecting there.
Oh, okay. Oh man, I was hoping. Oh, I was hoping he didn't just rage quit off of that one. Whew.
I'm not sure that. Honestly, I don't know what he was thinking or if there's any problem. Freezeman, I don't have my chat up, so you're gonna have to look towards Geiken here.
He DC'd.
DC'd?
Yeah,
DC'd? Okay.
Yeah, it said support DC'd. So it looks like he's back and ready to go. Waiting for the pause to end and everyone else to resituate themselves. But looking at that fight, it just looks like Ascentia is putting themselves in really bad positions. You saw Ono, he went by the river, and I've heard this many times. That is the most dangerous spot in the game to go, is on the outside of that river between the Raptor camps and the other side of that brush on both sides of the map. That's the most dangerous place to go, and oh no, it was the only one who went over there. We saw that the Predators instantly popped by Dark Cat. The package was used by Paddy Wagons, and that was when the fight happened. Oh no was dead before he could really do anything, and they were able to do a lot. It was a great Cataclysm, though, by Haru. He did trap in both Yuki Bunny and Dark Cat. They were able to get the kill on to Yuki, which is definitely a high priority target for the side of Ascentia. But it just seems like they're just putting themselves in some really bad positions to get caught out like that. They're going to need to really change it up, because Lakeside Gaming have a lot of engage.
Yeah, Lakeside Gaming definitely is pulling off what they want in this game, especially with that team comp. And after that fight, I think Lakeside is going to be able to pick up 2 turrets, maybe even the inhibitor with how many seconds that they have before anyone comes back into the game. If you take a look at the map, there is a lot of vision control here for Lakeside Gaming. They have complete dominance over the entire map. It is really hard for Ascentia. They are almost fully in the dark, and now we are back into this game, pushing out the mid lane. And you know, we did talk about how Urgot's W is really strong when it comes to pushing turrets, but it sometimes can get difficult when there's a minion wave nearby, because Purge sometimes decides that it wants to have to go for the minions instead. And with that, they're going to be able to pick up 1 turret. Ratload is going to back off here, Ratload is going to back off here, and then they're all going to reset to make a play, possibly for this Baron. Ratload still has teleport, so he could make his way down to the bot lane once again, and then they could do the same thing over and see if they possibly look for another fight or get the Baron themselves.
Yeah, the Baron would definitely be crucial for the side of LSG if they want to close this out. Being that Ascentia has that Sivir, who again went the Essence Reaver. I'm still not a fan of that. Not at all for Sivir or Xayah.
Oh, misclick.
I guess. I saw
Misclick in the stopwatch.
Bye-bye stopwatch. But, you know, I'm not really a fan of that item. I definitely think Infinity Edge is much stronger early on. If you want to go the Essence Reaver later as your 3rd item, I think it would be better. But having the Sivir anyway is going to be really hard for Lakeside Gaming to force their way into the base without this Baron. Unless they get a good catch from Dark Cat.
Yeah, now that Vladimir is on the top side of the map, and then 4 of them could make their way up to try to catch him out. Serbius is trying to run away as they realize it. Predator is going to be used as a possible way to scare him off.
Oh, what was that flash by Oh no? He's actually getting himself killed because of that.
Oh!
And that is a godlike Urgot.
Ratlow didn't even need his ultimate there. His Purge just dealt so much damage. His shotgun knees, and now the rest of his team is just trying to hold it off the enemy while Ratload is just going to town on these turrets.
Yeah, they're back on the Baron. Ascentia has to figure out what they want to do, either stop the Baron or stop Ratload. And I don't know what that flash was from Oh no. Maybe he panicked? I mean, I did the same thing. I did the same thing last night, I think. I was playing... Wait a minute. Oh, tries to get in there, but it looks like Harvard's going to be taken down. They're not going to be able to get the Baron steal.
Beautiful ultimate there.
I didn't even
Dark
see him
Cat
go
forcing.
in. I did not see him go in. Did Dark Cat hit him with the ult? And
Yeah,
knock him back? Okay. Because it looked like he was going, but here we go. Predator's going to be popped. Rat did use the on the hunt. Oh my lord! Rat's going to be taken down. That's going to be a kill going over to Ratload. Rat and Ratload. Huh. Alright, but... Dude, that was so much damage onto Rat. Ugh. Anyway.
Lakeside Gaming looking so strong right now. They're just taking control of this game, and there's not much that Ascentia can do anymore. There's just having the Patty's Wagon on the Corki, Ratload on the Urgot strong right now, and then Yuki Bunny bringing some kind of damage for his team. It's just, there's nothing they can do. So everyone is behind on the side of Ascentia, and this is really going to be a difficult one if Ascentia wants to try to hold on to this, or they may just want to go on to Game 2 and try to make it a Game 3.
Yeah, Game 3 might be their only option at this point. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to really come back with the lead that Lakeside Gaming has. They're about 11,000 gold up. Ratload is unstoppable right now. 8-0-3 on this Urgot. I mean, he even has a GA, so if you take him down once, good luck taking him down a second time. But Lakeside with the Baron buff, they're going to be able to break this base, or they should be able to break this base. Ratload, he's just stealing red buff, it looks like. I'll say Ratload should be pushing this bot lane very, very effectively. You don't see any members of Ascentia even looking down there. They got all 5 members top. Even Patty's Wagon is sitting mid. So they got a 3-1-1 going. I don't know what Ascentia is doing. They need to pull the trigger somewhere or somehow. They're moving
Yeah,
forward.
they're
They're
trying to
actually
look for it,
trying to
and
fight
they're
the
definitely
fight
doing
there. It looks like Yuki's being caught out. The Cataclysm comes out. Yuki's in a little bit of trouble. Dark Cat going to throw the barrel out, but there's the Heroic Engine's going to get one. But meanwhile, they're losing their base. They're going to be able to get the taunt onto Boom Hunter, but that's not going to be enough. We do see that Cerberus did come into the backside. Righteous Glory was used by Ratload. He's going to be able to take the second inhib. They lose one tower already on the Nexus. TP from Oh No coming into the mid lane, or the base, I should say. And Cerberus in a lot of trouble. Ratload is here. He's going to throw the ultimate out. It looks like they're going to try to kill Patty's Wing. He does Valkyrie away. And flash back from Ratload. They're going to be able to get 2 kills for themselves, even with the Redemption coming down. And Cerberus and Rat are the only 2 members left. And it looks like this game is going to be over. They're going to have to go to game 3. Rat super low, forced to flash into the lane. He is getting taken down. He's going to fall, actually. And that's going to be an ace going over to Lakeside Gaming in game 1 as well.
Wow, Lakeside Gaming playing that super well, getting Ratload really strong there, Patty's Wagon, and then being able to follow up with extra damage for themselves. In that early part of the game, Patty's Wagon was able to pick up a kill, and then over the course of the game, just dominate 8-0-7 on Urgot, 8-1-8 on the Patty's Wagon, on the Corki. Something that is just so dominant towards that middle part of the game, and then the late game. So there's not much that Ascentia could have done, especially with the composition that they ran. And with Serbius being down 1-5 and Haru down 0-4, it was really difficult for them to try to look for anything there. He was already down 50 CS, and there was so much of a gold lead for the side of Lakeside. And I don't think there was anything else that they could have done in that situation, but very well played by LSG.
Yep, very well played indeed. But before we get to game 2, we are going to take an intermission this time. Take a little break, let ourselves reset.
Well, I think we have to get back into this one actually.
Oh my lord! I need to stop drinking water.
Cerulean has just informed me that we are going to get into this game right away, and be able to move on to the game 2 of this series. And yeah, there's no breaks for us, Kaikin. We gotta keep it going.
Yeah,
we gotta keep it going.
Yeah, I guess.
We gotta keep it going. All right, we're gonna try to get into this game as fast as possible. And Gaikin, what were your thoughts on that last game?
Ratload reporting for duty. I did say it. I did say it. You're like, who do you think's gonna win? I was Ratload. I know I messed up. I actually messed up because I meant to say Lakeside Gaming, but Ratload was who I said who I thought they're gonna win through with that Urgot, and they definitely did. He did such a good job not allowing Cerberus to get anything in the top lane. 1-5-1, 7,000 gold down against his opposing laner. I just don't think there's anything that he could have done. I mean, if I'm looking at the damage charts right now, and oh my lord, Ratload had 25,000 damage, Cerberus 7,500. So he was down significantly in damage in that match. So I think in game 2 they need to get rid of the Urgot. Maybe I really don't know. Get rid of the Urgot? Try it somehow. Maybe try a different bot laner. Maybe build IE instead of the Essence Reaver, because it seems like Essence Reaver does not work out for most of these teams who build it first. Well, I do understand why it could be good. You get the cooldown, you get the crit damage, and the mana back from auto attacks. I still don't think it's that good early on. And that's just, me.
Yeah, and definitely with Ratload being able to pick up so many kills on that Urgot and get the extra lead that they needed, it is something that is really going to help show to teams that Lakeside Gaming, based on their compositions, if they can kind of run a draft that they can work with, and also run a champion who is completely busted. They will be able to dominate this tournament. And Lakeside still, even though they took the Urgot that game and did very well with it, I still think that Ratload will be able to do something on a different kind of champion, because Patty's Wagon, Ratload, Dark Cat, Yuki Bunny, and Boom Hunter have all really shown right now that their early game play is very, very good. And especially in this meta, that's what we want to see out of these teams.
Yeah, the early game is definitely the most. Whoa! That's fine.
All right, it looks like they are automatically going to get into the pick and ban phase right now.
All right, it's gonna. Well, I got the. I can pick and ban if I want to as well. That's the link that I just got. So who knows? I might throw a random ban in there for these teams. But going into this already, we do see the Jace going to be banned out, Rek'Sai, and the Kalista is being hovered right now by LSG, who are going to be on the blue side of this map this time. And we got Urgot obviously be taken away by Ascentia, and the Kale is also gone. The Kalista is actually going to be taken away. And now the Lucian finally taken out of the game. Maybe this might be what they need in order to win that bot lane because they got heavily defeated down there.
Yeah, LSG looking for the Kalista ban and then grabbing Lucian once again, but Ascentia realized what the mistake that they made earlier on, so they ban out that Recon and Lucian and make sure that the LSG cannot pick that up. I would not be surprised to see if LSG decides that they want to pick up the Corki. And you know, something that we've really noticed is that Sylas does pretty well on the blue side of the map, so most of these teams, when they get the opportunity, they do grab the Sylas on that blue side. Jarvan is going to be the first picked up for Ascentia, something that could be moved in from top to jungle. And, you know, I want to see a possible Orianna pick as the third pick for Ascentia to kind of give that wombo combo kind of fun composition out of them. But Orianna is definitely one of those champs that is more of a comfort pick right now, not one of the top tier. And what are your thoughts on LSG grabbing these other two champs?
The Morgana and the Sejuani, I think, are very, very good with each other. It definitely work out well with the Sylas. You know, it's going to be really scary because the Heroic Entrance and the Cataclysm going to be able to be stolen away. So far, from what we can see, mix that with the Glacial Prison and the Dark Binding, or if you want to get the Morgana ult in there, you know, that can really spell disaster for Ascentia. But we're going to see the Jinx come out, actually. I do like this pick. Jinx is one of my favorite champions to play in the bot lane. I think that if they can let this champion come online, get two or three items in, they will be able to fight really well. Being as it is a Sedge and a Sylas, you know, both those champions try to get up in front, and they're going to be grouped up kind of hard. So I think, I do think that Ascentia are kind of going on the right path this time, locking in. You know, they got the Galio and the Jarvan once more. This time they're switching up their AD carry.
Yeah, and with Ascentia having that pretty good front line with that Jarvan Galio combination, they can grab the Jinx. And you know, LSG wants to try to ban out these mid laners, so they're going to try to ban out the Zoe. They don't really, if they really want to focus on putting Morgana as a support role, then they do have to ban out the Zoe. Something else that I do not see banned out yet is the Lissandra. So I'm interested in seeing if LSG is willing to grab the Lissandra for themselves, or if Ascentia is going to grab it, because if Ascentia is able to grab the Lissandra away, it will be very, very good on this, very good for them. And LSG is going to ban out LeBlanc as the final one, and I'm hoping Ascentia picks Lissandra here because it's going to work very well in their favor with that Jarvan and Galio.
Yeah, the Lissandra pickup would be super, super scary going into this match for LSG. There'll be ton of CC, ton of damage coming out, and that, again, I'll allow the Jinx to open up on the enemy team. And there it is! Just like we wanted, just like we were hoping. And then the Corki going to come back for LSG. Patty's had a great showing on that one, so I see why not. But that means Ratload is going to be on the Sylas in the top lane.
Yeah, or they're trying to decide right now if they want to have Sylas go on to the mid laner. No, they're going to have Corki go in the mid. That is going to be a Sylas top lane. And Sylas now doesn't have to worry too much about going up against the Urgot. I think that was the big issue there for Ascentia last game, was that they wanted the Sylas to go top, but then it's a really difficult matchup against that Urgot. So I'm not surprised there. Morgana picked up earlier on in the pick and ban phase, so Caitlyn is definitely a champ that goes very, very well with her. I'm not surprised if they decide to pick this up. And, you know, if Kai'Sa was still open, that is going to be a definite pick. for that combination. Morgana Kaisa is something that you see very often, but at the same time, Morgana Caitlyn is something that can be a very dominant lane, and also later in the game can be pretty dominant towards the middle, mainly because of that bind trap combination. And I wouldn't be surprised to see if Ascentia decides to go for maybe an Aatrox in the top lane, or possibly look for one other kind of bruiser champion for a little bit of extra damage.
Yeah, but,
wait a minute.
Orianna coming out for the mid lane. We're gonna see Lissandra in that top lane. Oh,
Okay.
this is gonna be spicy. They
All
have
right, so I
much
guess it's-
team fight on Ascentia. So much team fight. Look, they have double ball. They have triple ball threats, triple shockwave threats coming in here on the Lissandra, the Galio, and the Jarvan. This, if they could get a 4-man shock, while Jinx has 2 items at least, like with the Runons and the Infinity Edge, that fight should be over for the side of LSG, and Ascentia should win it.
Yeah, and with the way this team comp is, we talked about a little bit earlier in the pick and ban phase how Orianna would be that good pick instead of that Jinx that they picked right there. But they did go with the Jinx, and then later on grabbed the Orianna, and I don't think any of us really expected that because we saw the Lissandra pick come up. And Lissandra is definitely something that goes very well up against that Corki. And Lissandra has a little bit of trouble going against the Sylas, so I was kind of surprised that the Ascentia decided that they wanted to have Lissandra go up against the Sylas one-on-one in the top lane. And it makes more sense moving Lissandra there, because then Orianna does pretty well against the Corki. The both of them deal extra range damage off of their autos, so it's just definitely something that can go in the favor of either team in the mid lane, but is definitely in the favor of LSG up in that top lane with Sylas and Lissandra.
Oh, yes. This is going to be wonderful for Ascentia if they can pull it off. Sylas should, for the most part, win the top lane, just like you said. He'll have the favored matchup, and when they hit level 6, he'll be able to steal the Frozen Tomb, and he can just turn it right around on Cerberus if needed. So it's going to be very curious how this game goes. Both teams do look like they have, for the most part, a late game comp. The Jinx and Orianna on the side of Ascension, and they got the Corki, Caitlyn, and Sejuani on the side of LSG. So looking at this draft though, oh wait a minute, like there's a banning picking issue, but looking at the draft right now, who do you think has it?
Based off of these team comps and based off, let's do this first. So we're gonna start off with based off the team compositions, and right now, based off the team compositions, I think Ascentia is gonna take it. They have that team comp that works very well together across the entire or across the entire game. LSG, their composition, they can go for some picks, but they really need to scale and wait for that late game. Ascentia, they have these champions like Lissandra, Orianna, Galio, Jarvan, who can really kind of get that early aggression and make some plays, but also be a very dominant force in the late game. So based off of the team comp, I would say Ascentia. And if we're talking about players added on to this, I think LSG, just based off how they played in the first game and how they're looking. LSG is definitely looking very strong with that Corki in the mid lane, and also how their bot lane is playing kind of passive and making plays more focused on objectives rather than kills.
I don't know what you're talking about. Did we watch the same game? Because Yuki and Boomhunter on that bot lane with that Lucian down there. I mean, he was, oh my god, he was dashing onto Rat every chance he got once he had that Cutlass, it seemed like. But yeah, I do agree. The Corki in the mid lane has been very, very good for the side of LSG, and if they play like they did last game, they definitely have this one in the bag very easily. Just looking at the team comps, though, the champions that they picked, I think Ascentia have the better comp, and they have the better chance of winning. Mostly because both teams want to try to go to the late game to get their ADCs online. Both their mid laners are going to have to come online at that point. And in some way, obviously Sejuani is the better late game champion. As she gets more items, she becomes very, very hard to kill. But back into the actual client pick ban, not that anyone can really see it, but it is going to take us a little bit longer to get into the game. It did seem like there was a mishap. Someone picked a champion. I think they were supposed to ban. Yeah, they actually accidentally picked what they weren't supposed to. So, I'm going to take a moment to get back into this. Not really take a moment to get back into it, but take about 20-30 seconds longer to get into the match as usual. But we're going to game 2 of the second series tonight. Lakeside Gaming did take the first game 1-0. Take the first game, so the series is 1-0 over Ascentia. Hopefully Ascentia can bring it back and we have another 3-game series tonight, or we could get a 2-0 shutout and end a little bit earlier, and maybe I can actually get my intermission.
Yeah, we'll get the intermission at some point. Maybe we'll get it next week. In those
next
matchups,
week.
But
Next week. I don't leave my desk until next week at all. We can't leave.
yeah, and then you still cast one more game, and then you get your break. There's your intermission.
Come back.
All
We're
right.
still wearing the same clothes and everything. No,
Since we've talked, oh yeah,
I
sorry.
was just gonna say no shaving, no nothing. Just everything's the same. Oh man.
Yeah,
I'll
that
be
could
itchy.
that could be a definite problem there. We'll make sure that we get ourselves an intermission. Because we've really talked about this matchup, and now we're just kind of waiting on this matchup to get started. This is a time. A lot of times with the casting, we really need to focus on the game. But because we've gone so far with it right now and how we've been doing, I am interested in knowing what your thoughts are in the chat on how this game is going to go, and also a couple of questions that we can personally answer if you'd like in the chat right now while the game is still being set up between Ascentia and Lakeside, and then it will tell you right away as soon as the game's going to get started.
You would love the game, Void.
And Gaikin, I'm feeling good for Ascentia here. Ascentia didn't look great last game, but based off of that team comp, I'm feeling pretty good. I don't know about you. I like the Orianna. I like seeing that back into play here.
Yeah, it looks really, really strong for Ascentia here. Like I said, they have 3 ball threats. 3 big threats on their side. I mean, they have such a giant wombo combo. And, it's something you don't see a whole lot of in League of Legends right now. That kind of just like taking these big wombos is kind of falling out of practice a little bit. And for good reason, too, right? It's really hard to set up, sometimes these huge combos where you have the Cataclysm into Heroic Entrance, into the Shockwave, to the 4-man, to the 4 or 5-man snare from the Lysandra with the big Jinx rock. Like, that stuff's really hard to set up. But if it is set up, it works out super well. But yeah, I'm feeling really good for Ascentia. Just like you said, I think they have a really strong team comp set up. It just comes down to, can they play it? Can they execute it properly?
Yeah, most definitely. And we did see that a little bit in the first series between Recon 5 and why am I blanking on this? I just had it. I was just thinking about it. Recon 5 and okay. Yeah, I'm losing it. Okay, Recon 5 and Impulse. With that series, we kind of saw at one point where I believe it was Recon, they had a really good team comp and they were ready to go with it, but then they just kind of fell apart. And that was definitely game 2. The team comp was there, they had the advantage, but they didn't play out the way they wanted to, and that could be the same fate for Ascentia.
Yeah, things, like I said, exactly like I said, actually, we just hope they can play it right. If things go the way they did last game, LSG are going to take this one, no problem. And LSG, their team comp's not terrible. I mean, they have a lot of damage. They have great engage and great disengage. They have a lot of all-around fighting. And, both the teams are looking to try to get to that mid to late game area where their main sources of damage have 2 to 3 items, not including boots. So as long as Ascentia can hold on properly and don't give up a bunch of early kills, they should be pretty good to go. They should fare really, really well. And I think that Ascentia should be able to take this to game 3. As most League of Legends fans, we all hope it goes to a game 3. That way we get more League in our life. If you're Lakeside Gaming fans, you want a good 2-0.
Yeah, Lakeside Gaming fans are pretty excited here as they did pick up the first victory in this series, but at the same time still shaking in their boots because they have to realize that Lakeside Gaming has to make it through this next game. If they're able to pull it off, like you said, they will be able to take this as a 2-0. But I am interested in seeing this as a 3-0 game just because these two teams to me kind of have a similar level of play, and I'm pretty happy on how it's gone, at least in the first matchup. There was a little bit more favored in the side of Lakeside, but I feel like if Ascentia shows up here, we may have the same fate as Recon 5 and Impulse, where the third game is pretty good, a pretty intense battle, but the game 1 and game 2 is kind of a stomp.
Yeah. Definitely. So,
Now we're about 50 seconds away from getting into this game. I want to see everyone getting excited in the chat, pumped up for this matchup between Ascentia and Lakeside. This is game 2.
I didn't feel it there. I didn't feel the hype behind it.
Oh, come on.
I didn't feel the hype. You sound like you trailed out. You're like this.
Oh,
You're like, this is game 2.
There you go. That's why Gaiken is the hype man right here.
Lakeside Gaming versus Ascentia Gaming. Can Ascentia bring it back and make it a 1v1 going to a game 3? Or will Lakeside Gaming take it 2-0 and show why they should be on top coming into week 3? But all those answers will be made clear after about 30 minutes. Because the spectator delay is done. We are getting into game 2, ladies and gentlemen. Lakeside Gaming on the blue side, Ascentia on the red side. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here comes the loading screen. And like I said, Lakeside Gaming is on that blue side with Ratload on the Silas in the top lane. Dark Cat will be on that Sejuani in the jungle. Patty's Wagon on that Corki in the mid lane yet again. Yuki Bunny and Boom Hunter on that Caitlyn Morgana on the bot side. But on the red side of the map is Ascentia Gaming with Cerberus on that Lissandra in the top lane. Haru is on that Jarvan in the jungle. We're going to see Oh No on the Orianna in the mid lane. And Rat and Friesman on Jinx Galio in the bot side.
Ooh, it's getting good, getting spicy. And you know, I can get a little hyped and I'm ready to go. I'm seeing chat spamming who they want to have win in this game between Ascentia and Lakeside. And, you know, it's looking good. I'm feeling it. I'm ready for the game 3. I'm ready for Ascentia to show up here and possibly give us a great game between these two teams, but make it to where it can go into a game 3. But I don't know. It could go either way.
It definitely can. Like we said, Ascentia has a very, very strong team comp. They have a lot of threats. I mean, a lot of big shockwave threats too. And as long as they can pull it off properly. But if LSG play the way they did last game and they don't allow this to happen, then Ascentia won't stand a chance. But don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. We have the star-farting Corgi and the Rift, making a name for himself as he flies around shooting stars out of his bum and doing the wiggle dance.
And as we can see on the side of Ascentia, there are 3 members who have taken the stopwatch rune for themselves here. And I would not be surprised to see if Haru goes for that early Guardian Angel for himself, and then possibly have the Zonias on the Orianna. That is a must. And also Galio could possibly look for the Zonias for himself if he wants to go for a little bit more damage, or even go into the Gargoyle Stone Plate with that. But definitely a safer item for Ascentia. And I'm curious on why Ono went for the cleanse. I know there's a lot of CC on the side of Lakeside, but I'm not sure how I feel about the Orianna having the cleanse in this up against this Corki in the mid lane.
Maybe for Dark Cat, just to, in case the fights break out, he wants to be able to know he can get away. I mean, there's not really any other summoner spell that you would really take. Maybe the barrier, I guess, but I think that the cleanse would definitely benefit him more, especially knowing that Dark Cat has that glacial prison and will be able to throw that from who knows where. And if he is caught, he is pretty much dead because Patty's Wagon is going to have so much damage.
Yeah, for sure. And that is definitely something, and or definitely something that Ono is worried about and also has to take Ooh, take into factor. Haru is making his way down. They are pressuring the wave for the side of Ascentia, but Haru's now going to make his way into the enemy jungle, steal away the Krugs, and Sejuani's not going to even know about this. There's no way that they spotted Haru down here in the bot lane. There's no minion wave yet to spot him, and he's going to be able to freely take this away from Sejuani, unless Sejuani takes this red buff quicker, but she's not going to. She's not going to be able to. So this is going to be free for the Jarvan, and now he can make his way down the bot. Caitlyn is half health.
Freezeman's going to flash, get a double taunt, and they're going to force the flash out. Yuki barely gets out. The Ignite is down. Oh, flash forward for Rat. He's able to get the kill. He's ignited up, though. Not enough. We do see Dark Cat on the other side of the wall, but good play by Ascentia. And I saw it coming, too. As soon as Harvey made his way down, I saw that flash taunt coming.
Wow, the flash from Rat being able to pick up that kill. Now Sejuani trying to help out the Morgana by holding this wave for Yuki Bunny. Taunt does land.
Rat
Will be able to hold him down, though. Sejuani still will be able to just clear out this wave for herself, and that is going to be a huge advantage for Ascentia here. Jinx already getting a kill for herself, and Haru being able to get that assist. And also with Haru being able to get an assist, steal away some of Dark Cat's CS, this is definitely going to be in favor of Ascentia's jungle right now, and going to be a lot harder for Dark Cat to come back because Haru has that quicker jungle clear than Sejuani does.
Yeah, that's one of the big things that hurts most Sejuani's in any game they play is their jungle clear is not quite as fast as most of the opposing ones that you're going to go up against, Jarvans, Kazakhs, whatnot. So the fact that Haru does have this assist and he's going to be able to pressure more early on is going to give Ascentia what they need, and they could possibly force Dark Cat to make mistakes trying to answer the plays that Haru is going to make, especially if he decides to stay aggressive in ganking these lanes, because he has a lot of lanes to gank. Top lane is going to be a good one, and obviously we saw in the bot lane is a very good one as well. And then another thing too is Haru, if he does, he could build that early Tiamat, which will further increase his clear speed, making it even harder for Dark Cat to keep up. Because once Haru hits level 6 and gets that Cataclysm, I think he's going to be pretty okay.
Yeah, for sure. And Jarvan getting that Tiamat will be able to help him out. And then Mountain Dragon is coming up as the first one in the game. And this is definitely going to be something that both teams are going to want to look for with that double 80 carry with the Corki and the Caitlyn in the side of a Lakeside. And then also you have Jinx, a very good lane and turret pushing champion for your team. It's definitely something that you want to grab for yourself or just for getting objectives in general. And with these tournament plays, Mountain Dragon is sometimes even you want even more than an Infernal Dragon. Infernal Dragon is something that is so strong for you still, but Mountain Dragons can be really key for getting these objectives. Jarvan is not going to be spotted on this ward until now. He just attacked it, and Silas is going to ping it off. Cerberus is going to back off here, use his teleport to get back into lane, and Ratlow did already use his teleport. He did back already, get a double Dark Seal, and get back into this lane. Lysandra now using her teleport. I think Ratlow's going to back off here, push up the wave. And Sejuani is now going to try to gain control around this dragon as they do want to make a look for it.
Haru's going to meet him. Ease him on that pink ward. Might try to engage, but it'd be really, really risky because Rat and Freezeman can't really get up there in time. He was not able to steal... he was not able to steal the Scuttlecrab away from Dark Cat. So at least they have that vision. Dark Cat needs to make a play somewhere. Well, he needs to hit level 6 to make a play, I should say.
Yeah, and essentially realizing now they're losing all vision control of this dragon. They need to somehow get up to it. Corki's pushing the lane very well, and it is very hard for the Caitlyn Morgana to try to push up this wave right now. But it might be something onto Haru.
I saw both Paddyswagon and Dark Cat rotating over while he tries to take that control ward. He's just going to wait. No, wait till he knows they're away. Goes back for it.
Yeah, Caitlyn and Morgana pushing out this wave, or trying to push out the wave, and also with Korg. I always say Corgi.
Just say it. Just allow yourself to be embraced in the Corgi nation.
Yeah, and now both sides are going to start clearing out their jungles. it's something that if Dark Cat was playing a champion that had more of an advantage to get this dragon, they could go for it earlier on. But right now, since he is on the Sejuani, it's going to be a little more difficult. And Haru has to place himself around the dragon at the very moment. But because his bot lane is shoving up, they have the advantage, and the rest of Lakeside on the bot side is or thinking about backing. I thought they were going to back there just a second, but they're thinking about it because if they do back off here, they could be a free dragon for Ascentia. Well, they're going to go for it.
Yeah, you see the bot lane for Ascentia is rotating up through that river, going straight onto the dragon. Haru's already there. They're not going to waste any time. Probably realizing that Dark Cat is not in his bot side, but there it is. They have the ward placed down, and they're not taking it very fast. Dark Cat is nearby. He could dash over the wall. He is, and he's not going to be able to smite it away, but he could be in a lot of trouble. Rat's actually going to walk forward. He's going to force the flash out of Dark Cat. And that's going to be a Mountain Drake and Flash for the side of Ascentia.
Yeah, Lakeside Gaming, just Dark Cat positioning himself too far on the top side of the map. He wanted to try to clear out everything, but then Haru realized it, took advantage of it, and also took advantage of the fact that Yuki, Bunny, and Boom Hunter were stuck under their turret from the minion wave. Rat, Friesman were able to make their way up to the dragon, pick up that dragon for free for Ascentia. Almost gets taken away by Dark Cat. Almost well played there, but Flash being used now, that can really hurt the side this could really hurt Lakeside, not having Flash on Dark Cat.
He's over. He's going to use the Glacial Prison. He does land. The Chompers is there. Flash away, though. Nice use of the Chompers. We see the 90 caliber net being thrown down. Friesman actually in the middle. He flash taunts, gets a knock up on the Patty's Wagon. He could be Alonso. There's a shockwave coming in, a Cataclysm. Everything. And the kitchen sink being thrown at Patty's Wagon in this mid lane.
Oh my goodness. Now, that's going to be huge for Ascentia. Rat being able to get away. He did use both of his summoner spells, but now you have ultimate Flash out of Dark Cat, and you also have Flash out of Boom Hunter and Yuki Bunny, and no kills from it. There was no kills on the side of Lakeside for them, and Ascentia is able to pick up a kill in the mid lane, get a plate for their Orianna, and that's just going to get them further and further ahead in this game.
Yeah. they did expend a lot, but the Chompers were placed so beautifully by Rat, not allowing Yuki or Boom Hunter really to move up to try to get position, and then the instant flash from Rat getting away from that Dark Binding that Boom Hunter threw is what kept him alive. I thought Rat was going to die for sure, but there you go, another Dark Binding. Now they're making it up. Doesn't look like, it looks like Haru did not decide to go for the Tiamat early on. You don't really see a whole lot of Tiamats on Jarvan's anymore anyway. So his clear speed is probably not gonna, is probably maybe a little bit slower than Sejuani now, because since she has that Cinder Hulk or Balmy Cinder.
Yeah, earlier on in the
is it
game.
Balmy or Cinder?
It's Balmy
Balmy's,
Cinder.
okay, there it is.
Yeah, earlier in the game, Jarvan definitely does have a better clear with the attack speed buff to his E, but like you just said, with the Balmy Cinder, Sejuani is able to clear out the jungle camps a little bit faster. And one thing I was about to say is that Ascentia is really taking control of the river, but now looking at it after a couple of minutes, it does seem like Lakeside Gaming is taking control of that bottom side river while Ascentia is focusing on that top side. And it's definitely going to be in favor of Ascentia because the only objective up at the very moment is that Herald. And both teams really want to make sure that they have eyes on that at all times.
Yeah, the Herald is usually what we see help take the first tower. Another thing they could definitely do is they could force a fight around it, but it looks like Ratlow might find Cerberus. He's in a little bit of trouble. He doesn't have the ultimate yet, but he gets taken down instantly. Going to take the claw out. Misses the stun with the chains, but here we go. Haru in the bot side. He's going to go in. He does have the Cataclysm instantly on a Yuki, and Yuki's going to go down. Does not have the 90 caliber net, and he does fall to Rat, which is the perfect target to give it to. That's 2 kills on Rat, but here we go. He's on the top side. Glacial Prison misses. He's going to use the Frozen Tomb, and he's going to be taken down. Good steal by Ratload there, getting the enemy Frozen Tomb. Glacial Prison and Frozen Tomb. Oh man, that's a brain teaser right there.
Yeah, now both sides gonna trade off the turrets. They're just gonna try to see who is gonna try to get this first turret first, but I don't know, man.
Oh man, it's been a long day for us already. We're going into the after hours now, but TP is being used in the top side by Cerberus. The bot tower is gonna fall. Rat actually trying to push forward. We see Dark Cat still sitting up here. They are going to try to take this tower themselves. They're going to go in. Rat just hitting the tower. He's actually taking damage because of the Bomby Cinder. He could be in a little bit of trouble. Frozen Tomb's going to be used, and he'll be taken down. Cerberus gets himself a return kill in this top lane. Not respecting, maybe just not paying attention to the fact he has Cinderhulk.
Yeah, I think they wanted to go for that turret, get some plating, but they were not able to because of the Bomby Cinder being procced, and then the turret focusing on it. Now Silas is going to try to go in on the Lissandra. Misses the chain. Nice E away. Nice, beautiful crystal hand from Cerberus there to be able to get away. Next dragon that is going to be up is the Wind Drake. And
What sounded like some ASMR stuff right there. The way you like lowered your voice like that, you're like, it's a nice crystal hand used by Cerberus to get away on the Lissandra.
you got to bring in a new tone sometimes.
I don't think I'm allowed to do that. I'm supposed to bring the hype to these plays. Could you imagine? You see Yuki Bunny gonna go in. He uses the 90 caliber net. He lands it onto Rat. Rat's taking a lot of damage. Like, I don't think that would work out very well. But meanwhile, Rat, he's trying to go in. The Dark Binding is not going to be landing, but he does use the heal to get away. 90 caliber net is going to follow up. He tried to use the Chompers, and we see how strong Rat is with that Infinity Edge above Yuki Bunny. But now they're trying to zone away. Dark Cat does have the Glacial Prison ready to be used. He's not going to be able to. He does flash forward, and they're going to look for the fight. They're going to see the... Oh my god, double Cataclysm coming out. There's going to be the Glacial Prison used on Cerberus. Can he get away? He is going to be able to flash over the wall, but we see Jinx Rocky come flying in onto Patty's Wagon, not doing a whole lot of damage. And man, these stolen ults from Silas is just comical, if anything.
Yeah, and Ascentia now, because the rest of the team of Lakeside is up on the top side of the map, they're able to pick up that second Drake for themselves, the Wind Drake. And even though they did lose Haru to that, Haru to Lakeside there, I think it is going to be a lot better for Ascentia because now they have both of those dragons. They have a turret over Lakeside, and they have Herald. They're just doing so much more for the objectives.
Yep,
looking
everyone's
for the top side.
caught out. We're going to see the Heroic just coming in on Cerberus. Rattler trying to get away, but he's not able to. Dark Cat's just going to run. His top laner is going to go down. This is looking good for Ascentia. It looked like they're still pressing forward. Maybe just seeing if they can catch someone out. Friesman just going to try to put some deep wards down at the moment. He's going to run into the Dark Cat over there. Throws the Winds of War out. Not really going to do much. That Rift Toad is going to be dropped in the mid lane. They're going to force down the tower. Oh no, he's there. Does not have the Shockwave though. The package is going to be used by Patty's Wagon. And now they're just pressing forward. We do see Boom Hunter moving in. Throws the Dark Binding out. Going to miss everything. And they're going to try to force this tower. Now I don't know if they can. Doesn't look like it. The Rift Tower is going to fall. The top tower, though, is going to fall for the side of Ascentia. They're going to get themselves a little bit more gold in their pocket. And now, just everything's looking to go Essentia's way. They got they got a little over a 2,000 gold lead at the moment. 2,400, 2,600 to be exact. And I think that right now, Lakeside Gaming just need to try to get their main carriers online. Once Patty Wagon gets that Triforce and he starts building into that Infinity Edge, you see the Infinity Edge is finished on Bunny now, so he is pretty much caught up in terms of what Rat is sitting at, although Rat might still have to back. Yeah, he's sitting on 1,300 gold. We're going to see a Dark Binding come out, not going to land on anybody. So I think Lakeside Gaming, they just need to get themselves caught up at the moment. Just kind of take things slow. They are trying to play a really aggressive early game, as we saw from the last game, which worked out in their favor, but this time both teams have a late game centric composition, but it looks like Dark Cat might be caught out right now. He tries to go for the Scuttle, but he's going to be frozen to him, and everyone's coming in looking for the taunt. He's going to be taken down. Cerberus is credited with that kill, and it took 4 members of Ascentia to take him out.
Yeah, very much played by Ascentia, sending the Lissandra in the Dragon Pit to be able to kind of get over and take down Dark Cat.
Oh.
Rocket does come out to try to take down Oriana, but is blocked. Excuse me. Silas
The
uses
stolen
the Jinx
one.
Rocket.
Yeah. That caught me a little off guard, too.
Jarvan looking for something over the wall, possibly.
Oh no, super low. I think Rat took that to the face. Dark Binding is going to fly. They're trying to press forward for the side of Lakeside. They're looking for something. Haru's still sitting on the side. He has that Cataclysm ready to go. Rat little... and he just went to the back. Okay. Besides, he just wants to get out of there. Saw Boom Hunter walking up. Throws that pink ward down.
Yeah, Lakeside Gaming here really needs to try to come back in this game slowly. They need to try to come back over the course of this game and kind of let it run out if they want to make this a 2-0 victory. If they try to keep making these aggressive plays or getting themselves caught out like Dark Cat just did, there's a really high chance that this game will go, or this is going to go to a game 3, because you have to say Ascentia is playing this early game really well, and now this mid game is just going to be a dominant phase for Ascentia.
Yeah, the mid game is going to be super strong. You do see that Rat is going to be finishing up that Runon's Hurricane, and you know the Runon's Hurricane Infinity Edge has classically been the Jinx power spike. You know, once the team fights happen, people clump up, you get the triple rockets pretty much flying in. Rat is going to be able to, or Jinxes are pretty much able to clear waves out instantly, so they're able to rotate to wherever they need to be, whether it be jungle camps or, you know, going to help the different lane out. So once Rat does finish that item, I think the Ascentia are going to be looking for another fight, because if you do see Ratload and Dark Cat try to collapse onto the team, he's going to be able to melt through them because they have no armor.
Yeah, and it is a 4K gold lead now for Ascentia. Dragon is going to come up very, very soon. They're going to look for their second Mountain Dragon for themselves. And, you know, LSU trying to just push on forward to get a little bit of vision, but Ascentia kind of playing around that bush. Now they're all spotted out. They know that they're waiting for them. And the Dragon's going to come up very, very soon, and something that LSG does not want to lose here.
No, LSG will want this Mountain Drake just to at least stop the Elder Drake from coming out, because we know it's going to happen. But here we go. Haru's going to go in. Dark Cat dash away, but there's the Catalyst going to come out. He's going to flash over the wall. Haru still chases forward. Flash over for Freeze. He's only going to land on the one. Boom Hunter flashes out. Can he land the Blast Cone? He still will fall, but the Frozen Tube is going to be used. And here comes the heroic entrance. And that's going to be a double kill going over to Rat. And that's going to be 4 members dead on the side of Lakeside Gaming. And that is disastrous for them right now.
Wow, Ascentia Gaming being able to use that team comp to their advantage. They have the team fight. They had Jarvan's ult on top. Galio followed up with his, and Orianna picked up a 3-man ultimate, which is huge for them. And now they're able to push out this turret with the two Mountain Drakes that they have. Put Jinx in the side wave, allow her to push out the turrets herself. She had no issue with that, and the rest of Ascentia are going to try to push onto this turret, and they shouldn't have any problems.
Yeah, they're just going to try to push
Oh, except for a mini wave.
Yeah.
Except for a mini wave.
But Ascentia, they're playing this so good right now. They're 6,000 gold ahead. We should be seeing the Runon's Hurricane being bought by Rat as he backs. There it is. And I think these fights are just going to keep going in favor of Ascentia. They're going to keep looking for fights as they please. And I see why not. But it looks like Cerberus might be chasing down Boom Hunter, Dark Cat over there on the Scuttle Crab, so he does have backup if needed.
Yeah, there's not a lot that LSG can do right now, and it's going to be very difficult for them to try to hold off if Ascentia wants to look for this Baron anytime soon. There's a lot of vision control for Lakeside here, but if they get to a point where Ascentia is going to go for that Baron, Ascentia is not going to have much of a problem at all with Jinx on their side and the two Mountain Drags to take this Baron down.
Yeah. The Baron is going to be the Baron will get destroyed. The Jinx does so much damage, especially when she's able to use the Gatling gun. And that's pretty much all you need. And then you have the Galio also with the Jarvan. You'll be, or actually maybe not even the Jarvan actually, but Cerberus on the Lissandra and the Freezeman on the Galio. They'll be able to zone out anyone who tries to get in there. Frozen Tomb and the taunts are going to be enough. But Boom Hunter sitting here, going to throw a Dark Binding, is going to miss. Freezeman just walking up. Winds of War. Looks like they might be trying to find some kind of fight. No package is on Patty's wagon at the moment. And it looks like a Baron dance is happening. Cerberus and Ratload in the bot side. He's going to use the stolen Frozen Tomb on Cerberus, and he might be in a little bit of trouble. Frozen Tomb might have to be popped by Cerberus. He's holding on to it right now. He's probably trying to bait him under the tower, and it's not going to happen. Actually, it looked like he did. He tries to dash forward, but Ratload is going to be able to get out. And that's going to be it. Cerberus being very patient with that Frozen Tomb.
Yeah, making sure that he is able to have that ultimate for a possible fight. So very wise for Cerberus to hold on to that
but
right
they
now. They're looking for something in the
found
mid.
Yuki Bunny. He's going to be forced to flash out the castle. Rocket comes out, but it's not going to land. Haru trying to take the tower shots. He will end it off, though. Cerberus going to use the claw to go forward. Is not close enough for Frozen Tomb himself. And now they're going to look to Baron. Meanwhile, the bot side, we do see that Ratload is continuing to push in this lane. They can still stop this. The Glacial Prison is available. They have the ultimate coming out of Boom Hunter if needed. If he could get in there, does not have a stopwatch or Zonias yet. But this Baron, look how fast it is falling. And looks like they are going to stop it. No one's going to try to go in for the steal. And Ascentia claim the Baron for themselves.
Yeah, there's no way that Lakeside will be able to do much there. And Ascentia is able to pick up that Baron for free. And Silas is now trying to do something for his team. He was able to pick up a 350 gold and 1 turret for himself. Not too much, especially when the enemy team is able to pick up that Baron, but at least it's something for Lakeside Gaming. This game is really it's not looking great for Lakeside.
No, it's not. And the gold, it just continues to get more and more ahead for Ascentia. They're sitting at that 6,000 gold mark. Going to be pressing it more and more. They have the Baron buff, so we got to see where they're going to put themselves. You see the Quicksilver Sash is on Rat. 4-0-3, sitting very, very strong, but they might have a bush bait coming out. There's going to be a Dark Binding landing on Haru. He's kind of tanky, but here we go. Freezeman's going to go in. He does not. Oh, the heroic entrance was stolen. Okay, that confused me for a second. I thought Boom Hunter ulted. Like, why would you ult there? Like, but never mind. Looks like Ratlow did steal the heroic entrance. That could be actually very useful for the side of Lakeside Gaming. The side of Lakeside. That's fun. Over and over again. But
yeah, you know, Lakeside right now, they need to try to just hold off onto this Baron, but they're, like we keep saying, Ascentia is so far ahead. They have the Baron extra adaptive damage and are just able to push on forward with this. And now Lysandre's trying to make or look for another play on the side. They don't know that Lysandra is there, but I'm guessing that they can think about that, you know. Lysandra's not being spotted. She's probably going to be on the other side of the wall. And now the rest of Ascentia is going to try to push this bot turret and try to end this game so that they can go on to a game 3.
yeah, game 3 is definitely what it's looking like to be. If Glacial Prison does come out, though, and they're looking for Cerberus, we see a flash forward for Freezeman trying to get the talk. Just Punch is not going to happen because of the Cataclysm, and that's going to be Rat getting another kill. And it looks like Cerberus is super low. We see the heroic entrances both ways. Haru does fall. That's going to be a double kill for Rat, though. It looks like Cerberus is going to have to be forced flash out. And we see that Rat gets a kill onto Yuki Bunny, being a triple kill, looking for the quadra kill, able to get a quadra, no penta though, and that's an ace for Ascentia, and that is going to be game 2 going over to Ascentia as well. They should be able to end it here.
Yeah, with the game ending out, Jinx being their strong suit here.
Oh, Rat might get executed.
Oh, very close.
Oh, man.
Well, with those 2 mountain drags, and also you have Rat on your side with the Jinx, they'll be able to end this game, get himself a quadra kill, and cement themselves into game 3 of this series.
Yep. Good job, Ascentia. Using their team comp to its very strength. The Wombo combos did work in their favor. Lakeside just had no real way of coming back. Anything they tried to do, it was always countered. They were always caught out. Ascentia always had members nearby for the fights. Again, congratulations. 8-0-4 on Rat's Jinx. I have nothing more to say about this. But that is game 2. It is a 1-1 series. We're going to be getting into game 3. Do I dare say we should go to a intermission, or am I going to get shut down again?
Oh, you know, I have not gotten a message yet.
All right, too late. We're going to intermission. We'll see you guys later. Have a good night. We'll be back in a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Sit tight. We'll get into game 3 of Ascentia Gaming versus Lakeside Gaming.
Oh.
All right, this intermission was cut short. But that's because we got more league to play, or I guess watch. We are going to get into Game 3 of Ascentia versus Lakeside Gaming. And if Ascentia can do what they did last game, they can win this 2-1. If not, I mean, I don't know what Lakeside needs to do. I don't even know what Ascentia really needs to do. I think it was just the team comps that helped them. I don't necessarily think it was just a drastic change of play. Obviously, getting rid of the Urgot away from Ratload was a big help. And, you know, Cerberus was able to actually do something in the top lane. Excuse me. But I think that if Ascentia can try to get the same team comp that they had if they go against another, you know, semi-late game comp, then they'll be fine. I think what might hurt them is if they go against an early game comp from Lakeside, that's going to really over, and then Lakeside Gaming will be able to take this.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, with the how the second game ended up for Ascentia, it really is showing us that a lot of the times the pick and ban phase does matter. And, you know, we kind of said this while we were waiting a very, very long time for that game to start. A little bit of miscommunications there. But with that game, we kind of said right away that based on just the team comp itself, Ascentia was so far ahead with it. And if they just played even decent, not like the way they did that last game. They played phenomenal. They worked together as a team very well. But even if they just played decent, the way their team comp was and the who they were going up against, it was a lot easier for Ascentia to be able to pull off that victory just off of the pick and ban phase. And you know, a lot of times people overlook the pick and ban phase, and that's something that I think that a lot of these teams don't overlook. But at the same time, it has been shown every once in a while, it does seem they scramble to try to decide between comfort pick and meta. And, you know, with that, it seemed like all of them really mainly focused on meta or even just a specific team composition, which was that hard, engaged team fight composition. And if Lakeside wants to do anything to go against that, they're going to have to probably ban out the Jarvan or grab Jarvan for themselves, maybe take away the Galio and have it as their own. Or like even with the Jarvan, ban it out. They need to kind of focus down on the meta champions who were strong in that comp and not leave them open.
Yeah, we should see a very different pick ban phase coming out of both teams. I don't think the Galio or the Jarvis should stay. Again, I mean, from Ascentia's side though, they more than likely will ban out the Urgot and the Lucian still. If they don't, I can Lakeside taking it possible if they don't pick it for themselves. So, just like you said, as long as Ascentia win the draft early on, or win the draft for the most part, it looks pretty good for them. I think they will have it. If they don't win the draft, it could be pretty scary. Like I said, if they go against if they pick a late game comp or team comp and they go against the late comp, they should be fine. I think if they pick a late game team comp and go early game team comp like they did in game 1, they're going to be in some trouble. Now, I do believe that the Vladimir pick in game 1 was kind of odd going into the Urgot because it was last picked on the side of Ascentia. Urgot was first picked. So I do think that was a little weird. So if they do have a chance to counterpick the top lane, maybe try to counterpick the top lane. Because we saw that Ratload, he utterly decimated that Vladimir.
Yeah, for sure. And the back and forth battle between each team in the laning phase and that early part of the game has really proven to us that, to me, it seems like Ascentia are the kind of team that really focus on that mid game. So they play a little aggressive in the early game, get a couple of picks, but then try to scale right as soon as they hit that mid game. And that definitely showed last game. And with Lakeside in that first game, it was more of they just kind of focused on getting the picks early on, and then was able to dominate that first game. And we are getting into the draft for game 3.
Yeah, here we are. We do see the Kale is going to be banned out by Ascentia right away, and Rek'Sai going to be taken off the map. Now Silas is gone, and then we're going to see Callista gone right quick. This is a quick pick ban phase. Lucian is going to be taken away by Ascentia. That means the Urgot is left open. But Jarvan, he is being hovered at the moment. Would Ascentia be looking at the first pick Urgot? They will. They lock it in instantly, knowing they have the opportunity to do so. Now, I wonder what Ratload is going to be able to do into that champion.
Yeah, it's Urgot, definitely the pick that you want to grab. They showed it off in that first game, just so dominant for LSG. And now it's on the side of Ascentia. It's Ascentia, you have Serbius on it, and Serbius seems to be a pretty dominant top laner when he doesn't have to go against the Urgot, because as we all know, that Urgot is just so strong, and LSG is going to go with the Gragas pick here. And we talked about this a little bit, I believe it was in the second game, that the Gragas it's just not the greatest pick because you can't really go the tank build that you want, and most of the time it's for that early game aggression. You have to build the AP, and then if you do make it to where the game lasts a little bit longer, it does downscale a little bit. Jinx going to be grabbed by LSG. Jinx is definitely a strong champion at this very moment. I wouldn't be surprised to see Jinx be paired up with a possible Morgana, because Morgana is still open. Oh, Ascension now going to look for the queen of the mid lane, and that is going to be Lissandra, grabbed for them. Lissandra, as we see, has just been completely dominant. Oh, Ascension now is going for that team fight comp once again. They're trying to look for it.
Yeah, the Galio and Lissandra pickup definitely solidifying what they want to do. They've had the Galio every game this series. The Urgot, though, is definitely going to be in their favor. He's extremely difficult to deal with. But they got a Braum on LSG, and a Braum Jinx is actually pretty scary. The concussive blows can be procced very easily since Jinx can switch to rockets and get that extended range.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is still a thing in the game, but I do remember it happening when Urgot first came out, and something that I thought was quite entertaining was that, you know how Braum's shield is technically like Yasuo's wind wall. It blocks it blocks the extra damage or whatever it is to be going through Braum. So like Ezreal's ultimate, it gets stopped and it cannot go through. It looks like LSG.
It's going to be a Sivir ban. It's a Sivir ban. So LSG, their fourth ban is a Sivir ban.
Okay. And so with that Braum, if Jinx gets ulted by Urgot, but then the chains don't make it to Jinx before Braum's shield takes it, Braum can actually get ulted by the Urgot and taken down at full HP because his ultimate does 9,999 damage when it gets fully to him.
Huh. That's definitely a very interesting interaction if we do see that. But the Talia going to be banned out by LSG as their final ban. Now, what is Ascentia going to do? They still have jungle. They still have top. They still have mid on LSG to be picked up.
Could focus on that mid lane ban and maybe do the Cassiopeia. Definitely something good at going against that Lissandra. So banning out that Cassiopeia would be good for them here. Possibly LSG could look for a split pusher, and they're going to grab the Yorick. Maybe, yes, they're going to grab the Yorick here and have maybe more of that team comp that focuses on the split push with the Jinx, Braum in one lane, Yorick in the other, and then have Gragas and possibly someone else kind of just trying to keep control of the map for them. I think LSG's last pick is going to be their mid laner. Ooh, we're going to see a Jax jungle?
Could be Urgot jungle.
Could be an Urgot jungle, Jax top, Urgot, whatever. Ascentia is looking for it. Now their ADC is the final thing that they can look for. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Caitlyn, a Tristana. We've seen all different kinds of champions. Kalista, Lucian have been taken out of the equation. Also, Sivir has been taken out of the game. Tristana is still something up that could go against this Jinx here. Ezreal may be something else they want to look for.
Zaya.
Okay, so Ascentia is looking for Zaya as their AD carry here for their final pick. LSG gonna pick their mid laner. They don't want to look for the LeBlanc, especially going against a Lissandra. That'd be quite difficult for them. I would think LSG would want to look for a possible roaming mid laner, maybe a Kassadin. Kassadin hasn't been doing very well, but something that could be possibly picked up. But they are going to be showing the Orianna, and they're going to grab it.
I don't know how I feel about Orianna in this. They do have a couple good ball delivery systems. They have the Gragas. They also have the Braum. But I mean, it could work out really, really well. Jax, Galio, and Lissandra all kind of want to go in, and if they're positioned pretty wrong, and we see the shockwave come out from LSG, they could be severely devastating for Ascentia. Again, you also have the Jinx on the side of LSG, so if they get a great shockwave in, the AoE coming out of the rockets, and then once you have that Runeout's Hurricane, is gonna melt through to the Ascentia front line. They don't have a dedicated tank on either side, really. I mean, yeah, Urgot gets fairly tanky with his build. Galio will build somewhat tank, but it's going to take him a while to get online because he doesn't really have much old income. And then on the side of Lakeside, you know, you have Urgot, or not Urgot, excuse me, Yorick, who he builds the Sterix Gauge, and he's pseudo tanky, especially with the lifesteal he gets from his ultimate. And then Gragas, who might build the Frozen Gauntlet, maybe, depending on what they decide to do. So neither team has a real front line.
Yeah, and that definitely can come into play in this matchup. And you know, with the Urgot, a lot of the times he was that kind of front line, but now because of the W being 0-second cooldown and wanting to be focused on the damage more here, the Urgot now has to go through the build of possibly going Black Cleaver into like a Death's Dance, or even to the Frozen Mallet for himself. Sadly, he can't build the Sterix Gauge because he is a ranged champion, but there is a possibility for that. Oh, wow. So Ascentia does look like they're going to put Jax in the top lane against Yorick. And it is going to be that Urgot jungle. But I have to say, it is very wise on the side of Ascentia to put that Jax up against the Yorick. Jax is a really strong champ to go against that Yorick. And Haru is going to be the one to take that Urgot into the jungle instead.
I've seen it once. I beat it. So.
Yeah, you know, and Ascentia realizing that Urgot was not banned out, so they decided to grab it anyways, even if it didn't mean they were going to play it mid or top lane, and that's exactly what happened. They decided to try to counterpick the Yorick with the Jax and put Cerberus on the Jax, while Haru is going to be taking Urgot into the jungle. But looking at the bot lane, you have the Braum Jinx versus the Xayah and Galio, and we know that Galio can do pretty well up against the Braum. And I'm interested to see how that Galio and Xayah work together, especially against that shield of Braum's.
Yeah, the feathers are definitely a very interesting interaction. If Boomhunter can put the Unbreakable in the right direction, he can stop the feathers coming back from rooting anybody. I think it still roots him though, because he still gets hit by all three of them or more. But it can keep Yuki alive, or at least from a possible grave situation. So it's going to be really on Boomhunter if he's able to throw those Unbreakables in the right direction. Just pick your champion. Come on now. Freezeman going through different champions he wanted to play maybe. Team's telling him, no, you're staying on the Galio for the whole series. But yeah, looking at these team comps, who do you think has it? I mean, it looks very different. It is very different, I should say.
I'd say looking at these team comps here, you have to be in favor with Ascentia here. Ascentia, they do have the Urgot jungle, which is going to be a little bit more difficult when it goes up against the Gragas. But I feel like Haru's going to play it well to where he can kind of get the CS he needs to get to level 6 and then make his way to a lane. He will be like Nocturne, where he's going to have to sit in the jungle for most of the game, or most of the early part of the game, to be able to get that level 6. And then Lissandra, Jax are really good champions against the Yorick, and then the Orianna, she is going to be forced to take cleanse here. When you have Jax and Lissandra, two champions who can split push like that with the teleport, it can make it a lot stronger for Ascentia later on in the game. You also have Galio with his heroic entrance for the ultimate from a far distance away. So it makes it where Ascentia has 3 different champions that could possibly be able to help their teammates in need as soon as they need it. So I think this game is going to be taken by Ascentia based off of their compositions here.
I'm gonna have to disagree. I think Lakeside Gaming has this one. I think the way their comp is going to work, the Jinx is going to get online, the York is going to get online, and yeah, Jax is very strong. It can be pretty strong in the York, but if he falls behind, York can just bully him out throughout the entirety of the game. With the Gragas and that Orianna too, they're going to have so much strong fight potential. They have, like I said, they have a good ball delivery system, and either team, really, none of them have a strong front line, or like a strong tank, or a dedicated tank, I should say. But 2 minutes left on the spectator lane. We'll be getting into the final game of tonight of the NightFall Champions League. Lakeside Gaming taking on Ascentia. They are both 1-1. Ascentia is on that blue side with Lakeside on the red side. What is going to happen in this game? Your guess is as good as mine. Let us know in the chat who you think is going to win. Give your respects and shout outs to whatever team you want. As we have stated here, I give game 3 to Lakeside. My co-host Dawn Knight gives his game 3 to Ascentia.
Yeah, and throughout the series, both sides have been looking very good. And you kind of notice with the first series earlier on in the day with Recon 5 and Impulse, it seemed like the first 2 games was very one-sided for the entire time. That's kind of the same thing that's happening here with Lakeside and Ascentia. And then in game 3, Recon 5, they did pick up the win, but it still kind of looked where Impulse had a chance. And I'm curious to see if that's going to end out the same way, where there's a possibility that LSG and Ascentia just go back and forth at it, and then LSG picked up the win, same way Recon 5 did, or is Ascentia going to pick up the second win and to finalize their victory here in Game 3?
Yeah. Yep. I'm ready for Game 3. I'm ready for I'm hungry. I'm ready for some food. I'm really upset now because I haven't drank a soda in like 2 days.
Ooh, what kind of soda?
Any kind of soda, I don't care. I love soda. I have an addiction, and I made a dumb bet with my wife. I was like, you name a time and I won't drink soda for it. She's like, 3 months. And I was like, dog, dang it. All right. So now I'm on day 2 of 3 months, and it's already killing me.
Wow, you kind of set yourself up there. And as this game has been setting up, we are going to load into Game 3 right now.
Yes, we are, with Ascentia on the blue side of the map this time around. We have Cerberus on that Jackson on the top lane. Haru is going to be on the Urgot in the jungle. Oh no, will be on that Lissandra in the mid lane. And Rat and Friesman on the Xayah Galio in the bot side. But on the red side of the map, ladies and gentlemen, we have... oh my god. Meowrick being played by Ratload in the top lane. Dark Cat on the Gragas in the jungle. Patty's Wagon is going to be on that Orianna in the mid lane. And Yuki Bunny and Boom Hunter on that Jinx Braum in the bot side. Meowrick. Oh my gosh. See, I'm telling you, we should do cats versus dogs. Like, it would be the greatest thing ever.
Yeah, and there's a lot of ideas that we've got here. And, Gaikin, we might need to take this up with some of the admins here and talk about this because, we have some interesting ideas. Like, or at least you do. You have the idea of the cats and the dogs and then maybe some other the skins. But I think chat is really excited about the possible casters and admins versus the coaches of these teams, which would be kind of entertaining. But at the same time, I also would love to see some of the players in this Champions League be able to face off with these certain skins, like the cat and the dog. That would be pretty fun.
Yeah, it would be kind of hard to ask people to pay their hard-earned money for these, what I considered overpriced skins.
Oh, look at it. Lakeside right now, making their way through the jungle here.
They're going to pincer him in, too. They're going to have Patty's Wagon push him back, probably.
Oh, Jax doesn't know it.
Beautiful. They're going to get him. They're going to land a Winter's Bite on somebody. They got to pick a target and find out who. Oh, no, he's going to be stunned up by the flash. He's going to flash out. Winter's Bite is not going to connect. And they kind of switched their targets around. They were not coordinated enough. Jax was easy pickings.
Yeah, I don't think they realized that Jax was right there. They kind of just saw the Lissandra from Patty's Wagons putting his ball in the brush. But at the same time, they do take away Oh No's flash, and Dark Cat uses his flash. I think that is definitely going to be a win for the side of of Lakeside, because Dark Cat's not going to have to worry about his flash very often, as Haru's going to be focusing on the jungle most of the game and not try to counter jungle him. If he was going up against somebody who would try to counter jungle him more often or even look for a kill, it would be a little bit more difficult. But because of that, he doesn't have too much of a problem. And Ono is going up against an Orianna. Now he doesn't have his flash as an escape anymore. That is definitely going to be difficult for him in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I can imagine Dark Cat's going to be making his way towards that mid as much as possible, knowing that Ono doesn't have that flash for, you know, the first, or up to about that 6-minute mark. Or 7-minute mark, I should say. There we go. Either team, or excuse me, not neither team, but Ascentia pushing back late side gaming. Either of them are level 2 just yet. Once they are, I imagine Friesman might try to go in for a Justice Punch. Too far under tower.
Yeah, now Urgot and Gragas making their ways to the Scuttle Crabs to gain control of the river, and they could go, or they could look for a vertical jungling, but at the same time, Haru is actually going to make his way over to the top side. Gragas Dark Cat wants to look for a gank onto Cerberus here.
Yeah, he's making his way up right now. He already used the counter strike, and you're going to see on the minimap he is able to get away just fine. My camera decided it wasn't important enough to watch. It knew. The game knew. The AI already knew that he wasn't going to die.
Yeah, Cerberus using his flash right there. He's going to get it back in about 5 minutes or so. He will get it back in 5 minutes, and at 8 minutes he'll get it back. You know, with that flash being down, it's going to be really difficult for Cerberus to be able to hold or try to push the wave against this Yorick, as Yorick is the kind of champion that pushes the wave all the time. And also he has to be careful about the fact that Dark Cat can come back at any time if he does push that wave. So I'm interested to see if Dark Cat is going to try to focus the top side of the map or just let Rat Load push up the minion wave as hard as possible, with the fact that Cerberus doesn't have his flash and Dark Cat focus on the bottom half of the map.
I'm curious to see what the Yorick's zombies and ultimate look like.
Oh, the ultimate looks weird.
Oh,
I'm gonna tell you right
now. Don't spoil it too much, but I haven't seen it yet. And I mean, these are brand new skins for the most part.
Oh, I'm just gonna tell you, you're gonna be weirded out by it. That's all I can say. And now Haru's actually gonna look for a gank in the mid lane here.
Maybe we do have rotations coming out from the bot side though, but he's there. He's not gonna be able to flash away. He does use the cleanse instantly. He might try to get out. He didn't have his flash actually. He's not gonna be taken up. So close. That corrupting potion keeping him alive. Patty's wagon. When did he flash? Oh, wait a minute. Friesman flashes up. He's going to be able to shield himself. The flash ignite is going to be used, but you see Dark Cat and Boomhunter moving in. That nice use of the blast cone. I was going to say the Predator was being used by Dark Cat as well to try to catch him out.
Wow, Friesman there trying to get a kill.
What the heck are those zombies?
he missed his Q onto the Orianna, so she was actually able to get away there. She did get his shield off and a little bit of movement speed. But now that is both summoner spells out of the side are out of Friesman, which is really going to hurt them in the bot lane. And Braum and Jinx now, because Friesman is backed off after that fight, is able to push up the wave. And now they can gain control of this dragon, which is going to be a Windrake here.
Yeah, the Windrake's going to be really good. It'll definitely help Dark Cat with his ganks going forward in the match. Then you'll have that boost of speed mixed in with the Predator. So if Lakeside Gaming can keep their vision control, as long as their bot lane doesn't back right now, but you do see that Haru is in the bot side of the map. He could be just looking to take his croaks. He is being counter jungled by Dark Cat. They are going to meet at some point.
Yeah, now Urgot making his way over to Dark Cat, uses the disdain to get his Raptors back.
Nice smite. I don't know who actually took it. It looked like it was Dark Cat who's just able to steal the big Raptor away.
And that's the key right there. That's the one that gives you the most XP and gold there. So good for Dark Cat being able to smite that away. Almost gets.
Oh no, Yuki's in a little bit of trouble. The taunt's gonna come out. He's gonna be able to use the heal. Dark Cat's in the bot side though. Friesman has the concussive blows. He is stunned up. He will be slowed down. Heal's gonna be used by Rat, but is it gonna be enough? Friesman, he might be the first blood that's gonna happen. Who's gonna get it? They're trying to give it to Bunny, and he's able to take it down. Now Rat is super low, but you have other low members on the side of Lakeside. They're gonna flash forward from Dark Cat. He's gonna force a flash out Rat. They're going forward, and Yuki's gonna get a double kill, but he will fall because of it.
Wow, really wise play there from LSG to be going on to the bot side. They know Friesman doesn't have his flash after that fight, and they wanted to look for more. I'm curious on why they wanted to go so hard there. But at the same time, with the fact they got Rat and Friesman, they can push this turret, get 2 plates here. And all Rat could do is get 1 kill off of Yuki Bunny, get a flash, and actually 3 flashes. You got Dark Cat, you have Boom Hunter, and you have Yuki, all 3 of them using their flashes. Now Urgot can take away the top side of the jungle from Dark Cat, and this is definitely going to be helpful for LSG's bot lane. But if Ascentia plays this right, they might be able to move down to the bot side of the map and take control with the fact that Yuki, Boom, and Dark don't have their summoner spells up.
Yeah, I didn't notice this, but Boom Hunter took Exhaust. I definitely think you would have taken Ignite on this Braum pickup in the bot lane, knowing that you're going to be playing pretty aggressive, having Dark Cat on that Gragas.
Yeah, now Teleport is coming out from the Yorick. The ultimate is there with him still.
That is definitely one weird looking thing. I don't know. This makes me want to buy that skin and play it just because how goofy all the zombies and stuff look. Oh my god. So I kind of slept in a little bit today, right? Like I tried to at least. I got woken up like 20 times. It was pitiful. But I laid back down after getting woken up, and all of a sudden my wife runs in the room. She's like, get up, get up, get up. I mean, I flew out of bed. I thought there was a fire or something happening. She's like, look, it was a black cat outside in our backyard. She's like, look how pretty it is. And I was like, are you kidding me? Really? Are you kidding me? Like, I mean, the way I jumped up, it looked like she said it looks like I was on a trampoline and like I just bounced up. Oh my god.
Ready. You're ready.
I thought something was happening. I thought something important was happening. No, it was just a stupid black cat. It was pretty. I mean, it was a black cat with green eyes, you know, it's a nice looking cat and stuff, but not the emergency that I thought it was.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. Oh, wait. Dark Cat is actually making his way down through the lane and also could get himself into this brush.
Down here
too.
both
side. Oh,
yeah, this is going to be fun. Haru is level 6, so is Dark Cat. He's actually channeling up. He's going to go in. He's looking for it, but look at the taunt. He's just taken down before anything can happen. Now they're going to flash forward. Haru's trying to look for Yuki Bunny. You see the Unbreakable is thrown up. Do they have what it takes? Featherstorm's brought out. Are they going to pull it back? No, it's not going to be enough. You see the stand behind me going to be used, and they're still trying to hold them off. Rat going forward. There's the rocket. It's not going to be a kill. He's looking for one more shot. He's not able to get it. And Dark Cat. Wait a minute. We do see. Oh no. Making his way by. He's going to flash forward. Frozen Tomb going to be used. Not taking any chances. And that's going to be 2 kills. Go over to the side of Ascentia right now. And now it looks like Cerberus might be in a little bit of trouble. Rat Lord traps him in.
Yeah, you know, with that fight down in the bot lane.
Oh, Cerberus, he actually is a big troll, and he's going to get smacked. And he's taken down. It's Ratlow doing the damage there. Kind of baited him out, I believe, because he walked back looking for the cats, knowing that he probably would walk up to take away the ultimate. And he was able to land the skill shot and make those kitties pounce. Didn't have the counter strike available either. But Friesman in a little low right now. Looks like Haru's going to try to counter jungle.
Yeah, and with that play by Ascentia, they were able to pick up the dragon. And now Braum's going to try to look for something onto Haru here.
2 concussive blows. There's 3. He does get the throwback on a package. We're going to see the exhaust being used. They're still walking forward. He has a shockwave. Oh my god, the damage. And Boom Hunter's actually going to secure the kill for his team. But Dark Cat's on the other side of the wall. He could be looking to go over. Cerberus looking for the fight. There's going to be the stun. And they're looking for more. The counter strike is available, but they're just going to walk away. Cerberus, he's doing so much damage. Dark Cat going to be forced to use a stopwatch. He does use the cast to throw him backwards. Cerberus going to flash forward. He's going to be able to pick up a kill. And he's going to be going for more. There's rotations coming out from Oh No. We do see that Patty's Wagon is making his way up as well. The shockwave is available, but he's just going to go back down through the road to the mid lane. Meanwhile, on the bot side, we're going to see the Glacial Fisher being used. Boom Hunter is going to die, but it does give Yuki Bunny a kill onto Rat.
Yeah, now in the mid lane, Lysandre looking for something. Galio's going to flash out forward.
Yeah, he gets to the taunt down. He's going to force Patty Wagon to use the cleanse and flash to get away. And that's going to be a good play by Friesman here. Now it looks like Haru's going to go in. He does use the ultimate, but nice use of the chompers. Is it going to be enough to pull him back in? Bunny uses the heal to try to get away, and he's able to get out for now. Friesman is trying to make his way down. We see the damage coming out. Haru's looking for more, but he's being slowed down by the Purge. And Friesman going to look for the Winds of War, but it doesn't matter. Haru's able to pick this up.
Yeah, Haru just getting stronger and stronger on this Urgot, essentially being able to pick up kill after kill. They are still down 1,000 gold, but it doesn't matter at this point right now. Ascentia is just making plays all over the map. Serbia is being able to pick up the kill onto Dark Cat after he did try to look for something there. Gallo's going to look for a taunt.
The freeze and the Justice Punch and the throwback and the feathers and everything is going to take him down. Rat is credited with that one. Now Boom Hunter's going to walk into them. We see the tower was on to Rat at the moment. He did use the Feather Storm for a second just to try to get away from some of the damage and that Winter's Bite.
Yeah, now they're going to be able to push on this bot lane and try to take some of these plates here, get some extra gold for themselves. 160 to be exact if they're able to get this turret, and then the extra first turret gold. Oh no, they're not going to be able to here. They're going to have to back off. They are very, very low. And so now, Jax is actually going to do the Herald by himself here and look for another objective for Ascentia without Lakeside even knowing.
Yeah, this actually could be really, really strong for them. You don't really expect your top laner to, or the enemy top laner to go straight onto the Rift Herald by himself. Doesn't look like Dark Cat even has the slightest sense of what is going on. I will say, though, that it looks like Yuki is doing very, very well for himself. He is 3-3-0, has the Infinity Edge online. And again, you see that Rat is going for the Essence Reaver. I'm not a fan of it as your first item, maybe the third item, but first item, I don't think it's the right choice. I think Affinity Edge being back to the way it is now is much, much stronger. But it looks like Freezeman is looking for more. Yeah, we do see Haru making his way down as well. Yuki Bunny is ignited up by Freezeman, but look how much damage he's going to be doing. He uses the stopwatch to get away from the Glacial Fissure. Nice use of the Unbreakable. It's going to be able to get a kill over to Yuki Bunny. He is going to fall, though, but it does not matter. He's able to get himself a good kill. There's a Frozen Tomb going to be used on Boom Hunter, and he will fall as well. Double kill going over to Haru on that Urgot.
Wow, so much from Ascentia there. They've pinged it a little bit earlier on that they wanted to look for a play there and teleport to that.
Oh, Dark Cat's in the top side. Nice stun with the flash, and he's going to be able to get a kill over to Ratload. Meanwhile, the bot tier 1 did fall on the side of Lakeside.
Yeah, Dark Cat trying to get the Ratload a little bit stronger here, but at the same time, Haru playing around the bot side of the map with Ono, being able to pick up a couple more kills for themselves on the side of Ascentia, and it is just getting them higher and higher in this game. Ascentia is looking great, and at the same time, you could say that for Lakeside as well on the top side of the map. 2-0 for the Yorick right now, but it is definitely in favor of Ascentia. Oh, Galio could look for something here. They have Lissandra and Urgot nearby.
He's going to get a 2-man taunt. There's going to be a TP coming in from Cerberus, and we see the Claw going forward. Oh, no, he's not able to get there. Good wall by Ratload at the moment. They're still trying to stop the engage. Cerberus is going to look to use the Counter-Strike. Does he have the jump in time? He does, but the Counter-Strike went off before he could do anything. There's going to be the Chilling Smite, slowing him down. A beautiful disengage out of LSG.
Yeah, now Rat is able to push out the mid lane. Orianna could be
they're going back over.
Oh my goodness.
Yep, the Frozen Tomb is going to be there. Nice shockwave on the 3 members. There's going to be the Feather Storm. Not going to stop anyone. Haru in a little bit of trouble. He will be taken down. That's going to be a good kill going over to the side of LSG. Now Freezeman is the next target. Rat is going to fall at some point. He will. There's going to be the Jinx Rocket coming in. That's a double kill. Boom Hunter actually flashes forward looking for Freezeman. He needs one more Winter's Bite, and he will be able to secure the kill. It does do a little bit of extra damage to lower health. Now Ratload's making his way in. He's going to throw out the little thingy, but it's not going to matter. But nice use of the Claw. They actually predicted it. Chompers and wall come up. Not going to stop anything. We do see that Oh No did just follow up to the river, and that's a beautiful play coming out of Lakeside. And now they're going to get Dragon.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what Ascensia was trying to look for there. I guess they were trying to get on the Orianna, but she was able to pick up a kill on Haru and then onto Rat. And over time, Lakeside was able to pick up now this Dragon and a couple of kills to get themselves even further into this game. They do have the 3,000 or 2.5 thousand gold lead right now for them, but you gotta question Ascentia's thoughts there on trying to tower dive that Orianna, and also you got to give the Patty's Wagon a nice ultimate to keep all 3 of them away.
Yeah, that shockwave was beautifully laid. It definitely kept Patty's Wagon alive there. And yeah, the dive was, I mean, I guess the dive wasn't too questionable if you're on the side of Ascentia. You know you're strong, you have a lot of catch and kill. But again, that shockwave couldn't have been more well placed by Patty's Wagon in order to save himself.
Yeah, and now Rat placing himself on the side of the map to just try to be that split push power for the side of Ascentia. Jinx and Braum are going to try to equal that out. They may look for something onto the Xayah. Galio is nearby, though, so they'll just keep the wave pressured at this very moment. Gragas is on the bottom side of the map. Once again, they're trying to keep onto Cerberus here with Ratload and Dark Cat. I'm not sure specifically what LSG's plan is here, but what it seems like is that they want to look for that split push power from Yorick for the most of this game, and they're going to look for something onto Serbius.
Yeah, we can see the cast come out, does throw him into the wall. They're looking for the stun. He has the counter strike up. He's able to land it on it too. The chilling smite is there, but with that stun, Dark Cat taking tower shots, so not able to continue any further.
Yeah,
But
now
I
Urgot
mean-
is on the top side of the map. They can push this further.
He's going
Oh.
in. He's looking for it. He's taking a lot of damage though. Ratload hits hard. Has that Triforce now.
Yeah, and both sides just pushing the opposite side of the map, Ascentia pushing the top side, and LSG pushing the bot side of the map. And, you know, Ascentia can push hard, but when you have Yorick pushing one of the lanes by himself or even just against one other person, it's very difficult for you to hold on to that kind of thing. And Serbius is behind here, so he cannot fight this Yorick until he gets a couple more items for himself.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely very good out of LSG. Make sure that this Jax does not get a chance to come online any sooner than you really want him to. Because later in the game, I would like to think that Jax later in the game, Jax is able to 1v1 the Yorick once he gets that. I'm gonna forget the name. The Shonin's it was the Shonin's Dragon Spear or something. What is that?
Oh, Spear of Shojin?
Yeah, Spirit Sojin, that's what it is. Once he's able to get that, because it definitely empowers him when he autos up, so he becomes tanky. He becomes more tanky and more, offensive at the same time. That's definitely a huge power spike, so it might be kind of hard for Ratload to solo him at that point. So the longer they keep him down, the better.
Yeah, for sure. And now LSG is definitely going to try to look for the possible Baron play coming up in 2 minutes and try to take control of that. And also, they do have Yuki Bunny with 4 kills. He has died 4 times, but he is still quite strong compared to the Xayah right now. Xayah still has the kind of the same items as the Jinx, but I feel like Jinx, when they're trying to play around this composition of split pushing or even just trying to get objectives, it's definitely going to be in favor of Yuki Bunny with that Jinx.
Oh yeah, again, I think the IE is so much more important than the Essence Reaver early on. Not only is you get the same amount of crit roughly, but the increased crit damage just does so much work. It allows you to be able to potentially just get that bit of surprising damage, I'd say. But wait a minute, look like they're going forward. And the Essence Reaver, and I see why people take it. It has the cooldown, it has the mana you get back every time you land an auto, but it's only 1%. 1% is not a lot. If you have 100 mana, that's 1. That's not even close to an ability, but it looks like Cerberus is going on the backside, and the fight's going to break. Glacier Fisher and a taunt comes out. Who's going to win this one? We see the Frozen Tomb used in the background, and that's going to be one member down, and that's Dark Cat taken out, but they're going to go forward. Cerberus, he's looking for more. He's able to get it. Oh, no, it's in the backside. Here comes the Heroic Edges. Freezeman is there. Yuki Bunny trying to get the damage out, not able to. And now Oh No's going to fall forward. Boom Hunter's going to be taken out as a double kill, and only Ratload is there. He's almost able to kill Freezeman. He's still trying to fight it out as much as possible. He is strong, but he's not that strong. He gets rooted up by the feathers. He's still looking for more, and that is going to be an ace in favor of Ascentia, and a clean ace at that.
Yeah, now Ascentia is able to take control of these lanes, push them out, push out the mid, make sure that they can get this Mountain Dragon for themselves, and it's going to help them in the long run here. Ascentia making a very wise decision there to kind of just fully engage on it. Haru using the ultimate onto Dark Cat, and we talked about this. Dark Cat is not going to build that tank or even a lot of health right now. So he is full AP and armor. There is no health on him right now. And so there's nothing that you can really do against that Urgot ultimate when you put it onto Dark Cat. Dragon is going to go over to the side of Ascentia, and you did see the Jinx Rocket. I think they thought they were going to go for that Baron play, so the Jinx Rocket went through.
I think he was trying to hit Freezeman, because Freezeman was taking a control ward out, so I think he was trying to hit him with it, because he might have been able to kill him. So, I think that's what he's doing. I mean, it went right by him. It was close.
There's a squeak on through. Squeaks! Oh, the rocket. But
the Zonite squeak. The Zonite squeak through.
Yikes. All right. Braum trying to get some help there from the Gragas to get back on over. Yorick now setting himself on the side lane once again. Serbius is going to have to try to answer to the Yorick split push. Greg is getting himself a little bit of vision there to try to see where the enemy team is going to place themselves. Urgot definitely has control over Dark Cat to be able to get the vision down for this Baron. Ratload actually backed a little bit earlier than I expected. I think that he realized there's not a lot of people on the map who are in vision, so he wants to make sure that he doesn't put himself too far forward and accidentally get himself killed. Right now, both sides are kind of just going back and forth trying to get the CS that they need, but also keep control of that Baron so neither side can take it without them knowing.
Yeah, the Baron is the next big play for either team. Both teams have really strong push. And I think if one team, not just if one team, if whoever loses the Baron fight, if they lose too many members, that's more than likely going to be an inhib gone. So, but I don't imagine either team's going to freely just give up this Baron, which could be a big downfall for whoever loses.
Yeah, for sure. And Urgot trying to get the word with his W, but accidentally starts proccing towards the Baron. Takes a little bit of damage there. But I think if York can keep this pressure up, it's really going to force Ascentia off that Baron right now.
Yeah. And I mean, Ascentia do have the blue side of the map, so they have the easier approach to Baron. But that also gives Lakeside the better steal potential since they're naturally from that backside of the pit.
Yeah, and Dark Cat taking a little bit of a chunk there. He needs to get a little bit more health on himself to actually be able to sustain a little bit more in these fights. He does have a lot of damage that he can bring to the table, but still, he needs to live a little bit longer than two or 3 seconds in those fights.
Yeah, definitely. He got melted the last fight. Not even a chance. It was one hell of a brawl. I mean, it was massive, but it looks like essentially trying to make their way into the topside jungle.
Yeah, they saw the Orianna on the top side. They realized that they could try to push up a little bit further. It would be a 4v3 situation if they tried to fight at all. So
the bot side though, Cerberus, he's actually getting aggressive. He's losing this at the moment. He has a counter strike up. He's gonna land it. He's trying to get as much damage down. There's the stair. He's gonna be popping. Cerberus, you gotta be careful. He tries to ward jump away, and he's gonna be soloed by Ratload.
Yeah, now the side of LSG wants to look for the Baron play, or even possibly look to go for an engage here onto the side of Ascentia, and Ratload can just push this bot lane with ease. There's 25 seconds before Jax actually starts to come back up and try to defend this wave, and as we just saw, Yorick is so much stronger with that Sterix gauge up and running. Zai was able to back off there, and now both sides are just trying to puch out the waves.
Oh, they're looking for Friesman. They almost had... Oh no, they're about to take this tower already. Now he's looking for Rat. Rat's in a lot of trouble. He's going to use the heal already. But he has the Feather Storm available. He's going to drop it, but he can't pull the feathers back in time. And Rat's being taken down by the ultimate. He does pull the feathers. Now the cat ghost thing is going to fly away. And this is a scary thing. You do not want Yorks to be able to do, but it looks like Friesman's going to get 3-man taunt. We see the Unbreakable in, but they're going to flash forward. Oh no, looking for it. He does use the Frozen Tomb onto the Shockwave. Is going to keep it alive. We see the Redemption come down. Friesman is in a lot of trouble. The Rockets is going to come in. Not enough. Dark Cat's able to get out of there. Here comes the Heroic Engines. And Friesman, I don't know what you're doing. You're almost going down. He does use the taunt to stay some damage away. Padswagon will fall. And it looks like Yuki Bunny's going to fall as well. Rat, you got to be careful. Super lows. Here comes Dark Cat and Ratload. You're in a lot of trouble now. Big daddies are coming in. Looks like Ratload is going to kill Haru. Haru's taking a lot of damage. Concussive blow is going to be procced, and that's going to be a shutdown. And they might just go straight to Baron with this.
Yeah, LSG, they do have the ultimate from Yorick, so they could possibly look for this Baron play right now. I am interested if they would go for maybe just the Mountain Dragon, but at the same time, because that ultimate is up for LSG, they might be able to do something here. It has been paused at
Jungler Mom. So the jungler's mom came in with her wrath, said it's time for bed, get off the computer.
Huh.
That's all I know is it says jungler's mom.
Oh man. So just looking at the situation right now, what does Ascentia have to do right now after that fight?
I mean, they need to get more fights like that. They played that fight super well. They got it. It was a 2-for-1, right? Patty's Wagon and Yuki Bunny, the bigger threats of the team fight, were taken out. Ratload just came into the backside with that TP, and Dark Cat was able to re-engage, and they're able to get the jungler from the side of Ascentia. So I think they're doing fine. I mean, they have the gold lead right now by 1,000, and if they could just, as long as Cerberus doesn't get killed by Ratload, they pretty much have this. But that's the only problem I think Ascentia has at the moment is Cerberus just dying 1v1.
Yeah, and Ascentia now, the only thing they can do to try to go against this Baron play is to go for that second Mountain Dragon for themselves. And yeah, they get the second Mountain Dragon, they can possibly look for getting some objectives with that. But it is going to be very difficult because Cerberus is your main person to be that split pusher for you. And he can't even do anything against Ratload right now.
No, not even close. And now you see that Ratload has a Tiamat of his own. Going to be going for that Frozen Gauntlet. Or not Frozen Gauntlet, but Frozen Mallet. Has the makings. And that will help him too. He'll be able to chase down anyone else in the fights if he does decide to join his team. Or just chase down Cerberus even more. Smack him with the shovel.
Yeah, now inside of LSG, they're kind of... they kind of need to push on forward and keep up with Rat Toads and his push, because Rat Toads cannot push too far forward without any vision of the enemy team, and that's exactly why Rat Toads is now moving himself up a little bit. He realizes where Zaya and Galio were as the team spotted it for him, but he is also making sure that he's not going to play too far up to possibly get caught out here. He may make his way to the mid lane and try to help out pushing the mid or the bot side when Ascentia is now rotating to the top side of the map to try to contest Yuki Bunny's push onto this top lane turret. Lysander going in.
Oh no, it is going in, but he gets a lot of his health chunked out. He needs to be careful. And it looks like Ratload is going to sit there. We see the rocket did come out, not going to land on anyone of importance. And they're just going to continue to pressure this top lane. Looks like Haru's in a lot of trouble. He has the custom blows put on him. They're going to see the Gusher Fish come out. Rat is just going to fall away. You see the casket throws everyone away from that tower. Looks like LSG are forcing that tower down. And Ratload is going to keep Cerberus in the bot lane, knowing that open inhib is there. And I think they're going to be able to get this tier 3 top at least. And he's still looking for the fight. There's going to be the counter-strike already going to be used. So he has no real way of engaging. Look at that chunk coming out, Ratload. He's going to be able to take that inhib. No contest whatsoever from the opposing top laner. And they're going to be able to disengage this. And he's just going to go mid lane now.
Yeah, and York just keeping up the pressure on the bot side of the map, now being able to rotate towards the mid lane, steal some CS for himself. The rest of his team being able to pick up one turret on the top side now. And this team composition with that Jinx being able to push with the rest of her team and York splitting out is really helping LSG here being able to keep up with that lane pressure across the entire map. They do have Baron to help them out here, but I think by picking the Jinx and York together, it is really helping them later on in this match.
Oh yes, definitely. The Jinx is online. See that right now, 3 items in, Runon's Hurricane, Rapid Fire, and the Infinity Edge has the Berserker Greaves, and a QSS going to be building that Mercurial Scepter to give herself some lifesteal, as well as obviously the CC break. Everything is going as according to plan for Lakeside Gaming. The Yorick is unstoppable, and we've noted this. I think it was the first week that we noted that the Yorick was picked and was not able to really split push like this, you know. So now that Ratload is able to just do as he pleases in the side lane, he doesn't ever have to worry about really grouping up with the rest of his team because they're doing fairly well themselves. Even with a gold deficit, they were still doing well, but it looks like they're trying to go in. Look, or he's getting in there, but he's taking a lot of damage. Custom blows are there, and he's almost getting taken out. The shockwave is going to be used, but we're going to see the Feather Storm come out from Rat. Cerberus in the middle of this, but here comes the heroic entrance. Freeze Man looking for the taunts. He's going to get knocked away. He gets knocked to Yuki Bunny. Yuki Bunny's in a really bad spot, but Ratload is here to save the day, and Freeze Man is super low. That's going to be triple deaths on the side of Ascentia. Rockets and Ratload coming into play, and this looks like to be very, very bad for the side of Ascentia. This could be game over if they're not able to stop the push. We're going to see Ratload sit in the middle lane, going to push out this tower, and then we're going to have the rest of Lakeside Gaming go to the top side. Look for this inhib. Redemption is going to be used. Looks like Haru could be a target. And look at the damage coming out. Oh man, Yuki throwing out the chompers, trying to stop Cerberus' entrance. We see Flash Forward from Dark Cat going to get the stun, but he's going to be taken out. Cerberus is the next target. He has the custom blows. He will be stunned. The next gauge is going to be popped, but it's not enough. He will fall. Yuki almost running into the Almost running into the fountain. He will be saved, though, and he's going to be able to get out. Flash forward for Freeze. Gets a 3-man taunt. Isn't enough. We're going to see Haru try to get in there. He uses the ultimate. It looks like the fight's going to continue, and he's going to be taken out, and the Nexus will fall. Game 3 going over to Lakeside Gaming. And I think I was correct on that one.
Yeah, you called it there. I said Ascentia Gaming would have this game, and you said, no, you are wrong. LSG is going to be able to pick up this win. And yes, they did. They picked up the series 2-1. And, but throughout this series, it happened exactly the way we thought, where the first game was dominated by one team, the second game was dominated by another, and then the third game, if you took a look at the kills, the gold, the turrets, it was all over the place. It was a very even portioned game, and LSG would still be able to pick up the win. I believe it was 70. What was it here? What was the kills? What was the kill difference?
The kill difference, it was 17-16
at the end. Yeah. Towards the middle of the game, I believe it was 16 to 11 for Lakeside. And then towards that end of the game, Lakeside was just able to pick up kill after kill after kill and just use that jinx. Yuki Bunny dealing so much damage later on in the game. And Yuki Bunny doing so much. And then also Ratload being able to become the unstoppable force on the side lanes. 8-1-8 with almost 300 CS at 30 minutes. Very well played overall by LSG. GG.
Yeah, definitely GG. LSG taking it. But that is going to be it from us tonight. It was a long one. We had 2 3-game series tonight. Definitely an exciting time. I luckily got one intermission in. I had to use the restroom, and I was happy I got to do that. Thank God. But that is it from us. We definitely thank you for coming out watching the Championships League. Week 2 has ended. We're going to go into Week 3. Should be exciting. We've seen some of the teams. We've seen some of the weaknesses come out of various teams. Looks like if you take away Moody's, Italy, he's going to have a hard time unless he goes on the Kazakhs. If you take away some of the early game from Ascentia, they have a hard time coming back. So we'll have to see how this plays out into the coming weeks. But as always, we thank you guys for watching. As always, call me Gaikin. Joining me will always be Zonite. And we will see you guys next time for Week 3 of the NightFall Champions League. Have a good night, everyone.